Feel the heartbeat strong, lifting high. Unlock the code. He is here. Light ignites. No more fear. Breaking chains. We're unbound. Feel the power. Hear the sound. New earth rising. We are one. Under the moon. Under the sun. Potential unleashed. DNA our way. Together we move. The world we remade. Food forests grow, abundance flows, seeds of the future love bestows. State nationals, hand in hand, uniting strong across the land. Oh yeah, breaking chains, we're unbound. Feel the power, hear the sound. New earth rising, we are one. Under the moon, under the sun. Potential unleashed, DNA our way. Together we move, the world we remade.
Rise up with hands in the soil we sow, seeds of love in the places we grow, breaking chains of old greed and design, walking freely on this world that's divine. The sun whispers truths no dollar can buy, roots of wisdom reach toward the sky. Together we mend what was broken apart, new earth collective beats with our heart. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall, one for the planet, one for us all. Shatter the cages of debt and despair. Step by step we reclaim what's fair. Harmony blooms where the old fight fell. A greater story we're here to tell. Let the waters flow, let the winds breathe clear. Spirit unbound, we are pioneers. Hands in the circle, dreams take flight. Under one banner we unite. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall. One for the planet, one for us all. For us all. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall. One for the planet, one for us all. Shatter the cages of debt and despair. Step by step, we reclaim what's fair. Harmony blooms where the old fight fell. A greater story we're here to tell. Shatter the cages of debt and despair. Step by step, we reclaim what's fair. Harmony blooms where the old fight fell. A greater story we're here to tell. Let the waters flow, let the winds breathe clear. Spirit unbound, we are pioneers. Hands in the circle, dreams take flight. Under one banner we unite. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall. One for the planet, one for us all. For us all. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall.
Rise up, feel the fire. Heartbeat strong, lifting higher. Unlock the code, the key is here. Light ignites, no more fear. No fear. Breaking chains, we're unbound. Feel the power, hear the sound. New earth rising, we are one. Under the moon, under the sun. Potential unleashed, DNA awake. Together we move, the world we remain. Food forests grow, abundance flows. Seeds of the future, love bestows. Stay nationals, hand in hand, uniting strong across the land. Oh yeah, breaking chains, we're unbound. Feel the power, hear the sound. New earth rising, we are one. Under the moon. Feel the fire, heartbeat strong, lifting higher. Unlock the code, the key is here. Light ignites, no more fear. Breaking chains, we're unbound. Feel the power, hear the sound. New earth rising, we are one. Under the moon, under the sun. Potential unleashed, DNA awake. Together we move, the world we remake. Food forests grow, abundance flows, seeds of the future love bestows. State nationals, hand in hand, uniting strong across the land. Oh yeah, breaking chains, we're unbound. Feel the power, hear the sound. New earth rising, we are one. Under the moon, under the sun. Potential unleashed, DNA awake. Together we move, the world we remake. Rise up, feel the spark inside. The power flows, it's time to ride. Through the veil we break, we climb, unlock the code. It's our time, our time. Heart to heart we synchronize. A wave of light we realize. We're rising. We're rising. One force, united. Now aligning DNA ignites our truth inside. New earth, we're rising into the full forest bloomer, abundance grows, a sacred rhythm the cosmos knows. State, national stand, hand in hand. Together we build a boundless land. Tonight, a wave of light we realize. New earth, now. Aligning DNA ignites our truths inside. New earth, we're rising into the light.
Rise up with hands in the soil we sow, seeds of love in the places we grow, breaking chains of all greed and design, walking freely on this world that's divine. The sun whispers truths no dollar can buy. Roots of wisdom reach toward the sky. Together we mend what was broken apart. New Earth Collective beats with our heart. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall. One for the planet, one for us all. Shatter the cages of debt and despair. Step by step we reclaim what's fair. Harmony blooms where the old fight fell. A greater story we're here to tell. Shatter the cages of debt and despair. Step by step we reclaim what's fair. Harmony blooms where the old fight fell. A greater story we're here to tell. Let the waters flow, let the winds breathe clear. Spirit unbound, we are pioneers. Hands in the circle, dreams take flight. Under one banner we unite. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall. One for the planet, one for us all. One for us all.
Steel boots on the crimson sand. We're shaping worlds with our own hands. Blueprints etched in cosmic dust. Super soldiers with a sacred trust.
Building a new earth, one star at a time.
Planets align.
Hearts combine. Food forests grow where deserts once cried. New earth travelers, we're the guides. Circuits hum in the neon glow. Spiritual sparks in the seeds we sow. Communities rise where the wild winds sing. Harmony's the anthem we bring.
From ashes to Eden, from chaos to grace. Every step forward, we're carving the space.
Building a new earth, one star at a time.
Planets align, hearts combine, food forests grow where deserts once cried. New earth travelers,
We're the guide.
the stars hum songs we used to know. Galaxies bloom as we let them show. Activations rise in every soul. Together complete, together Steel boots on the crimson set. We're shaping worlds with our own hands. Blueprints etched in cosmic dust. Super soldiers with a sacred trust. Building the new earth, one star at a time. Planets alive, hearts combine. Food forests grow where deserts once cried. New earth travelers, we're the guide. Ooh. Circuits hum in the neon glow. Spiritual sparks in the seeds we sow. Communities rise where the wild winds sing. Harmony's the anthem we bring. From ashes to Eden, from chaos to grace. Every step forward, we're carving the space. Building the new earth, one star at a time. Planets align, hearts combine. Food forests grow where deserts once cried. New earth travelers, we're the guide. The stars hum songs we used to know. Galaxies bloom as we let them show. Activations rise in every soul. Together, complete. Together, whole.
codes, they twist and turn. Oh yeah. Light beams hum, feel the burn. Activate that higher mind. So divine, super soul dear vibes. Oh, we redefine.
Biohack the flow, let it glow. Spiritual rise, let it show.
We're rising, climbing, climbing up to the sky. Super conscious, yeah, we're flying high. No earth's calling, we're the vibration.
Freedom flows in our activation.
Food forests bloom, green dreams grow. Golden age seeds, let's sow. No chains, no bounds, financial free. The future's here, you and me.
Unlock the path, break the code. Together we rise, take the road.
We're rising, climbing up to the sky. Super conscious, yeah, we're flying high. New Earth's calling, we're the vibration.
Freedom flows in our activation. Activation.
DNA codes, they twist and turn. Light beams hum, feel the burn. Activate that higher mind, so divine, super soul dear vibes. Oh, we redefine. Spiritual rise, let it show. We're rising, climbing up to the sky. Super conscious, yet we're fucking high. New Earth's calling, we're the vibration. Freedom goes in activation. Activation. Food forests bloom, green dreams grow. Golden age seeds, let's sow. No chains, no bounds, financial free. The future's here, you and me. Yeah.
Unlock the path, break the code. Together we rise, take the road.
We're rising, climbing up to the sky. Super conscious, yeah, we're flying high. New Earth's calling, we're the vibration. Freedom goes in our activation.
Activation. Activation. Activation.
Plant dreams in the dirt so deep. A seed of hope where the wild roots creep. No land, no fear, just the buzz of bees. Freedom's grown on the whispering breeze. We don't need more miles or lines. We've got the sun, let's do it fine. Grow it up, grow it out. Spin the wheel, dance about. Roots of tomorrow start today. Build it bright, pave the way. Grow it up, grow it out. No more fear, no more doubt. A patch of land where the earth is kind. Sharing tools, build the minds alive. Chickens cluck and the compost leaves. Simple life, chasing complex dreams. Solar panels hum a tune. Stars above light up the commune. Hands in the soil, hearts in the sky. Racing villages will never wait up. Grow it up. Grow it up, grow it out. Spin the wheel, dance about. Roots of tomorrow start today. Build it bright, pave the way. Grow it up, grow it out. No more fear, no more doubt.
Plant a seed in the earth below. Watch it rise. Let the future grow. Hands in the dirt, hearts in the sky. We're not just living, we're asking why. Build it up, tear it down. Roots in the soil, not in the ground. Grow your soul. One small step makes the whole world whole. Winds carry whispers, the old ways call. Brick by brick, we build it all. Solar shines, water flows free. Living the dream of what could be. Breathing in, the air is clear. Feel the pulse of what's new. Build it up, tear it down. Roots in the soil, not in the ground. Grow your food, grow your soul. One small step makes the whole world whole. Winds carry whispers, the old ways call. Brick by brick, we build it all. Solar shines, water flows free. Living the dream of what could be. Breathing in, the air is clear. Feel the pulse of what's near. Breathe it in, the air is clear. Feel the pulse of what's near. Build it up, tear it down. Roots in the soil, not in the ground. Grow your food, grow your soul. One small step makes the whole world whole. Circles of people, hands held tight, singing songs under starry light. The future's not born, it's made today. Together we'll find a better way. Plant a seed in the earth below. Watch it rise. Let the future grow. Hands in the dirt, hearts in the sky. We're not just living, we're asking why. Build it up, tear it down. Roots in the soil, not in the ground. Grow your food, grow your soul. One small step makes the whole world whole. Winds carry whispers, the old ways call. Brick by brick, we build it all. Solar shines, water flows free. Living the dream of what could be. Breathing in, the air is clear. Feel the pulse of what's new. Build it up, tear it down. Roots in the soil, not in the ground. Grow your food, grow your soul. One small step makes the whole world whole. Winds carry whispers, the old ways call. Brick by brick, we build it all. Solar shines, water flows free. Living the dream of what could be. Breathing in, the air is clear. Feel the pulse of what's near. Breathe it in, the air is clear. Feel the pulse of what's near. Build it up, tear it down. Roots in the soil, not in the ground. Grow your food, grow your soul. One small step makes the whole world whole. Circles of people, hands held tight, singing songs under starry light. The future's not bought, it's made today. Better way.
We got the Sonics, do it fine. Grow it up, grow it out, spin the wheel, dance about. Roots of tomorrow start today. Build it right, pave the way. Grow it up, grow it out. No more fear, no more doubt.
Ready? Hi guys, everyone, good morning. Thank you for the delay. Having a few technical issues. I believe we have worked miracles and it is happening. So I want to just give everybody coming in. We invite everybody to come into the speaker room now, please. There we go. We got it. Yeah, that's okay. And everybody, we got the beautiful Laura Worley here. Everybody, enjoy. Woohoo!
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Do you want me to wait for a minute or? Difficulty this morning, but I think we're ready to begin. So if all of you don't know me, my name is Laura Worley, and what I do for basically my calling and mission is to help bring out the darkness into the light. And that is about showing what the cabal, the deep state cabal, the satanic cabal is involved with at a level that maybe you're not familiar with. And that's saying a lot, because I know most of you do. So we're going to get into what I've discovered, not only as a survivor of MK Ultra, but working with 100 survivors all over the world at different ages, different geographics, and different cultural beliefs. And what I found is what I'm going to present, that they all had the same thing. So today, basically, I'm going to share what the cabal doesn't want you to know. And they especially don't want survivors to know what I'm going to present today. This information got my husband killed, and before he was murdered by the cult, there were 2 years of nonstop attacks spiritually by every highest level of Illuminati, Freemason, Druids, using ritual, sacrifice 13 days to come against us, to kill us in 10 million different ways. And eventually, it worked, because they came after us in every single way that you could possibly, except take your life. And then eventually they did win in that area. So the thing is, they thought that they would stop me by doing that. And the case is, it's made me stronger, because I don't have anything to lose. So if they think they were going to shut me up, it's never going to happen. Thank you. Thanks. Many of you, I know what curses are, but what I find is that most of the world doesn't know what curses are, and humanity is being overtaken by curses. And so I want to share a little bit about that. I'm sure most of you know what curses are. Would that be correct? Most of you know what they are. Probably a lot of you don't really know what that means. So after being cursed for almost 2 years, after my second book came out, I had no idea what was going to happen to my husband and I, because I revealed something that we're going to get into. I had no idea that it was going to cause the hell that it did. I want to start with this information, because if we're not aware of curses, then we can't protect ourselves. And it's not just survivors, it's everyone. Humanity is being cursed all the time by the cabal, witches and warlocks, whatever you want to call them. But they curse all the time. They curse us as a nation, as a world, as a country, whenever they want their way. So right now, think to yourself, do you have a problem? And it's kind of, you can't really fix it. My suggestion is that you find out if you have some fallen angels attached to you and a curse, because fallen angels will always be attached to the problem. It could be health, it could be depression, it could be marital, it could be relationship, finances. You will always find a fallen angel. Sometimes you will find the curse. But we need to be aware if we're going to protect ourselves, because we are in a society where evil is growing, and I think good is growing as well. But we have to know how to protect ourselves. And the only reason why I learned all this is because of the depths of curses that came against us. It was very difficult, but it taught me so much. So knowledge is power. So in this case, we need to be able to stop it. So how do you think we stop it? You don't have to say, but just in your mind. We stop it one way: prayer. That's how you defeat all evil. And I'll get into that. Okay, there it is. So here are some other things. I think I skipped a couple of what they like to curse with is cancer, tumors, discredit you publicly or your family, depression, sadness, anger, not to move forward in life, not to remember what they've done, your life's out of balance, kill yourself, curse what you love, be alone and miserable. No one will love you. They block meridians and chakras. They cover your pineal gland. That's just to name a few. The list is huge. And the other thing that's really important, I don't know if you're familiar with, is clearing ancestral bloodline iniquity. Because especially if you're a survivor, you're going to come with a lot of crap from your ancestors. And you do need to clear what your ancestors have brought. If you're a survivor of MK Ultra, SRA, it's absolutely imperative that you do this, because you will not get the life you want, because there's so much holding you back with the fallen angels. So basically, when all hell broke loose is because I talked a little bit about in book 1, but it was more of a general topic that anybody could read. But book 2, I focused on the core foundation of programming that's in every MK Ultra survivor, and it's called the Tree of Death. It's the core, and that's where I found out, working with 100 people all over the world. It didn't matter how old they were, it didn't matter what country they were from, and it didn't matter what they believed. Every single one of them had it, and they all had the New World Order Army soldier programming with some other things. So this is the core that all programming is built on. It is spiritual, okay? To the Cabal, this is sacred and forbidden knowledge. So we're going to talk about the Tree of Death and what that means, if you are not aware. The Tree of Death comes from the inverted Kabbalah, and that's what the Cabal believes in. So the Tree of Death is actually the opposite of the Tree of Life. So my logo is the Tree of Life, because the Tree of Life is just as important to God as the Tree of Death is to Lucifer. So the Tree of Life is the representation of God's love for us. The Tree of Life is the greatest gift that can be given to all mankind, because it's eternal life with Him. Now, we'll make it opposite. Lucifer steals everything from God, so he has stolen, inverted the Tree of Life to be called the Tree of Death. But just as the Tree of Life is important to God, Tree of Death is everything to Lucifer's kingdom. Excuse me. So in Lucifer's world, the tree represents his kingdom and spending paradise for eternity with him. The Tree of Death is called the Seraph. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that in the Kabbalah. Originally, when the Kabbalah was written, it was a positive thing about God, and then it was inverted. So every survivor, MK Ultra and SRA, has this installed. It's a universal template where all programming will be connected to. So when I say this, it's a spiritual programming. This is not what the programmers like to do and play around with you, a survivor's mind, like Disney programming. This is not that. This is what the Seraph tree looks on a person once they install it. The installation begins in the womb. Every survivor, I'm going to clear this out. Every survivor begins their programming in the womb. Every survivor, without exception. They follow this template. How could they do this to millions of people worldwide? Seriously, and be so organized. And the same people have all of this worldwide. It has to be a template. If you know Illuminati, they're very organized in their hierarchy. This is their template, which I teach in all 3 books of 1,650 pages. It will have every single thing you need to know about the Kabbalah, the programming, how to remove it, and the tools to remove it. Because I am sick to death of all survivors running in circles, never getting healed, their minds never pulled together, and honestly, they believe that they never will have their mind together. I'm sick of that teaching. It's a lie. All survivors, when you go to a licensed therapist, they will tell you it's not possible once your mind is fractured to become whole. That is a lie. I want the truth out because I am so very sick of what they have done. So Well, for 20 years, I went to therapist. And I paid like $1 million. No, I'm just kidding, but a lot of money. And this is the 90s. And I started this long journey, very long journey. And by the end of those 20 some years, I had had enough because I worked with a survivor professional who supposedly could get you free. But what he did was get me more screwed up, and it was a nightmare. It was a great teaching lesson of what not to do. But that's where I learned the front programming does nothing, because that's what we did for a whole year. We worked on a once a month. Didn't get me free one little bit. So I decided I need to go do something else. I need to find some holistic ways of healing. And luckily I did. And that's when I began to change my whole life. I began to heal all the trauma because I had a million memories. And the ticket here is, even if you have a million memories, it doesn't mean you're healed. And I found that out the hard way. So I'm going to make a very long story short. I did find holistic ways like tapping, body code, and whatever else I could find. And I started healing all the trauma I needed to heal. And I did feel so much better, and actually had a pretty happy life. I was doing pretty good. It was probably one of the happiest times in my life. And then something happened, and I'm like, something happened to me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this can't be possible. Not at 25 years later. No way. They cannot call me back. Well, guess what? They did. They called me back after 10 million different ways of trying to heal, remove, basically anything. And they called me back when Hillary Clinton was going to be the president in 2015. I knew something was wrong. I could not believe it. There's no way. I had too many memories. I'm doing great. I'm a practitioner. I travel all over the world. I work all over the world. I'm helping everybody. They called me back. They called me back because I had the Tree of Death Foundation programming and the New World Order Army programming. That's all they needed. That's all they needed. And they brought me back, and they reprogrammed a program that was already there. That's a sleeper in every survivor. It's called the New World Order Army Soldier. They updated it because they thought Hillary was taking over and she would be the president. That's when they would begin the New World Order. So it took me a couple years. I knew something was happening because I changed. Like, I didn't feel the same. And it was very hard with me to be very happy with God about this. I was pretty unhappy, and I just couldn't believe it. And that's when really my teaching began, because I was honestly too old for some of the things they were trying to make me do. And I really didn't have, so at least enough of my mind has started healing that I wasn't capable of doing some of it. That's what they really did, was kind of shake it all open. And then that's when the Lord, it was a couple years later, started teaching me about the tree of death, what that was. He taught me. I didn't learn it from anybody. He taught me. He taught me step by step. Every day, he taught me something. And he said, you're going to write a book. And I did. But he wrote most of the first book. It was just basic. And then we got into heavier and heavier. And he said, you have been called back because you had the New World Order Army Soldier. That was to be a sleeper until the New World Order, which is now, would be called. So a lot of survivors are being activated, at least in the last year and a half, 2 years. They're being activated to do assassinations, killing people, creating chaos. Basically, if you don't know this, the MK Ultra survivor was created to be an army for the cabal. And Rockefeller hired, paid, whatever you want to call it, control the CIA. And they wanted a mind control army that they could use. And that's what they have. They have millions of people around the world that have been trained exactly the same. And they call them up when they need them, and they're not done calling people up. So that is kind of what happened, of how I started finding out. I said, okay, if God, as I, not like a couple sessions. So kind of how all this has come about, but it's come about at a very great sacrifice. My husband is dead. They have come after my, excuse my language, sorry, but I don't usually like to cry in a presentation, but I do it every time. So they have taken people that I love. They have tried to discredit me in every way. They have had every person that is high up in the Illuminati come after me spiritually. And as soon as my third book came out, I have had nonstop attacks, and that is what I deal with. So I just want to tell you just a little bit. We can't get into because it's such a huge area, but the tree of death symbolizes all the abilities, characteristics, teachings about Lucifer and his kingdom. The tree of death is a structure of demonology, and it entraps the survivor, body, mind, and spirit. How are they learning this? The Cabal, by fallen angels. The fallen angels teach them, have taught them how to do all this. The tree of death was organized by the Freemasons, but every group uses it: the Druids, the fertility cults, Illuminati, etc. Most people don't know how big the Druids are, but if you're a survivor, you need to really start checking out the Druids, because I think Druids in every single family have a big pull on humanity. And just to tell you one quick resource to help you is Amanda Byes, Canaan Ministries in South Africa. She has a prayer. It's about 85 pages of information about the Druids. And every single person I have had read that has had major shifts and in some cases reactions. So pray about it if it's something you should do. But it gives a lot of information. And when I started working with these high up ladies called the Mothers of Darkness, it's when I found out the Druids were such a huge role in this programming. This is what the Seraph tree looks like. It's very satanic looking. So a short background on Kabbalah. What it is that the cults are trying to create a very deeply embedded way of consciousness that will entrap the survivor forever. There's too much information about Kabbalah, but the 3 books will explain it. You can research the Kabbalah yourself. They just inverted everything that's taught. The cult worships pagan demon gods. So the Freemasons have a strong belief in the Temple of Solomon, and the programming is based on their beliefs. And when I worked with the Mothers of Darkness, 20 of them from all over the world, every single one of them had the Temple of Solomon mind control programming. It's, as far as I know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I have only found it in the highest groomed survivors, who are the Mothers of Darkness and the Fathers of Death. There might be other things like the Druid priests and kings and that kind of thing will have it as well. In Satanism, I can't go through this, there's so much on every topic, but Astarte is known as Astaroth. Just like the seal of Solomon, Astaroth has a lesser key of Solomon, and known as the seal of Azaroth. So these represent sigils for 72 different demonology. So they're very into the pagan god and goddess demons that we've all heard of. So Isis, Astarte, even Thor, Odin, those are all demon gods. They worship them. And at rituals, they call on them for their powers. So in order for the Satanist to get what they want, they call upon these demon gods who have specific powers that they represent for specific knowledge. And in order for them to get it, they have to kill a sacrifice. They have to have a sacrifice to these demon gods. So yes, they worship Lucifer, but they worship these pagan goddesses. They want the knowledge they have and the information, and that's how they get it. In the olden days, throughout the old times, Astarte was known as Ina, Isis. I won't go through all these, Aphrodite, Venus, Freya, and they still represent these gods and what they can give. So in the back of my book, I have a large dictionary, basically, of all these demon gods, because if you're a survivor or a professional helping them, you have to actually be aware of them because they're part of the programming. The cult will also use Bible stories to program, and that's a huge piece as well. So the tree of death, again, is spiritual, and it represents Lucifer's kingdom. This is not anything else but spiritual, and this is their hidden secret that keeps everybody under bondage. It is the spiritual programming that will keep the legal rights of the demons. So I didn't know when I was going for help that I had a whole bunch of fallen angels attached to me at every level of my programming. I had no idea. Like, what? That can't be true. And what they do is when they start the programming following the template, the spiritual part, they attach fallen angels to each step because it holds the programming in place. Okay, I kind of already explained that. So when I wrote book 2, because I was talking so much about the tree of death, I worked with 20 mothers of darkness. Some were sent in to spy, and some were just to get attacks or whatever. But the ones that really wanted help, the weird thing is they are the highest levels, and they're considered the father of death and the mother of death, or darkness, is considered Lucifer's Adam and Eve. So they've been trained at the highest levels of evil. With programming at this level, they're able to wield large amounts of evil because they've trained, they have the core foundation programming of the tree of death, but they have a higher level of programming. And they have to do certain things, and they are the bloodline. They have to have the bloodline in order to be able to wield this level. So what that means very quickly is the bloodline, as it goes down to each generation, passes very stronger and stronger levels of evil in the family. So when it started, the first generation, it was this level. But when it goes number 2, 3, 4, or 5, you get down to 5 generations. Number 5 has got a lot of evil in the family. That's why ancestral clearing is so important. So it's a big deal. The biggest thing that I'm trying to just let people know is that what we're missing is the spiritual programming that they use against us. I'm not talking about your job or your role that you were given, like a super soldier. I'm not talking about that. That's a role, that's a job. That's the programming, and that I almost consider sometimes front programming. What's underneath all of it is a spiritual programming. And many people don't want to deal with that. They don't want to look at it. They don't want to believe it. But if you are a survivor and you will not look at it, you will not get free. And I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to be negative. The deep hidden spiritual programming is different than what role or job. My job was to be a messenger as a kid between President Nixon and Ford and all these foreign dignitaries all around the world. That was my job. But that wasn't the core programming. So I'll go ahead and skip that. I know what I'm saying could be new to you because it was new to me, but I've proved what I've said, so it cannot be unproved by somebody, because I've worked with 100 people all over the world, and every single one of them have it. So you can say this is BS, that's fine. But what I'm telling you is if you think about this, who are Satanists? They follow, worship Satan. So who in the world is the opposite of that? You think the opposite is our role in MK Ultra? Do you think that's the opposite of what they're believing in? They believe in Satan. Everything they do is spiritual. Everything they do, it's all hidden. So one thing I know for a fact is that there are so many downloads of demons in this whole step of programming. And every step of the way, they want to make sure we cannot go to Christ. We cannot go to Jesus. Because if we go to Jesus, we have a chance to get free. So demons are the stronghold that keep everybody in place. And the cult would not have success like they do if they didn't have their fallen angels. So how do we remove the legal rights that demons have? Does everybody understand what legal rights are? Because what it means is a demon has a legal right to a survivor because somebody gave permission for it to be there. So if you say a deliverance prayer or a prayer, it's not going to work at the level that it has to because the fallen angels have legal right. And that's the key here. There's only one way. We must get to somebody who has authority over this. And that answer is Jesus Christ. He's the only one that has authority over Lucifer or the fallen angels. You cannot get free without him. And I know, believe me, I know survivors that you don't want to hear that because you've been taught your whole life to go against Jesus Christ. I know because it was done to me too. They hate Jesus and they program us at every single level not to go to him because they know he's the only answer. So, have you ever wondered why everybody's been programmed to hate Jesus or think he's not real or they can't help? Because he can kick their butt and nobody else can. And that is the truth. And they're scared to death of him. So we got to go to the one that has authority. If you're familiar with how the hierarchy works in the cult, everything is about authority. And so there is no authority over the fallen angels and Lucifer. It's Jesus only. And that's how we overcome all of this. You can't get free by yourself. And I know survivors, I've heard a zillion stories of people that come in to see me. I understand fully, but we can't do it by ourselves because this is a spiritual battle. It's a spiritual war. When you get through all the programming, we address both of it in the removal process. But if you'll be shocked to know that things like Monarch programming, the Disney programming, that kind of thing, it's very, very easy to remove. I'm not kidding you. What's difficult is the spiritual, but it's not even that difficult. It's just hard work. What's the benefit of going to Jesus? He can destroy curses. He can release the demons. He can heal the altars. He can release the trauma. He can remove the programming. He can remove all legal rights from the ancestors too. He can pull your mind back together so you're whole and guides you every step of the way. You know, one of the greatest things I love when I work with survivors is, let's say that one of the survivors has altars. Well, not they all, everybody has altars, but he goes in and those altars are in so much pain. And he literally can release their pain in seconds in the process that I do this in my books. Seconds. The altar is healed. How do you pull your mind back together? You have to heal the altars. You cannot heal the altars if they are stuck in the programming. If they are stuck in a spiritual program, you can't get them out until you keep getting there, until you get to that point. But Jesus can still heal them while you're working in this process. And Jesus will help you with anybody. If you just have child parts, you're not a survivor. Child parts, he will heal them in an instant. If you've had the worst trauma in the whole entire world, he will heal that. That is what's amazing. I use these modalities. I'm going to run through them real quick. You can look at them yourself. I use tapping, body code, courts of heaven, muscle testing, prayer. I use a couple other techniques that are in my book, and this will help any person. You can do it yourself to release the pain that you could be feeling in instance. Like muscle testing, you can find out so much information about what's happened to you. I lay out the map so that you know exactly what's been done. and I show you the way to remove it. And I feel like if we could all get on the same page and really, really help each other, we are going to get free. That means the whole world of survivors. That's what my message is. I don't want us going in circles anymore, because for the most part, survivors are not getting free. And it's time to get free, because what happens if you reveal the secret of the cabal, of their template? Well, it's not that effective. So that's what we have to do. We have to start revealing what they do. Just never, ever, ever give up, because you are going to overcome all of it. It is a journey, but it's a journey of joy as well, and a joy of miracles, a joy of happiness. And when you're truly in this process of healing, that I feel like the Lord showed me how to do it. I know people will come up with other things to heal faster. That's great. But my main concern is that we understand the map, the template of what they've created as a core foundation. And what the Lord showed me is, with working with survivors, is when each of them, we would keep going through the different levels, they started pulling their minds back together. They started getting rid of a whole bunch of demons. They started feeling better. They started feeling really happy. Their life starts changing. So it's not, something that is an ultimate, I get to this point and then everything starts. It starts along the journey. So that's what I want. Hopefully, I know my message is heavy. God will help you overcome self. I've pulled my mind together. So if those bastards, come to me, I should say that. Let's just say things are not the same as in 2015. And I say that, and just thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. If anybody wants to sit and chat with Laura, give 5 to 10 minutes so you can come and say hi, and then after that,
The chains are whisper, they don't know time. A shadow of fears in the fading light. What once was love now starts to hum. The keys are hidden in what we've become. Unshackle, unbind, let it all unwind. Potential rising beyond the confines. Limitless, limitless, we're breaking through. Limitless, limitless, the power is you. The edge of reason, the cusp of dreams. Nothing's ever as it seems. A heartbeat shifting.
If anybody has questions for Laura, she can come on stage for 10 more minutes. If you guys have questions, we can line up and ask her. She's going to give us 10 more minutes.
Who said we couldn't? Who set the rules? They're just illusions. They're only tools. Unshackle, unbind, let it all unwind. Potential rising beyond the confines. Limitless, limitless.
anybody have any questions? They are going to give me 10 minutes, whether setting up for the next person. Okay.
Yep.
So they're all, they almost like, are you in Kabbalah? And
Well, they worship, yeah.
so and then in their movies, and then always when and you watch a TV show and somebody stubs their toe or something bad, Jesus, like almost like it's a bad thing. So they're like, so they invert it. So I guess my question is it good to like study the enemy, like to know about, because I'm currently reading a book on it that
Okay.
you know um, a Mason sort of secretly,
Yeah.
and I don't know, I don't know, I'm not really into you know I'm like, but
Are
it's
you a
just,
survivor
like of what
of MK Ultra or SRA or
I don't think so. I'm
Okay.
just I'm
interested?
yeah, well, because I do acting, so I like to, and it's all full of these people, and so yeah, I just sort of try to mingle along here.
Well, I think a lot of the actors are MK Ultra, so they're going to have this cabal programming. A lot of them kind of go after the new age programming. I mean, the new age kind of thing, and that's cabal as well. So you have to be careful. I think it's important to study, but in my 3 books, I do talk about the Kabbalah just so that you can understand the programming part of it. You could study Kabbalah forever, and I'm not interested that much in it as far as, somebody who follows that, but it helps. If you guys have a pen and paper, if this guy, I don't think he's a survivor, but he did a fantastic job on the history of the Cabal. His name is Anon famous. So it's like Anon _ FA _ MOUS. He did an excellent job to help you understand how Cabal all came about, the different Freemasons and Druids and all that. It's not in a satanic way, it's just in a history way. And I think that's excellent to learn. The 3 books I have do tell you all that's a lot of it, but of course it wouldn't be fully of everything there is to learn about it. But is there any other questions?
How accurate was Ashiana Dean in her fallen matrix and how they took the codes and used it to make the 11-pointed tree and so on and so forth? Is the 12-pointed star actually Christ's star? Are you aware of that?
Well, the 11-point seraph tree was developed with God's characteristics that before it was inverted. Well, it has 11. It has 10 points, and then the 11th is like in the heart. It's called Dat. And I personally think some high up, like if they're a mother of darkness or father of darkness, I think they have 13, but it's hidden. What these seraph tree represent is different worlds for the altars. So each world in the seraph tree is a job-oriented world. So let's say if you're a sex slave, then one of the worlds on the seraph tree will be for that. So that's how they invert it. I don't know about the 12 points for Christ, sorry, or God. Okay.
Is this on?
There
we
you go.
are. Can you be Freemasonry? I'm a Freemason. Is the art and science of the free will agency, and they steward ancient wisdoms. Can you be more specific of the perception of? Is it principally the 33rds that have gone awry? Because a lot of them are elegant gentlemen into the propriety aspects of Freemasonry. Can you be more specific about the bad boys that might be involved with the fraternity?
Okay, please don't get upset when I say what I say. It's only my opinion. Is once the Freemasons who invite new people in, they do so with a purpose to get you to the 33rd degree. Once they get a hold of you, they do not let go. I know this for absolute proof because of people I've worked with. One guy was in a Las Vegas hotel, and this Freemason kept saying, "Do you want to come to a meeting?" And he said, "I don't really want to," but everybody at the hotel was. So he went 2 times. He had a demon attached to him immediately that he spent a lot of his life trying to get rid of. So what they do is the ones that run things, they know exactly what they're doing. And they are the ones that are the Kabbalists. They worship Kabbalah, all the inverted Kabbalah, just as the Druids do. They have different rituals that they do, but they all worship these pagan god and goddess demons. So I can't tell you from a Freemason's point of view, what they're taught up until that point. But my guess is because they're teaching the survivors this programming, it's what they believe. But a non-famous, he found that if you took away the Temple of Solomon, Freemasons would crash. And I thought that was very interesting that he said that. He wasn't coming from a MK Ultra survivor type mode. It was just history. And then I found that in survivors, the actual programming of the Temple of Solomon.
Freemasons don't solicit membership. If it's of your natural curiosity to ask, seek, ask, and knock, is how the deal runs. And Masonry has had a loss of membership since about the mid-'60s. It's in cycles. It goes up and down. So what you're referring to, I'm appreciating insofar as Las Vegas, but lodges don't operate that way. Masonry donates to charity about $1 billion a day throughout the whole fraternity, and it's a fraternity. Fraternities, brotherhood, were before any type of religion. It's the spirit of brotherhood in positive, regarded ways. We're all points of reflection of the infinite creator, as well as we glorify, is what the game's all about. That's all is why we were created. So there's I understand, like the Illuminati factor of 1776, Adam Weishaupt. He kind of haywire. At the same time, Saint Germain, this thing goes in and out. Saint Germain was a pretty high guy, and I knew Manly P. Hall. I hung out with him like 4 times, and we jived. And he handed me a book of handwritten by Saint Germain, which was really cool in French. But the point is that it's stewarding what's involved with the moral virtues and propriety of character is what most all Masons are. I can understand there's some haywire apparently out there, but it's not of the primary count of membership of the Freemasons. So that needs to be pointed out when doing a bad rap.
Okay, well, I only work with people who have the bad rap, so I don't know about the good rap on that one. Because every single person of us have the Freemason programming. I did work with a guy who he was at the highest levels of. He was a father of death, and he was programmed and trained by the most evil of Freemasons. And the guy was actually hidden under, I don't know what they call it in Europe, but it's like a Vatican, but it's not. I don't know what they're called. It was in UK. So anyway, it's hard because.
You drew a point about the European Masons. What I have found of a source of impropriety that could be involved very much is through the French Freemasons, wherein the French Freemasons on their holy altar, they don't have a primary spiritual book of the given country, which is in this case France, where America is the Holy Bible, and in the Mideast you'd have the Quran. and that kind of thing. And even in Asia, they're primary books that teach and refer to nice things, right things. But the French, yeah, they've done some haywire stuff, and I can see where I have found in my own, which is as much as I've looked into it, because it's not that great of need of time, that it's the French Freemasons that are the source of haywire. And some 33rds apparently in the Northern District, like principally just New York, is where you find haywires. But most 33rds are of pretty great character.
Yes, and then we need to go on because they are very, very evil. That's all I can say at that level. So, is there anything else that we need to talk about? Anybody have any more questions?
Okay, so when you
Not really. Let's see.
Okay, when you said that they called you back up in 2015, what was that process? Where did you go? Who was it? And how long did you have to stay? When the shot came that, she was never supposed to lose, right? We all know that. So how did all of that play out? You.
I lived in Las Vegas, so I was just called back to the Las Vegas base underneath the military base. Because I was a slave to Hillary Clinton, I don't know who they called back, but anyway, I was. And Fauci is the one that did the update of programming. He never hurt me, but he did the programming part. Mark Milley raped me because I couldn't do everything that they wanted to be done.
Yeah, that was General Milley, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And they had a 3-day, sorry, I know that, I don't think that's spit, but it's dust. Sorry about that. That looks weird. Okay. So they did 4 days to update the programming that was already there. And then they did a 3-day ritual, which they always do if they want something to happen to the world. And so that's where everybody and their brother, every politician, Obama, Biden, George Soros, Pelosi, Cheney, you name it, they were there to make sure this happened. And that's kind of how, so they didn't have to do any new they didn't have to start new because the programming was already there.
So how did that end for you at this, or how did you leave that?
How did what?
You able to leave that then, or what transpired when President Trump got in? What changed, if anything?
Well, I was very scared on the night of the thing, but I'm not sure I knew why. Because I didn't start really remembering fully what they had done for a couple years. So anyway, that's basically what they did. But I hate to even say this, but this is how all this information actually came out, is because of what they did. But I couldn't say that for a very long time. And I don't even know if I can say that now, but that is, I think, why my mind has started to reveal the rest of it, because they went too far, I guess, because it just loosened up the memories more. So that's kind of what happened. Is everybody okay? Okay, you guys done? You need to. Okay. If you want more information, you go to my website, laurajworley.com. And my 3 books, I'll just tell you real quick, have all the information that you're going to need to get yourself free, or if you're a professional, to help survivors. The first book is it's called Puzzle Pieces to the Cabal, Mind Control, and Slavery. It's just real basic, but it gets into some basic things I think is a good foundation. I did not write any of the books to repeat myself, so you have to read them in order. So there are 3 parts. Second part is Puzzle Pieces Together. It's a manual, a pathway to freedom. So book 2 and 3 have an enormous amount of information, but they also are a manual for how to remove things, and with the tools. So I'm showing you how to remove the programming as well as the tools to do it, that any person can use. I highly recommend, even if you're not a survivor, is to read at least the information in number 1, part of 2, if you're not interested in the tools and the programming part. But number 3 that just came out, a lot of that information is not published, and it's the first part of the book, and that is about Mothers of Darkness, Fathers of Darkness, the Druids, and how they came about doing all this stuff. It's very interesting. People have not published this. It's from the information from the ladies I worked with, the 20 women. So book 3 is from them. And it's not, you can Google it. You will have a hard time finding anything because they have hid it. And they've hid, you guys have probably heard Druids are this ancient, great thing to look at. No, they stand for rape, murder, and incest. And they rule the world. They rule the humanity from the beginning of our time, ancient times, from the beginning of time in history. I have a lot of information in there. And Amanda Biesigan has a lot of information on Druids. I don't care if you're a survivor or not, Druids have affected your family. So I think it's very important to know that. And my third book is Puzzle Pieces Together, Hidden Knowledge, Part 3. And now I give the rest of the research to you guys. I expect you to go find more information, okay?
Light ignites, no more fear. Breaking chains, we're unbound. Feel the power, hear the sound. New earth rising, we are one. Under the moon, under the sun. Potential unleashed, DNA awake. Together we move, the world we remake. Food forests grow, abundance flows, seeds of the future, love bestows. State nationals, hand in hand, uniting strong across the land. Oh yeah, breaking chains, we're unbound. Feel the power, hear the sound. New earth rising, we are one. Under the moon, under the sun. Potential unleashed, DNA awake. Together we move, the world we remake. Rise up, feel the spark inside. The power flows, it's time to ride. Through the veil we break, we climb, unlock the code. It's our time, our time. Heart to heart, we synchronize. A wave of light, we realize. We're rising. We're rising. One force, united. Now aligning DNA ignites our truth inside. New abundance grows, a sacred rhythm the cosmos knows. State, national stand, hand in hand. Together we build a boundless land. Tonight, a wave of light, we realize. New we're rising. We're rising. One force, united. Now aligning DNA ignites our truth inside. New earth, we're rising into the light.
Rise up with hands in the soil we sow. Seeds of love in the places we grow. Breaking chains of all greed and design. Walking freely on this world that's divine. The sun whispers truths no dollar can buy. Roots of wisdom reach toward the sky. Together we mend what was broken apart. New Earth Collective beats with our heart. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall. One for the planet, one for us all. Shatter the cages of debt and despair. Step by step we reclaim what's fair. Harmony blooms where the old fight fell. A greater story we're here to tell. Shatter the cages of debt and despair. Step by step we reclaim what's fair. Harmony blooms where the old fight fell. A greater story we're here to tell. Let the waters flow, let the winds breathe clear. Spirit unbound, we are pioneers. Hands in the circle, dreams take flight. Under one banner we unite. We're building a new way from the ground, where freedom and balance are finally found. Legal and loving will break through the wall. One for the planet, one for us all.
Hello, everybody. We're regrouping here again. Okay. A few more people will be coming through the door, but we're going to get started. Here we go. I got the light there. All right. So I got that light. I'm going to pull this out because that light's right in the eye. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I'm blind. I can't see what I'm reading now. I got to blink. No, standing here, that's still in my eyes. Yeah. I got to step back. No, yeah, let's see. It's okay. I step back. The podium blocks the light from being blinding me. Yeah. It's okay. We'll step back. There we go. No, if I step forward, it's still. Not more technical issues. I'm going to step back. Yeah. This blocks it. Yeah. Okay. I step back. Yeah. Yeah. It's not as bad. Okay. All right, guys. Coming up next, we have Chris O'Connor here coming in. I'll just do a nice little intro here, guys. Chris O'Connor served 60 years on an alternative timeline in the secret space program, known as part of the 20 and Back program. The 20 and Back program refers to a covert space initiative in which participants served 20-year terms in off-world operations before being age regressed or moved into a clone of the appropriate age and returned to Earth, often with their memories suppressed. From the age of 2, Chris recalls being taken into covert programs linked to the SSP, serving 20 years on Earth aboard Mimas, an 8th density space station said to be overseen by the Confederation of Planets, where he lived among advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. Mimas is not simply a moon of Saturn, but an advanced space station owned and operated by the Confederation of Planets. Existing in the 8th density, a realm of unity consciousness and infinite awareness, and the highest octave of known existence, Mimas served as a hub where civilizations from across the galaxy gather to share knowledge, technology, and spiritual advancement. His job on the station extended far beyond what advanced technology, diplomacy, and consciousness work. As a telepath and empath, he was uniquely positioned to act as a liaison between humanity and a wide range of extraterrestrial civilizations. Upon returning to Earth with his memories slowly restored, Chris explains that his ability to recover memories comes from a combination of factors: a pre-incarnation, agreement to awaken and share his story, his natural sensitivity as a telepath and empath, a lifetime of meditation and seeking, and his work with interested extraterrestrial races and technologies. While most people experience only flashes of deja vu, Chris's path has allowed him to bring back detailed recollections, not just for himself, but as a catalyst for others to question their own hidden experiences. Due to the nature of his work, Chris did with both the US military and extraterrestrial races. Chris was exposed to many amazing technologies that bridge the gap between science and spirituality. This is how Chris was able to develop his DEAMS service, Divine Evolution, Electromagnetic Microsingularity, a groundbreaking tool that helps people relieve pain, heal, and unlock their own hidden potential. Wow, that's fantastic, Chris. So everybody, put your hands together for beautiful Chris O'Connor coming to speak.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much.
You can put it here, but that light was blinding in the eye, so
Oh, okay.
there we go. All right.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here, and thanks for having me and being here to listen. I don't like standing behind anything, so I'm going to kind of step out a little bit. As we just heard, I'm Chris O'Connor, and I did spend 60 years working for some covert military operation, and 20 years of that was on Earth, and then the next 40 years I was moved to it's a moon, the first moon outside the rings of Saturn, and it is called Mimas. But we'll get into a little more detail on that in a bit. But for the most part, that's where I spent my remaining 40 years. And in fact, when you understand how timelines work, that I'm actually still on Mimas until 2030. But I'm also here at the same time. So we can talk about that if anybody wants to know. You can ask about it. But for the most part, I was 2 years old. I was born in 1968 in Southern California.
And at the age of 2, I was taken from my grandmother's house where my parents were living, and I was taken by those memories at that age are fairly difficult to bring in detail. I just remember the shape of the man that brought me, and knowing what the Air Force uniforms look like now, I have to extrapolate it was the Air Force, but it could have been Navy. So anyway, they took me at the age of 2, and I was taken. I don't know where I was taken necessarily. I do believe it was still on Earth, and I was age advanced to from a 2-year-old to about a mid-20-year-old in about 4 to 5 weeks, and that process was fairly traumatizing. What they do is there are multiple ways of age advancing. I think they've probably got better stuff now, but at that time, the most stable way of age advancing a body was to put them in this what's called a pink goo or pink gel. It's a little thicker than water, not a lot, but a little bit. And they basically put you in a tank and drowned you. So I was drowned and forced to take in this gel, right? I mean, because I was placed in the tank and they compressed my chest and stomach down and caused me to try to inhale. So I took in this pink gel. Well, this pink gel is pretty phenomenal stuff, actually. It's a technology, and it's based on, and it's grown, but it's based on the DNA of whoever they're going to try to age advance. So at some point they had my DNA already, and so then they prepared this tank of this pink gel based on my DNA. So that it also has an anesthetizing quality, and you kind of get put out. But I just remember being drowned and looking at the face of this woman while she's doing it, and I'm 2 years old, right? So then when you what the body does when it's in that kind of a trauma is it releases everything, right? So because you're basically getting ready to die, the body. So then they have to flush the tank out, and they flushed out the tank and refilled it very quickly, and they left me in there. So I had to I remember trying to struggle to breathe. It was a little harder than breathing air, but I realized this gel was providing oxygen. These aren't the complex thoughts I had it to, but now I look back, this is how I believe it was. I was told later by my handler in the Air Force what happened. So that's how I got most of my information. Was fortunately somebody actually told me what happened, and so the memories I had made sense. I could put them together. So there I am in this tank. I'm calming down now, and then they put this series of needles, because this you can imagine, a tank, a couple foot long, but it's on its side it's like a acrylic cylinder, so you could see through it. And then there's a top lid and everything. And so that's where they put me in. And then all around it are these little small holes, like little rubber, stopper things. And so once I'd calmed down, then they started putting in these needles through these holes. And those needles were penetrating my body. And what that was meant for was so that my body would grow internally and externally all at the same rate. So they penetrated all of the organs, or at least got close to them. And that pink gel that was in that space was also being pumped inside the body so that everything would grow at the same rate. So that process was several weeks, like I said, 4 or 5 weeks. I don't know the exact length of time, and of course I was moved after a short period of time, which I don't remember much of anything after kind of being drowned in it, much after that, I don't remember. But then they moved me into because I was growing. So then they moved me into a larger tank, and I don't really remember the process of being moved. I have no memory of that. But then I was in this larger tank, and the next thing I know, this is like 4 or 5 weeks later, they flushed the tank. And And now I am a 2-year-old brain in a 25-year-old body, and so for the next 2 or 3 days, I cried like a baby. I mean, that's what I was. And it was really very freaky feeling, because I knew something was different, but I didn't have the capacity to know what was actually different. And all I know is it's like I was constantly cold, and I just wanted my parents and all this stuff. So it was for like a couple of days. And the reason it was a couple of days is because my body had to readjust to oxygen. And I actually had gotten so accustomed subconsciously to that gel that now it was kind of panicky to breathe air again. So it's amazing to me how our brain adjusts, right? So anyway, I was there for 2, 3, 4 days, just on a hospital type bed. And so after that, what they did was they came in once my body adjusted to oxygen and my new muscles. Then they unlocked my memories, and then like moments, like seconds after they unlocked my memories, I then knew who I was. I knew why I was there, and that I had agreed to do it ahead of time, before I was ever born. I actually myself and my soul family met with the United States military ahead of time and made this plan up. And it was my bright idea. So I'm like, careful what you ask for. So anyway, once they unlocked my memories, it took some time to emotionally adjust. And so we went through that process. Then I went into some training with the military, mostly in memory extraction, in empathic and psychological strengthening of the mind, and all these things, because that's the work I was there to do. So I spent about 20 years in service. Part of the agreement that I made with the military was if you sponsor me in this program, because I'm not, as many of us, I am not originally from Earth, but we're here to be of assistance in any way that we can find to be of assistance to help humanity during this transitional period into more enlightenment. And we all do it in a very different way. And this was my way, because what I ultimately wanted to do was represent Earth at the space station of Mimas. And this was the only way to do it, because what happens when there's a whole clause of non-interference, that most races abide by here on Earth. So the way around that is to literally be born into the race. So now you're part of that race. So any memories you bring in is being of assistance to them. And you're not limited then, so you can tell everything and then you're helping the race in that way. So this is why I had to go through this process. And so after that 20-year period, I did a lot of work in deserts of, I don't know if it's California, Nevada, you can't tell when you're that remote. But I remember a base that was out there, and the work I was doing, I was security, and then also going through training myself. So I did that for 20 years here on Earth. And then I was transferred to Mimas, where there is actually an Earth embassy. So it's a phenomenal place. Oh my gosh, I wish everybody could see it. What we all don't know here is far beyond I know there's a lot of, I get real emotional about it. It's because a couple of things that bring this on is, one, I'm so sad for everybody that you don't know what we have out there. My heart grieves for that. Well, that's an interesting question. Being on two separate alternate timelines and actually living and having both memories, some people consider me about 123. And then but I have lived 57 years since I was returned to 1970. But what we don't know that's out there is so phenomenal. And that, like I said, there's an Earth embassy. There are hundreds of Earth humans. And I always say Earth humans because there are other humans that are not from Earth. And so Earth humans that are at the embassy. And that the work I was there to do was to be a liaison between alien races and Earth and humanity. And so I did that technically for 40 years, and I worked with a great number of races. And it's been obviously phenomenal. And once I got to the station at Mimas, and the thing about Mimas is that it's just like our moon. It was naturally occurring. It was created naturally through the processes of physics and vacuum of space. But it was reworked. And it was reworked by a race whose name, they probably don't have a name anymore. All those higher frequency vibratory races just let go of names because they're unnecessary. But they're high eighth density race. And that's also the 15th dimension, so there's like densities and dimensions kind of like overlap. So if we were to go to Mimas right now, what it looks like is the Death Star from Star Wars. It looks almost identical to that. But so what we see is a rocky moon if we were to go there now, right? Which we can because we have tens of thousands of ships, United States does. And once we were to get to that planet, we would see a rocky moon. But what Earth also has on their ships are engines that are not just, don't just have the ability to travel faster than light, but they also have the ability to change their dimension and their density. So that's what you see when some people see something phase in and out, a ship. It's because they're adjusting their density and dimensional frequencies. And so I don't know what the engine is called technically, but I call it a density engine because it makes the most sense. So once you arrive on some of these ships are nearly as large as the island of Manhattan. You have hundreds of thousands of people on them, and they travel intergalactically. But the ships I've traveled on were much smaller, more like battleship size type of ships. And once you get there, then what you see is a rocky moon. Beautiful, but still a rock, because that's in the 3rd to 4th density level. So they turn on this density engine, and then it's like an electromagnetic force field that picks up around like a plasma field around the ship. And then they just adjust that plasma to the frequency that they want to visit. And so when it's in full 8th density, they could switch it all the way up to 8th density. And then suddenly this rocky moon is a big giant space station, because, in our different densities and frequencies, what we can perceive is different. So if we were here now and we were a 6th, 7th density individual visiting, they would see a completely different thing than you and I see. They can interact with it, where we can't generally interact with higher densities. Lower, you can interact with lower, but not with higher. So then they turn on these density engines, and suddenly this rocky moon is a space station, and you can dock with it. Now, as a 3rd density body, 3rd, 4th, you can't really visit higher densities for very long, if at all. Like 5th density, we really can't physically visit those densities. So the space station is 123 miles wide, and it's a sphere, and so, but our section that we can dock with is 3rd, 4th density. So we dock with that section of the space station, and we can exit the space station into those areas, which is like a big giant mall, with just like each floor is like 20 plus feet, and there's just many floors, and it looks like all glass and white, and it's like right outside the rings of Saturn. So then they had these projections which you could see the rings and then Saturn itself in the background, and it's very, very beautiful. But that's where the Earth Embassy is, and the Earth Embassy looks like an embassy you'd see here on Earth. They kind of did that to make people comfortable, so it's kind of like French provincial sort of work, and beautiful Western artwork and sculptures and trees and things like that, so that when visitors come or people get there for the first time and the first time they've ever been off of Earth, they feel like they're at home. And so that was a reason for that. But it's a very large embassy, and I don't know the number of personnel, but they were often into the hundreds of Earth humans that were there. But my job was to, like I said, be a liaison between races. And so we would sit down like in a boardroom, in a conference room, at a table, and I would sit across from multiple races and have different discussions with them. Usually we were working out trade agreements. We would also try to work out different types of, like we could go maybe mine on some asteroid that some other race owned, sort of thing. So there's all these things we were doing. But the biggest thing I had to do was when the Dark Fleet, we'll call them that just to make it easier, there are a lot of Earth humans that have left that are not our friends. And they're really nobody's friends. And they don't keep agreements necessarily. And they do a lot of bad, negative things. So what I would have to do all the time is actually work with, well, I'll give you an example so you'll understand. There was this one particular race. They were tall, 7 to 8 feet tall. They had triangular heads, and they looked like what we call a gray. They weren't bad. They weren't good. They were just themselves. And they learned to suppress their emotion because they're biological. They learned to suppress their emotion over time, sort of like a Vulcan on Star Trek. And so they don't like to lose their temper or get too excited or anything. So what happens is this Dark Fleet visited it was either their planet or one of their outposts, which was a mining asteroid they were mining. So this Dark Fleet went to them and said they wanted to make a trade. I think it was for some type of crystals, but I don't exactly remember, because that's one of the most traded things in the universe is crystals. And they didn't want to, because this race didn't want to work with the Dark Fleet because they were part of Mimas and the Confederation of Planets. So they were like, we can't work with you, because they didn't agree to do it, but they didn't want to create problems, by working with the who they knew as the bad guys in the human race anyway. So what they did was the Dark Fleet left, and then they came back and they took what they wanted anyway, and ended up killing about 300,000 of these people to do it. Well, naturally, that's bad, So I had to meet, and I had escorts. We had to go. I used to think, how memories are, so you kind of put them all together later. That when these memories first came in, I thought we were on Mimas, but actually, we went to that asteroid they were mining, and we had to meet with these people and basically do whatever we could, because they were seeking vengeance on Earth. They were going to come to Earth and attack. And so we're like, this is critical. We have to get in there. So we met with them, and we had a discussion with them, and they were highly emotional. Even though I said they were trying to suppress their emotions, 300,000 of them were just murdered by Earth humans. And it doesn't matter if you're the Dark Fleet or the good guys or bad guys. That's not relative. What's relative is they were Earth humans. because we're all responsible for each other's actions on a galactic spiritual level. And so because they were Earth humans, we were sent in to try to negotiate something and, of course, make apologies and do whatever we had to do. So we're sitting there, and I had an escort. His name was Bertrand. Actually, we found one another. He lives in France. And he was this huge guy. He was human, but he was just gigantic, because they part of the programs is they will create and modify DNA so that you'll have the same body, but it'll be just much larger. And when you're working with certain races, like this particular race, when they're 7-8 feet tall, they don't have the respect for smaller beings. It's harder for them to relate because they're looking down upon them, and just for the physics of it, right? And just for the biology of it. So we had to bring Bertrand in, this huge guy. And he was a super soldier. He was like all in, totally military. And so we go into this room and we sit down. He's sitting next to me, and there's another gentleman on the other side of him. And then there are 3 of these representatives of this race. And so we're talking. I'm sitting across from the gentleman that was, like I said, triangular head, gray. And I was there usually in those situations because of my empathy, my empathic ability. I could tell what's happening in their mind. I wouldn't read the mind, but I could tell emotionally where they were. And I told Bertrand, I said, I don't know. I don't know if this is working out, because I don't think they don't feel heard. They don't feel that we get what actually devastation happened when the Dark Fleet killed 300,000 of their people, and they're out for vengeance. And we weren't really getting anywhere with them. And so I tell this to Bertrand. And then I was told to say something, and I forget what it was I said, but it triggered him, this other race. It triggered him, and he was wearing just like a vest. So his chest was exposed. So what he did was put his hand in this area somehow. I thought he swiped. Bertrand said no, he did a circle either way. And then as soon as he did what he did over what would be our heart area, this beam of like a green-blue type of light, like a laser beam, came out of his chest. And he hits me right here in the shoulder with that beam and throws me back on the floor, and I die. So, of course, security runs in. It's a big thing, and it's like they drag me out. And fortunately, the ships we travel in and the Earth Embassy, most personnel have copies of their body available for emergencies like this. And so they had one, so they got me into the ship, and then they brought my consciousness from this body, because you can still pull the consciousness and the spirit from the pineal gland area for about 2 hours. You can still make an attachment. And they do that through your frequency and vibration, because they know every single one of us. If they have your file, they have your frequency that your pineal gland creates. It's like a fingerprint. Everybody's is different. There are no 2 alike. So they went in and they pulled out my consciousness and memory and put it in the copy. Now, the copy is an exact copy. And I don't like to use the word clone, because clone has a negative connotation and sounds more synthetic and unnatural. But a copy is a literally grown exact copy of the individual. In my case, it was 25-ish again. So they moved me into the new body. And for the next several days, it was like I had the flu, while my body and my consciousness and energetic field all kind of realigned. So it was like I was sick for a few days. Well, I was sitting in the hospital, and Bertrand came in. Just a few days later, I'm sitting on the foot of the bed, and he comes down and sits next to me. And I'm like, okay, what happened? I had no idea. All I remember is that flash of light, the chest thing, and I'm gone. He said, well, the second you fell back. Security rushed in, of course, theirs and ours, and dragged me out. So, well, it makes sense. He said, the good thing is that the second this other entity hit me with that beam of light, he recognized his actions. And he said, oh my gosh, I'm doing to them what they did to 300,000 of us. He says, and it doesn't matter that it's 1 versus 300,000. The fact is, it's the action that counted. And so he immediately calmed, and then they came to an agreement. Yeah. Yeah. So, and they didn't visit Earth. Not at that capacity anyway. And that guy and I became friends after that, because we understood one another, and he learned something, I learned something, right? So it was really wonderful. And so we became friends for many years. Yes, sir.
I just have to know who gave the command that they killed 300,000 people.
Well, there are.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I said, who would have commanded that somebody killed 300,000 people?
Well, yeah. So we go so everybody can hear.
I was just curious, who would make such a demand that somebody kill 300,000 souls?
Not the good guys. That's for sure. It's part of the easiest way to refer to them is the Dark Fleet. There's a lot of Earth humans that have left Earth to basically conquer and control, and it was them. It wasn't us. But they wanted those resources. They wouldn't buy them. They wouldn't let them buy them, so they took them. Just as it's a robbery. Yeah.
Even in space.
But it's not nearly as prevalent. That's for sure.
Hey, Chris, I got some questions.
Sure.
So, one of my alters, Lucas Crichton, spent some time in the ambassadorial corps. Have you ever worked on a USS Guinevere, or have heard of that as a part of the ambassadorial corps?
I've heard of it. I don't know. I don't. The one thing I'm really bad on is recalling names.
Yeah, I've been there.
Things. But I was on a number of ships. But most of the time when I was traveling, I was either in these rooms on top of the ships that were Faraday cages, basically, to block psychic intervention, or I was in stasis.
Yeah. Okay. So here's a question about your liaison position. So what would get you kicked out early or ended the contract as a part of that? Because I'm trying to remember a story in that direction. What would get you kicked out? Would it be, or would what? Okay. Here's a good question.
Okay.
What would happen if the 2 hours were to extend past the 2 hours to get the pineal gland back? What happens then? Because I played a Bertrand, right? What happens then?
It returns to your native soul family. You go back home, wherever that is in the universe.
Can they get recovered after that?
Well, no, because they can put it in a sonic stasis chamber for up to 2 weeks. But then after that, it'll begin to degrade consciousness because it's a vibrational conglomeration of frequency and energy is what the soul and the consciousness are. So it begins to degrade. So then if they can't, for some reason, get you in another body or something, but you have to also, it's like a DNR or do not resuscitate. It's sort of like that. You can say, well, you can do all you can do until what time you must let me out of that.
Were there any regulations in regards to if you were to get trapped in a soul gem kind of weapon? So they have these soul gem weapons where if you were to stab them, the soul gets trapped in the gem. Are there any regulations involving that? Because I think that might have been involved in my incident.
Well, I would say that it's not something that, a Dark Fleet would do something like that. And they don't follow the rules. So
it was a reptilian.
Yeah. I've had interactions with them too. Yeah.
They're kind of terrible. This will be my last question. Do you have any, here's a good one. What's the highest density being that you've negotiated with. Could you tell us a story in relation to that? Like, what was it about? Like, what was interesting about it? Any thoughts?
Yeah, well, that I negotiated with is different than what I interacted with on a close level, because those higher density entities have a really hard time coming down into the lower densities. And here I am in third, fourth, right? So most of the entities I worked with were third, fourth densities, entities. So I was limited in that, but there were these beings on Mimas, for example, that were high density that looked like shadows. And they were probably 12 feet tall, and so they would come through because they can visit lower densities again, right? And they would just come through as shadows. We call them like the shadow walkers. So we couldn't really interact with them, but they could visit us and be through. And there were other ones. There was another being that was all pink light and all around edges. That's sort of a humanist shape, but not really. They don't need shape. And then it was like this white line around the edges and sparkling golden white around them. They were just really phenomenal. But again, they only interact telepathically. And so they would say things and I'd respond, but that was kind of the limit. We could, because basically you're talking to, at that high frequency density level, this physical body we can't go jump into a fire, we'll burn, or, even something nuclear, because of that energy so high. So I didn't interact with too many of them that were of that high density and frequency. So.
Probably pass this around back here, but I have 4 questions.
Okay.
One is, what would your body look like to us in your original race now? How would you describe what you would look like? So we could picture you like that talking to us.
I think around 16 feet tall, quite thin, very blue. So, yeah.
Okay, and then since you brought up the shadow walkers, do you think that was who maybe was in the Miami Mall situation? Because they described them that way.
I don't know. I saw a video with a glimpse, and it wasn't enough information, but they weren't as tall as the ones I'm familiar with.
Okay. Since you've said the subconscious mind is in the pineal gland, is that what you would, how people don't really know does the mind live? Is that what you would say, the mind lives in the pineal gland?
Yeah, what the pineal gland does, it's basically our power plant for our nervous system. What is the cave of Brahma, that whole little area of the brain. So the pineal gland has calcite crystals in it, and then they're under hydraulic pressure from the CSF fluid, the cerebral spinal fluid. And when you put pressure on it, it creates electricity. And that creation of the piezoelectric electricity is what it is. And that's what is throughout our whole nervous system. And everybody, because our crystals grow slightly different and because our pineal gland is slightly different, when that pressure is put on, the frequency that we put out is different. Everybody's totally different. So that's how they interact with you on that level of being able, they can actually, in a second, put a device up to your head near your temple and push a button, and your soul and everything gets sucked into that little device. And then they can just turn around, put it on the soul of a copy of you. Has to be a DNA match. And then they release that button, and then it goes into a new body. So it's that fast.
Would you say the mind is different than the soul?
Well, that's what I say. It's like a combination of frequencies. The consciousness is the mind and the soul, the ego and the soul, and so it's like a mixture. So they come together in a coherent being, and which is, as a side note, why nuclear weapons are so bad. is because that's the only thing that can disassemble the soul. So that's why the bad guys, if they want to wipe someone out, they'll try to get those type of weapons.
Well, people were saying that about the vaccine for the COVID was that it was taking the ability to ascend away from people's souls.
Yeah.
Is there any truth to that?
I can't say that there was. I don't have that information. Yeah, but
okay. My last question is just since you were talking about how when you're looking at different moons in different dimensions, they appear differently. Mm-hmm. Do you have any insight on what the 3-eye atlas would look like in its regular dimension?
I don't,
or what that even is.
I don't know what it would look like. I know it was occupied because there's a consciousness to it, and I could feel that consciousness. Well, that was a while back, but I haven't checked on it in a long time. But I don't know what it would have exactly looked like because there's so many shapes and sizes of ships. For sure.
Well, hello, Chris. James Rake here. So I have a really good question, and that has to do with memory recall. In this community, I would say probably about 98% of all the super soldiers, secret space program experiencers really don't remember much, but yet you seem like you have it together. Maybe, if I make a mistake, I was just wondering, why do you think some people remember more than others, and what can we do to recover our memories? Thank you.
Yeah, excellent question, James. Firstly, it depends on the individual and their guidance. That's one of the big reasons guidance is here, is to help us determine what we need to do. And sometimes that goes against what we desire here in third density Earth, right? Fourth density Earth. There are certain memories, if I had remember oppositely, so if I had one memory and there's no context for the memory, and then I have another memory that creates context for that other memory, so they like piggyback on each other. And if you remember them in opposite side, like you remember the one that has context but not the memory, you don't understand what's going on, then it can short you out basically, and you'll just give up. So guidance is there, our own personal guidance, to help unlock the memories that is appropriate for the time and experience that you are currently in. For example, I remembered the Sasquatch many, many years ago, even as a child. I interacted with them, and so I knew, to me, they were big and scary, but they were friendly for the most part. Of course, there's bad ones too, just like humanity. But for the most part, I remember the Sasquatch. And I also remembered off-planet stuff. But I didn't know, and if I had known that some of the Sasquatch were not our friends and that worked with some of our other alien, not our friend races, which aren't not that many, they just seem to pervade all the information. If I had remembered that some of the Sasquatch will actually abduct people for these aliens, and it's the very few in number, but they still exist. Like humanity, some of us are bad folks, right? It's the same thing, because they're just as intelligent as you and I. But if I had remembered that they were abducting people and giving them to aliens without the context of understanding and remembering what overall the Sasquatch people are very, very good and positive, I may have given up on trying to seek information, right? Because I'm like, well, I can't deal with, because I know what they do with some of the people they take. And I'm like, if I'd remembered that stuff first, I would have not wanted to go there. So I had to remember the good things first. And then the bad things kind of came in to kind of create balance and context. Yes, sir.
If you were traveling, what would you want in your pocket that would be universally accepted as value?
That's an excellent question. And I don't think they've heard you, but what would I take with me if I were traveling intergalactically that I felt was the most valuable?
Or recognized as the most valuable thing, yeah.
Probably a piece of selenite. Yeah, and a piece of obsidian. Yeah. So
Maybe a copy of your DNA.
there, that's in the room. You know?
Okay.
They had a copy of you available.
Testing.
Oh, the reason selenite, it brings in pure white light and love,
Ah, cellulite.
and that's always good to have around you, right? The second thing is obsidian, because it has a frequency that many negative non-corporeal entities can't be around. So,
Sungite?
so those are my two
Shungite.
favorite. White,
Yes.
of course, it's in balance, right? The pure white selenite and the pure black obsidian. That's what life is. It's balance.
Dust.
All right. It seems to be a good example of it.
I'm going to make a comment too. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Chris. First of all, there's an old commercial that used to be on TV where the guy comes on with the beer and he says, "I'm the most interesting man in the world." Not anymore. I'm serious. I got to have a wonderful talk with you yesterday, and the healing device I got over there, boy, my knees better, everything, just using that for like 45 minutes. Go visit him in his booth. What he has works, I can tell you. I want to give you an endorsement to that.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah, and then the next question, which is also coming from Melissa, Shungite. Yeah, we'd like to ask you
Oh, I
about
love shungite. Yeah.
What about it?
But I find the obsidian, because the density of the obsidian, it emits a different frequency and it's more stable. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, okay, so back to what you were saying. I was so fascinated about the shadow people and the really highly evolved, ascended masters. So if we were going to see Jesus, like what would be the highest of high of the dimensions right before the Godhead? If you could share that with us. And also, if an ascended master, would they be like the shadow, or is there beyond that? I'm just so fascinated
So
with all
the
that.
interesting thing about, that's an excellent question. Thank you. The interesting thing about the shadow, that's how we perceived them, because we have third, fourth density eyes and we can only see a limited amount of light. So they were really very light, white, bright beings, but my eyes couldn't see that. It could just see a shadow. And unless they wanted you to see that, then they could readjust their frequencies so kind of to match my ability to see. Yeah.
Okay, so Buddha or Christ would look something like that if we.
It depends on the individual.
Depends. Okay,
Yeah.
it's all different. It's how we
Yeah.
perceive it. Yeah, and the other quick thing I just wanted to ask too. Many of us tend to be out of body at night. You know how we'll be traveling. When we're traveling, can we also shift up if we are higher vibrational in our travels up to a higher? Because I've had a couple people say they had dreams about me where they saw me 12 feet high.
Yeah.
Now, again, that's not coming from ego. I mean, I just laughed about it. But can we shift up to higher vibrations when we're out of our bodies traveling?
If you are higher vibration
Thank you.
natively. So if your native soul is, say, seventh density, for example, when you leave your body at night, you have that capacity. It's a little more limited than being freed from the physical body because you're dragging it along with you, basically. But yeah, whatever your frequency is naturally, your native frequency, then that's where you'll go back to. Yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Just trying for a little clarification.
Sure.
You said when the triangular-headed alien hit you with a blue-green in your shoulder and incapacitated you to the point of clinical death, let's call it.
Mhm.
And you said that then your pineal gland had like a 2-hour window of vibrancy. Okay. And then further in your discussion, we talked about how a nuclear weapon would disrupt the soul, but we were stating back to when they took your consciousness and put it in the clone, that consciousness was both mind and soul. But if that pineal gland would disintegrate, that you'd go home.
Correct.
Now, my belief, I want to hear your belief, but my belief is that you cannot destroy what God created. I am that I am will go to home no matter if it's a nuclear, an atomic, a mechanical death, whatever to this avatar. I have my original fractal from Prime Creator.
Right.
Your comment on that?
I understand. I hear exactly what you're saying. And I wish I could tell you that in my understanding that is correct. But the reason when a planet develops nuclear weapons, everybody comes in is because of that very fact that the vibrational state of a nuclear explosion or they call it energy weapons. That vibrational state of the energy weapon is so intense, it matches God to a certain degree. And then it doesn't give you the opportunity because it happens so fast. You don't have the opportunity to transfer over, and it literally disassembles what we would call the consciousness, the soul, the ego, all that information. It disassembles them, and it dissipates.
I think the Egyptians said that too. They said that a nuclear blast is the second and final death of the soul.
Yeah. So it's a matter of assembling the parts that create the soul and disassembling the parts. And a nuclear weapon can disassemble those parts. It's the only thing that can do that. Yes.
Hi, Chris. I have a question on that note, actually. In terms of atomic bombs, does anyone on Earth actually possess that ability, that power? Can they exercise it? I know we hear a lot of threats out there. So and so has one, and they can use it, or they're about to. That's been going on for many years. But could they actually use it if they wanted to? In your opinion, are they allowed to?
Well, so this is where the trickiness comes in of agreements with multiple races and with the planet and its planet itself. The best way I can answer that is to give you the Hiroshima and Nagasaki example. And because that it was a human designed energy weapon, and because it was a human choice to use them in that way, they couldn't step in. The Confederation of Planets couldn't interfere. They were locked out of the choice. But what they could do was, because they're outside of time, they have all the time they need. Just before the bomb exploded, it was in the atmosphere. Just before it exploded, they harvested every single soul.
Okay.
They didn't lose one soul.
Just a final question on that note still. Was it actually an atomic bomb in Japan, in your opinion?
It was an energy weapon, but yes, but of course, splitting the atom creates that energetic release.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, Chris. This is Saul. I had a question on the Bigfoot. So when I was a little girl, I had a Bigfoot friend, and he would protect me from the other Bigfoot. I didn't know what Bigfoot were. I called him a moo-moo monster because I didn't know. But so today I work out in the desert, and I do communicate with Bigfoot. And they've always been nice, except for one event I had, and I don't even think they were mean. I think they were just protecting an area. So how do you? So I've, in my opinion, I've only been around really positive ones. How do you? I hear them click. I hear them whistle. I hear them vocalize. They toss rocks lightly, never at you, just near you, just to say hi. They're very playful. Is there? People talk about, do you ever smell them? I'm like, only twice in my life have I ever smelled the pungent smell. The ones I work with don't. So, is there a distinction in any way between the quote good guys and the bad guys, either sound, vocalization, behavior, smell, size, color, and follow up to that? Who is who working for? You know what I mean? I know I got my team that I work with, and they're good guys. So who's working for whom?
That in the broader spectrum, that's almost impossible to answer, the who's working for whom thing. But for the most part, I know getting close to running out of time, to quickly explain, there are two physiological basic races of Sasquatch. One is more of a second density animal form mentality, and the other is a fourth density mentality that came from the planet Maldek. And they reincarnated here on Earth in that form. So they have as much intelligence as you and I, and in probably many ways more, because they blew their planet up. They had the technology to do that. So they came here as basically karmic restitution to live in a lower life form that they couldn't do the same on Earth. And those are the ones with the glowing eyes. The others are more animal based. So they're more instinctual, just like a wild animal. You know, so those are the two basic ones. But there is a third, and I'll quickly say those are not real. They are non-corporeal entities that live within the earth that want to have a physical form. So this is what cattle mutilations are, by the way. They take material, physical material, and they transmute that into some whatever shape or form they want. That's why in Skinwalker Ranch, if you remember, they were shooting at this giant black wolf, and then the piece of that flesh flew off. And the wolf, not interacting, it doesn't have a nervous system. So this piece of flesh, they went and picked it up, and it was rotted. And it was immediately they picked it up. It's because that material had been around for a while and was decaying already anyway.
So who's the good and bad? Are they all good and bad?
They're all good and bad, yeah. But, you know, in the more intelligent ones, the Maldekian, there's more good simply because of their instincts are more advanced. So.
Can you explain time-space bending, please?
Time and space bending or blending?
Bending.
Bending. Well, time's a wave, and it's interdimensional. And so because there's a wave, you know, we can measure waves, troughs, and valleys, you know, peaks and valleys.
Hold on a second. Somebody's talking. It's really hard to hear what he's saying. Thank you.
Because a wave, it can be measured in its peaks and valleys. And time as a wave is created by the universe itself. And so it pervades the whole of the universe. And so any point in time, so say the center of the universe, wherever that might be, that's where the time started. So the wave went out from there. And this is the beginning of the universe. So if you have the right technology, you can measure that and you know when. And so, and when that wave comes through and you know how to measure the peak or the valley, and so you can set a timestamp period and use that. And this is how they move in time, you know, and it interacts interdimensionally with the physical world when you know how to find those measurements and the technology to use it.
Is that how you did your interplanetary travel?
Those were different engines. Those engines were, you have to be traveling at least 99% the speed of light, a little bit more. And that's a variable. The speed of light is different depending on gravity and what's around, because it's bent in certain ways, especially around black holes. So we traveled through engines that could actually just basically collapse, you know, space, you know, and then so you're there in a much shorter time. And then the higher technology, which we don't have that I'm aware of, is you can actually fold time and actually be there instantly. So
I like that.
yeah.
I can just tell it, you know.
Hi, Chris. So I have a few questions about economy currency. So what type of currency is being used in the station, and what type of currency is used intergalactically?
I was never aware of currency. You don't need currency on Mimas. Everything's provided.
So on your
but it's
free
through trade
time,
usually.
you don't go to a cafeteria or
Yeah, you
cinema?
do, but you don't have to pay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And intergalactically? So when you
they don't use what we would call money. They use minerals. They use technology. They use information, and that's what's traded.
So when they come to park in the station, to pay?
No.
No.
No, it's meant for all. Yeah, good and bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chris, I have a friend in secret space program who, when Robert David Steele announced in 2016 that there were 250 kids on Mars, I asked my friend and I said, well, what's going on with this? And he said, oh, no, we have at least 300 by now, as he had been to Mars twice. And then he said, and we have at least 40,000 on the moon. Are those still good figures at this point? If not, what are they? And how about Venus and otherwise throughout the solar system?
Yeah, I'm not a Mars expert, and I don't pull too much information in on stuff that's not related to my personal experience, just because I want to be able to tell you guys what I know to be true. But I do know that there aren't just kids; there are adults. There are a lot of people that are taken and moved somewhere for one reason or another. Whether it's like, interestingly, a lot of people that end up missing in the woods, for example, are engineers, because that's a technology or that's an ability that can be used somewhere. So they'll take that person. So that's pretty much what it's for. There are a lot of much darker reasons to have people. I think somebody mentioned that humans are food for some races, and we are. And I visited some of what I call the human farms. And it was not something I share too much publicly, because it's not necessarily information that we need to be focusing on, because it's such a small minority of my experience. My experience it was some really negative, bad stuff at times, but for the most part, all of these races want us to get it. They want to bring us in, right? And we're very limited. And a lot of races think that we're not nearly ready enough. So the information I try to bring out is based in love. It's based in the fact that we need to bring that love in and get together, because nothing else is really going to work. We have to bring that in and get our minds together, figure it out. We don't have to agree with everything. I mean, who wants to agree with everybody? How interesting would that be? Not very. So we want everybody to have different thoughts, because it advances everyone. So, but what we have to do is bring in the love, and just love them anyway, no matter what you think. And that's how all the other races do it. They're like, yeah, we don't get along, but we love them, So,
I have a question. I have an estate that borders the Smoky Mountain National Park, and I know that there's Bigfoots in there. What I like to do is I have a porch that overlooks this area, and I'd like to invite interaction, like through the CE5, the Dr. Greer thing, but I don't want to invite the wrong activity. Is there a way? Now, I personally am a very loving person, and I suspect that like would attract like. Is that a fair assessment?
I would say so, yeah.
So I could just I would not invite something that would take me and put me in a farm?
Well, I would first invite light to join you. And then if you bring in the light, the others aren't going to come.
Only the good.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I promised her next.
Okay, yeah, and then I'm right after you. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah. See, you're so popular here. We're all taking number. Okay, so two things. First of all, just want to say it brings to mind when you were talking about how detrimental that nuclear can be. Those situations where ships have actually come down, highly evolved spaceships have come down and they've detonated. You all heard about that? They've actually stopped. And dismantled some in a couple cases when allegedly they may have gone off.
Sure.
The rockets. So is that where they have kind of a nice peacemaking?
It was their way of saying, if we wanted to, we can set them off, we can shut them down.
It was a good warning.
It was a nice little, just be aware.
Right. Yeah, that was really great. And also physically, when you went up to where you were there near Saturn to the moon there. With our physical bodies, let's say we all want to go, right? How does it affect your physical body, and how long does it take for you to adjust to where you go when you actually go, or how does that work?
Well, the only clear memory I have of traveling from Earth to Saturn, I was put in stasis.
Oh, stasis, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what happens. And then when you wake up and you come around, are you just normal? Everything's okay?
I mean, I don't know, normal's relative.
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't say normal. Yeah, yeah. How did you feel when you first woke up?
Well,
If you remember?
you feel, well, first
Thank
of all,
you.
cold. It seemed like everything I did, I was freezing to death. But also, it takes a bit just to kind of like reintegrate everything. So it's not like instantaneous. You're awake and you jump out of bed. I mean, who does that?
Right, exactly.
I certainly don't. So it's just sort of like getting up out of bed or after really heavy sleep. So it takes a little bit for you to
So that's
adjust.
what we can expect if we come up to visit you sometime.
Yeah, right.
Okay, great. You're next. Thank you so much, Chris.
Sure.
This has been fantastic.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
So the theory of DNA being the biggest commodity out in the universe,
Mhm.
and what is the real difference between mitochondria and DNA, and why is our DNA so important to these upworld beings?
Well, because we're a mixture of 22 races, you can count Y chromosome and the X chromosome as being slightly different. So I always say 23. But for the most part, the differences are in the research and the technology that's done to put these different types together. And that's what's traded, is the information. And you are correct that DNA is literally what you could count, say, pound for pound, the most valuable thing in the universe.
Okay, so what about the mitochondria? Does the mitochondria hold the codes, our sacred codes? What everybody comes in, it's like our divine blueprint?
It's where all your memories are. That's where your memories are, and that's where your God connection is as well. They're antennae, is what they are.
Thank you, Chris.
Without the mic, there's a little bit of interference.
I've got a loud question. Do they have recreational drugs in space?
I would say that they would probably do, yeah. But I'll tell you the difference being that by the time you're at that level, you don't need them. But sure, everything exists there that exists here.
Testing. God, okay. This is God speaking.
No, it doesn't really shift that much. We have to go into the areas of the station that we're compatible with, and it's an amazing station. You walk around and the floors feel super soft like clouds, but they're not. They just feel that way because we had boots that interacted with the flooring, and so it was like it would put it like a magnetic cushion, but it held us down, but it also kept us stable. And so it's like you're walking on clouds. It was a really interesting sensation, and the air was like highly ozonated and it almost felt a little bit thicker. It's like you didn't need to take but a third of the breaths you would take here on Earth. So it was really interesting. Yeah.
It's a comfortable environment. They create a comfortable environment.
Very much. Yeah. In fact, there was a redwood forest next to the embassy. Yeah. And that's where the Sasquatch people lived. Yeah.
Okay, quick question, if I may. And we are working on the mic. There's some interference as we are recording. But quick question. You said other human beings. I believe we are the new kids on the block. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. Do you have any stories about the first time you met other humans? And how that was, how they saw you, how you saw them? Was it fascinating to see other humans from other planets, or was that just
It was hard to tell. I mean,
Okay.
they look just like us. But if you would speak to one, then you could tell a noticeable difference in understanding and consciousness. A lot of those folks believe Earth was destroyed. And so they were told Earth is gone. And so you got to stay where you're at. You can't go home.
And do you know why they were told that? Just out of
It was a control factor from the dark side of the fleet. Yeah. To keep them enslaved.
Okay, all right. Okay, I will hand the mic over, but I want you to know that this is very loose here, so you got to be really careful, okay? This is going to come out. He's working on a new chord. There is a little bit of interference on the recording, so.
Okay. You mentioned earlier the destruction of Maldek.
Yes.
And I understand the destruction of Maldek has to do with the loss of the surface of Mars and later the flood of Atlantis. Can you talk about this a little bit, please?
All I really know about that is that Mars was actually one of the moons of Maldek. And that when Maldek blew itself up, that Mars was freed and it went into an orbit around the sun.
But why was Maldek destroyed?
It was, I don't know, because I've heard that it was AI, but I don't know if it was AI against that race. They weren't humans that were on the planet. They were a form of insectoid that lived on Maldek, but they blew themselves up.
And is it correct that the waters from Maldek were later dragged into this planet to flood it?
Well, it was all sent out, when it blew up. So a lot of it came in simply because this was the closest planet, and as it interacted with Earth just sucked it up like a sponge. Yeah.
Is that what the flood was?
No, this was well before.
Okay.
Before that, yeah.
Souls get destroyed. Therefore,
Yeah.
I say with the nuclear, what?
Right.
They destroyed already.
Uh,
So there's no more here.
No, they're all here in the Sasquatch form. Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, you mentioned, you talked about the atomic bombs, the nuclear explosions, etc. You talked about the nuclear explosions, the bombs, Hiroshima. My question is, with all your travels and the timelines and everything, one, do you know if there's anything in this timeline regarding that? And second, would they come down and save those souls again the way they did last time?
Absolutely, yes. They would save everyone. But they're also trying not to have to do it, and it's up to us.
So do you know what that path would consist of? Going that path, we don't know bombs and we evolved.
No, because there's 8 billion people on the earth all co-creating together. There's just no way to know. But I will tell you that from what I know of the future of Earth, there's going to be some difficulty, but I don't think it's like a planetary thing, at all. And even after we're full fourth density, moving into, okay, and by the way, I say fourth density, but it's also fifth dimension. They're the same thing. Yeah. They interact. So so that's what I want to help understand. Don't get too confused. I just finished a book that explains all the densities and dimensions and how they interact. Just because I'm like, this is so confusing. Good Lord. And that's part of a psyop, is for us to be confused. Most likely it'll be Man of Mimas. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So what are you doing here on Earth now? Why are you back here?
Well, back here for disclosure, for sharing information, sharing my story. And I didn't. I was like scared to share my story for many years, right? I mean, I'd tell people here and there, and they all thought I was kind of crazy, and my parents thought I was on drugs and a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not a fun journey. So I didn't say anything. And then about 10 years ago or so, I developed throat cancer. And so I went through that whole process. It was, of course, not fun, but I'm great now, right? And my guidance told me later, they said, the reason I developed cancer in the throat was because I had blocked energy because I wasn't fulfilling my mission. And they said, now you have a choice. You can either begin fulfilling your mission or have this experience again. And I'm like, yeah, well, I'll talk. Not a problem. I'll talk. So that's why I chose to share my experience. And then I brought in a piece of technology that we used off planet. It's called the Deems device, and that's what I do on Earth now. Is I make Deems and I share information.
Do you consider that you've come back into the past to help the future of Earth? Do you consider this the past for you?
Yes.
And like a lot of star seeds are really here in the past because of what happened in the future, so it doesn't happen again, to fix the past.
That's why about half of the planet of population is here, trying to change it. Yeah.
Also, is there a planet that has more selenite than Earth that's mostly selenite?
I don't actually know that information, but I would have to say, knowing the way, if you have the right elements in certain planets, it's like, we have crystals in Mexico that are 30 feet long, that are massive, right? And that's a type of selenite itself. It's a gypsum, but it's a type of selenite. So yeah, I would say it almost have to be.
Also, I heard that the Earth's core is mostly gold, and that there's, that when we get hit with the solar flares or the energy from the sun or through the sun, that it's also responding to the gold in the center of Earth and coming back up from the center to affect us from the center based on the gold. So if you could talk about the gold in the center of the Earth and what's that doing for us?
To be honest, I'm not 100%. I can't empirically say one way or the other. I know that it's also mixed with nickel. So that's why my Deems are nickel and gold. Yeah. Yeah, nickel and gold. We're out of time now. Yeah.
Quick question.
Okay.
When you were talking, when you're negotiating with other races, are you doing that all telepathically, I assume? Or?
Mostly.
Yeah.
Now, that's a great question, because most of them are, they just send messages back and forth and instantaneous. You know everything they want you to know, and they know everything they need from you. But then there are others that have vocal cords like we do, but you have to have the correct atmosphere for those vocal cords also. So I would talk to some of them, and they'd be like kind of scratchy, squeaky sounding, really hard to understand, but they would accompany that with telepathic. So it was kind of helping me learn. Some of them sing. That's their communication. Other ones just make tone. Others send you like a picture in your mind. So there's a lot of ways to communicate. Yeah.
Hi, Kristen. Thank you. But I have one question. A lot of us, myself included, are trying to raise our frequency.
Yes.
Now, I'm thinking you can only raise your frequency to what, if you are a seed, of the frequency from where you came from.
You're not limited to that.
You're not limited to that?
No.
But you do have to raise your frequency to be able to receive the telecommunication.
Yes, it's easier for you to receive it. It's like you got to match their because it's hard for them to send messages down here. It's very dense. It's like when you're in a building, you don't get a cell signal. That's what coming on Earth is like. But there's a thing I call KAL, K-A-L. And this will raise your frequency if you do this every day, or at least try. Do something kind for someone every day. Do something athletic to honor the body. And do something you love every day. And that'll just raise your frequency. And I have some cards back there, and that's on the back of the card. If you guys want one, you can grab it. So,
looking forward to seeing those cards.
Yeah.
Are there deep underground military bases of Earth's and or the US's on Venus?
The stuff that's on Venus, because Venus surface temperature is between 750 and 900 degrees. So you're kind of limited to the material that we're aware of. But the native race from Venus has left. They left about 3 million years ago. They're called the Raw Collective. And so there are others that came in after that and had technology that they could build large areas and that are protected from the temperatures. And in my opinion, they're not our friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to end? Just another beautiful phrase of love, and then we're good.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, one more. Okay, let's leave it on a positive note for and Chris. Beautiful love, love, love.
Yeah, my question. My plug just came undone, but I'm very loud. Would you do it again if you could? If
In a
you
second.
Had the opportunity.
Yep. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Chris. Everybody want to chat with him? We'll go back to his table.
Okay. Do like 5 minute, 10 minute break?
Sure.
10 minute
break.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna do a little 5 minute break. We're gonna do a 5 minute break, and we're gonna have the amazing Noel Benoit join us up on stage today. We'll see you all in a few minutes.
Dr. Wuggle Pete. I'm going to put this back here. Okay, this one doesn't shut off. Be careful. This one doesn't shut off.
Really wanna see you. Really wanna be with you. Really wanna see you, Lord, but it takes so long, my Lord. My sweet Lord. Alright, put your papers over here. My Lord. I really want to know you. Really want to go with you. Really want to show you love that it won't take long. My sweet Lord.
Basically, the first one might be a little bit is
really want to see you. Really want to see you. Really want to see you, Lord. Really want to see you, Lord, but it takes so long, my Lord. My sweet Lord. My Lord. My Lord. I really want to know you. which we measure our pain. I'll say it again. God is a concept by which we measure our pain. Yeah, yeah. I don't believe in magic. Don't believe in I Ching. Don't believe Bible. Don't believe talent. Don't believe in Hitler. Don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Kennedy. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in mantra. I don't believe in Gita. I don't believe in yoga. I don't believe in kings. I don't believe in Elvis. I don't believe in Zimmerman. I don't believe in Beatles. I just believe in me. Yoko and me. That's reality. Dream is over. What can I say? The dream is over. Yesterday I was the dream weaver. Now I'm reborn. I was the walrus, but now I'm John. And so, dear friends, we'll just have to carry on. The dream is over.
Tape is rolling.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Everybody, listen to me and return me my ship. I'm your captain. I'm your captain. Though I'm feeling mighty sick, Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Or am I all alone? If you return me to my home port, I will kiss you, Mother Earth. Take me back now, take me back now to the port of my birth. Am I in my cabin dreaming? Or are you really scheming to take my ship away from me? You'd better think about it. I just can't live without it. So please don't take my ship from me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Andrew. 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 I know Dylan Monroe had the graphite tape. James has fallen down. He keeps falling. So we need extra tape. And I know Dylan had graphite tape. Do you know where Dylan Monroe is? Anybody know where Dylan Monroe is? He's got the tape. Dylan Monroe has it. I know he did. Sal, you're right by Dylan's table. Do you see special tape there by any chance? He has a special tape. Okay. Is he staying? James keeps falling, guys. We got to hold James up here. Is he staying?
Recognize that the presence of our Creator is with me. So
Yeah, that's right. Is he staying now? Okay. Okay. I think we're okay. Okay, we fixed James. Okay, everybody, we're going to bring Noelle on now. I'll go back out in there, make sure people are coming in.
Okay.
But without further ado, let's just do this first. Let's maybe.
There we go.
You want a special piece just to make sure, but make it enough to where actually he's staying. I think he's staying now. Where was he falling from, Noel?
We all fall sooner or later. Now we're going to let the Lord just prop you up the same he does for all of us.
Not too much because we want to be able to take it down without
Oh, I was
destroying.
just going to put it very lightly.
Oh, good idea. Or cut it in half, just a little piece there and a piece. I don't even know where he fell. Maybe right here. Awesome. Just a little piece.
The source of all that is good will help you stand.
More times I've saved James' ass, literally. I'll put it here. I think he was falling from here.
There we go.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Any introduction? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Okay.
Amen. Yeah. See, the same way God does with all of us, we had to help our guy back here stand on his own 2 feet. Our Creator, our God, helps us stand on our own 2 feet. But then we have to realize and accept the fact that there's a whole bunch of others that need to stand on their 2 feet. And we accept them and help them. They're trying to get some more people from out there to let them know to come on in. And then for the camera thing and everything, I've got some photos I'm going to be showing. And a little bit of show and tell. And the first part of what I'm doing is actually going to be more for the people who are going to be watching the film. So the first part of what I'm going to be doing is, because I've been called everything from a fraud to a federal agent. So we're going to kind of get rid of all of that so people can focus on what it's all about.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. We're just going to ask everybody, we got Noel, Benoit here, guys. Everybody. Hang on. I just want to kind of bring down the conversation a little bit. Everybody, we got Noel speaking now, okay? Lovely ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Speaker on the
we are going to
stage.
begin.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. Now I can be heard. So, all right. Well, praise the Lord. And I always start, we had a little prayer, James and I, over there. But I always start with, Father, protect me from me. Because I don't want to do anything except obey you. Make me your instrument. Thank you, Jesus. You see, what I do, I become a microphone in the hands of God. So if a mechanic fixes your car, you don't go to the pliers or to the tools that the mechanic used and say, oh, thank you for fixing my car. You go to the mechanic. See? What do we got? There we go. And with me, I'm the microphone. The one who will be using this microphone overwhelms me all the time because I know who I am as a natural person. And I'll tell you right now, you got the guy in front of you who messed up more than anybody on earth. And that message is for all of you out there and for everywhere. When this prodigal son came home, God welcomed me with open arms and love. He didn't kick me out, didn't say, I told you you were going to mess up. He said, my son who was lost is home. Give him a mantle of authority. God had a jeweler make this ring for me. It's on my middle finger because the Jews put the wedding ring on the middle finger because that finger is the one that goes straight to the heart. It's the Jewish star with the cross inside. And the Jewish star is a triangle within a triangle intertwined because the Jews knew that the source of all things is triune. When Moses had his incident on Mount Zion, he said, who shall I say send me? Because we as people, we've just got to have names for everything. And actually what God told Moses was, I am. The picture in the Hebrew is, I don't need a name. I'm the source of everything. I am everything. I am in everything. I am everything. I am the all in all, the total. And it was 4 consonants, no vowels in the Hebrew, achka, asher, achka. And they interpreted it to be, I am that I am, the eternal one. And that's why when they said, you know, our father Abraham and all. And Jesus said, before Abraham was, I am. They picked up stones to stone him. And he said, for which of my works do you stone me? They said, for none of your works, but being a man, you just called yourself God or equal to God. But they didn't stone him because he was here the same way. You see, God is triune in that we are triune. We have flesh, soul, and spirit. We're made in his image, but we're a little bit reversed. We have three natures, flesh, soul, nature, and they were right about the soul kind of like being the understanding. We get our understanding from God through the soul, and the Bible lets us know, quickened, made alive by the Spirit, through the soul into the Spirit, and then the understanding can come into our carnal mind as it is revealed. So God, Jesus said, God is love, agape love, selfless, sacrificial love. God is one nature with three personifications: Christ, the Holy Spirit, and our Father. So he did many things, and he has given us many ways to understand him. The Hindu have been given the realization that there is a supreme being. Everybody across the board has been given different understandings of there's a supreme being. As long as they focus on the end of their journey, which is being enlightened and being with the Creator, etc., they keep their focus. They go down the trail and they might take a wrong path. Okay, back up. They come back over here. But if they keep focused, they will eventually get to the point where they need to be. And for all of us, the older we get in the Lord, the more responsibility we have to, one, understand others and help others understand more. So we have to many times learn how to communicate. See? As an example, I'm speaking English. Somebody in Spanish might have a hard time understanding me. Yo como con mexicanos por 15 años y estudié en la escuela por 2 años, pero no hablar por 40 años. I learned how to let them understand me. If I was in Germany, German might have a hard time understanding me. Ich bin ein Amerikaner in Monterey geboren gewesen. Von woher sind die? Bist du von Nürnberg oder irgendwo anderes? I learned how to understand them. Or French, t'aimes la droite, t'aimes la gauche. And the funny thing is, I flunked the language aptitude test when I went in the military. So 110's needed for officer, I only had 178.4. But I'm the one where they found that there's not only a photographic memory, there's what they call an eidetic memory. I could go watch Ben-Hur and recite it a year later. When we did The Quick and the Dead, I did The Quick and the Dead with Hackman and all those guys, and I found that you could do too good. But I figured when I was undercover, if they didn't believe my act, I was dead. So I heard there, and then I was one of the developers for Goldfield Ghost Town. That's a whole other story. And we went down to Tucson and then to Tombstone to take them the first silver shipment they'd had in 100 years by horseback. And the casting gal saw me and she said, come on, try out for this. And I said, okay, I will. So I went and just gave them a bunch of stuff. And she said, the casting director and the camera director and the director of the film saw your clip and they want you for the Mountain Man. So I got some pictures here I'll kind of show you, and I was the Mountain Man. But it all started, basically, actually, my dad, I didn't tell him who my dad was when I went in because I wanted to beat his record. God was hybriding me and getting me ready all the way through. Because my dad, just so happens, was the youngest colonel promoted during World War II and not rifted after the war. He was also Signal Corps. The intelligence community started with Signal Corps because it started with aerial reconnaissance. The brother of my grandfather actually invented the double safety for the tail flaps so that the flaps wouldn't stick on the planes anymore. His brother took off with the plans and started building planes. And in St. Louis, they've got a plane, the old-time plane with the Benoist name on the side of it, Benoist. And I found out, maybe that's probably how I got named, but one of my Benoist relatives was named Noel. But God put me in the womb of a woman who was not supposed to have another baby. They guaranteed my mother and my dad, if my mother got pregnant again, she and the baby would both die. In the 40s, if you were guaranteed dead, they didn't waste a bunch of time on you. But we both made it, and God showed me. He did a miraculous birth with me so people would know I came from him. And there's going to be more here on that today. But my dad was the guy who held the Normandy Day invasion records on his person 24/7. And President Truman told him, I don't care how many stars a person has, I don't care who that person is, somebody tries to get these records without my signature, you have my permission to make sure they're dead. But he became an insurance broker. He didn't want to get a star. He came home and he actually took over as commander of the California National Guard. And he was the first insurance broker that convinced insurance companies to let him write policies they did not want with companies who did want that policy. So he was actually the first independent insurance agent. And so God's doing all this hybriding. So then I get interested in being a spy. I was going to University of California Weed, and to University of Southern Oregon at the same time. Each one thought the other one sent my deferment in, so I got a draft notice. So I went down and said, okay, guys, hey, what can I get? I'm interested in spy work. He said, well, we'll watch you, and you do what's right. We'll come get you. So they put me in infantry. They said, you're going to need infantry training if that's what you want. Then they put me, and I still remember this guy's name. I had 2 weeks of missing time before I got out because they wanted to mess me up with names. They put me in the outfit of Captain Springer at Company A, 1st Battalion, 1st Brigade at Fort Ord. Captain Springer was the toughest infantry training commander in the Army. He had never given a person more than 37.5. You get 100 points for performance and 100 points for knowledge. And he'd never given more than 37.5. I asked him why. He said, because I want them all to know they've learned a little bit. There's a whole lot more to learn. In many ways, that's kind of like all of us, no matter who we are. Because God's knowledge is so far beyond us. As much as I know, I might have hit the 5% level by now, But that's the beauty of it. And that's part of the plan of it, because then we have to depend on him. I try to get me out of the way and let God speak through me, because God knows what each person here is going to understand. See? Well, Captain Springer called me in. He said, it's eval time. I said, yes, sure, I know it. And he said, well, I wanted you to come in because I want you to know nobody's perfect. And I said, well, God, sorry, I hope I didn't give anybody an impression like I feel I'm perfect. I know I'm not perfect. He said, well, I'm glad to hear that. But he said, basically, it's just because you're not perfect that I had to dock you a point or two. I said, well, that's okay. I had a 198.5. I got an RCOM and a presidential citation out of basic. And I just went all the way through the same way. I went from private first class to battlefield major to seat 13 of what they call MAGCOM. MJ-12, Deep State, formed a group called MAGCOM. Why? It's Majestic Communications. And they call themselves Majestic because they literally said they're God for this world. That's what they feel like. So if they're God for this world, no matter what they want to do, they're justified. You can't question it. See? The guy who started the school, Medal of Honor recipient, Colonel Louis L. Millett, or Millet, they say too. And he was one of my mentors. God has brought me mentors that are just phenomenal. He went from private to full bird colonel, Medal of Honor recipient. They wanted to give him a star, but they wanted him to shave his handlebar mustache. He said, I'm not shaving my handlebar mustache. You can keep your star. I would stay at his place at Idlewild whenever I was down there because we're that close. I designed security hotel for him. I designed Smear and Fear, but they abused it. Deep State took Smear and Fear into politics. And this is one of the reasons I've actually got after Elon Musk publicly and everything, because he's putting out these deals like, oh, the president was shot again when he wasn't. And, oh, I just had a major operation, but I'm making it through, but he didn't. And, oh, I was just attacked, but he wasn't. And I'm trying to get all these Republicans and Democrats both to realize truth. The Bible says truth will set you free. Every politician, everybody that serves the public, I don't care if a minister, politician, law enforcement, lawyers say they love the game of law. Everybody lies. That's part of the problem. Now, let the judges decide who's telling the truth. That's part of the problem. We have got to get the whole nation into one, receiving truth, not being upset by it or afraid of it, and into letting truth reveal what we need to do, where we need to go, whatever. See? And then we've got to have the right values. And we got to realize different people have different ways of understanding right values. Okay? Now, and I believe, oh, by the way, while I'm going to be doing Sunday services also. For everybody here, if somebody dies between now and Sunday services, try to take care of the body, etc., but bring them here. Because I believe 100%, you bring them here, they're going to walk out. I've had, I think, about somewhere between 5 and 7 who were declared dead, who are still alive. So God does still do that stuff, and He has done it through me. And I don't do it to glorify me, but to show every believer God will still do that stuff. He's no respecter of persons. He's done healings through me. He'll do them through you if you just say, here am I, Lord, use me. We've got to get self out of the way and God in charge, because God will not perform Noel's words. God will guard over His words and perform them. And He created everything. And by the way, Christians teach they will one day rule and reign with Christ as kings and priests. So every Christian watching this, you're not going to have 5 million or 10 million Christians, all kings telling kings what to do, or priests telling priests. If Christians are going to be reigning, ruling, and all that with kings and as kings and priests with Christ, there's got to be other beings out there to rule over. So the fact that there are other planets, other galaxies, and other beings, so what? God has everything under control. There's good and evil all over. And that's part of God's plan. We learn from the mistakes we make, and then we keep going. And we let others do the same thing. We pray for one another. God, help this person with understanding. Help me, help them. Show me what I have to do. Okay? If there's somebody here, and I think maybe I'm hoping they're here, you have it like a corrective shoe, a thicker sole. in your shoe, or you've got like back problems, you get headaches, if they're here or if they come in, I want them to come forward when they do. Because I don't care if it's, I've had 3 inches, 6 inches. I had a gal with a, like this, and God made that leg grow out. Matter of fact, one of the first ones I was doing a thing in the Susanville area, and this little girl had a knee on the side and a twisted leg. And God showed me that she would be kind of like sensitive or a little shy. So I waited till we finished. And then I said, darling, I said, you know, God showed me your leg and your knee and everything. I said, would you like to have God straighten that out? Well, she says, if he straightens that out, then it'll be longer than my other leg. I said, that's okay. Then we make the other one grow. She says, oh, okay. So I just spoke to that, and I mean, that knee and everything went around like this, and it had the other one about like this, made the other one grow. Her little girlfriend says, let's go out and run around the house. And it was a home Bible study. And so they went out, ran around the house. They came in, and her girlfriend says, she's faster than me now. See? And I tell you, that's why I get blessed. When God uses me, I get blessed. I get overwhelmed. I'll cry a lot. There's more than one time I said, what, Lord, am I another weeping prophet or what? See? But it's just so wonderful. It's when God's love flows through you and everything, it is just so wonderful. I can't help it. And especially for me, and here's where God humbled me a little bit. A lot. Okay. Because I asked why I became the prodigal son, and why did I end up working for the devil's 12 disciples or apostles? And God showed me, he said, how many wars have been won or lost because one side or the other underestimated the other side or overestimated? That's a lot. He said, that's why I let you become the prodigal son. And you actually became my undercover agent. He said, now you know the enemy and you know me, and I put you here to lead my fight. You're my general. And I went, I'm glad I learned you really know what you're doing, because I might start doubting about now. You know? And so, and that's the beauty of it. See, no matter what we understand or we don't understand, God has a reason and a purpose. We just keep seeking understanding, and we will find one jewel, one gem of knowledge after another. And the more we find, the more we grow, the more we glow. See? And let the light shine through you. That's what the last speaker where he talked about, hey, pray for the light, you know, because, and now the enemy can't appear like a light being, but if it's an enemy, there will be a shadow inside that light. If you see a light being and there's a shadow inside, no, we're not going there. See? Then you ask God to protect you, angels, light beings to protect you, etc. Angels are light beings. There's warring, guardian, ministering angels. And it was interesting, he talked about like Sasquatch and them being together with some of the ETs, etc. The Lakota Sioux at Pine Ridge have a family of Sasquatches actually living by the dump. My cousin, I've got part of Geronimo, or Crazy Horse rather, in me. So I've got some Lakota Sioux blood. I got Hebrew blood from the tribe of Benjamin, and Hebrew blood from Asher, from my mom's side. My dad's side was Benjamin. And Benjamin, actually, the first guy from the Hebrew, from the tribe of Benjamin, was French Foreign Legion. He came over here, became a mountain man, sired Crazy Horse. Then she decided she didn't want a war chief. And with the Lakota Sioux, if the woman doesn't want her husband anymore, she can just put him away. They reverence the women, and you got what you want, boom. So she put him away, but then he married a Lakota Sioux princess, and he taught Crazy Horse French Foreign Legion warfare. And Custer wasn't ready for American Indians who actually understood French Foreign Legion warfare. That's how Little Bighorn happened. See? So I've got all of these mixes and all this hybrid coming down to me. And that's why with me, I look through my life, and I mean, it's like looking into a diamond. There are just so many facets of it that my life proves that God exists. My birth and everything else, nobody could have a life as full as I've had, and with all the doors that open up without God. I've got all kinds of things up here. Matter of fact, for all of the people out there in movie land or in watching, this right here is a copy of my diplomatic passport. I had diplomatic passport, diplomatic immunity. It's definitely mine. And then when I got back here, I got a hold of Oakland Peace Officer Training Service College. Do you need that one sheet I just showed back up again, or? So this is the diplomatic passport here. And then I went to Oakland Peace Officer Training Service College. I told them, I said, I'm already trained. Will you guys let me just test out? It's a 2.5-year course. I graduated after, it took them a while to grade my grades. And with grading time and everything else, I graduated 6 weeks later with a 98.5 or 96.5, something like that. My only low score was juvenile, 87, because we didn't handle a lot of children. I had just had to know enough about handling children to give them over to people who handle children. The rest of these scores are 100%. So I knew my job. Didn't have to be trained. I was already trained. And so basically, but then it's another thing they've come up with, that he's a federal agent still. And this is a picture of me. We all had the same black suit, same black hat, same black overcoat, and we all drove the same black LTD. I told them, guys, we might as well wear a uniform. There's 3,000 of us running around Washington, D.C. with the same black hat, same black overcoat, same, And I said, it's not a fashion statement. See? And I was invited to the military intelligence deployment out of Arizona. And here's a copy of my security clearance, which includes access to all special intelligence. I had carte blanche access. So anything I wanted, I automatically had enough rank and need to know. Every secret America has. And I'm the guy that got Ted Gunderson involved. I recruited Ted because when the guys said, we're God, and they literally said, people are too stupid to decide their own destiny. We must decide it for them. They said, the end justifies the means, and we decide both end and means. I said, guys, it doesn't work that way. God gave people choice, and you're not God. That's when they said, we're God for this world. And that's what they believe. So that's why, if you believe you're God, you want to kill 300,000 people, yeah, you just do it. See? And that's the danger that we're facing. But I got President Reagan to run, and we had a secret code set up. I actually would send a parchment paper envelope with some codes on it. And President Reagan let all staff know, if this comes in, it comes straight to me. And if it has been opened, or if I find out I do not or did not get one that was sent, the person interfering will be tried for treason. And that's hung by the neck till dead. And he wasn't kidding. And I'm the one who told him to go have an international press conference in Berlin at the wall, and then just challenge whoever's in charge when you decide to do it, and tell them there's no reason for this wall anymore. East and West Germany, they're all Germans. Hitler isn't here anymore. And just tell them, tear down this wall. So when he did it, that was his code. I did it your way, Noel. Because he used exactly those words, tear down this wall. He would have a speech with some of what I wrote in it. See? And President Trump does the same thing. Matter of fact, when he announced that we hit Iran, because I told him, I said, one of the biggest mistakes Bush made. Oh, we're going to come over in 60 days or whatever, stuff like that. I said, you take the biggest drug dealer, the biggest criminal in the world, tell them you're going to raid their place in 60 days. You really think there's going to be any evidence there when you get there? See? Now, over there was still evidence because the equipment registered nuclear stuff and everything. And under one little kind of like a bridge overpass thing, there were 10 50-gallon drums of weapons-grade chemicals. So they were there. And that's why I'm trying to get DC in. And I hope a bunch of congressmen, senators, and politicians are watching. There's an old song, you talk too much, you worry me to death. Remember that old song, right? You talk too much. And loose lips sink ships. See, and I want everybody that watches this to know, deep state gets absolutely everything that is broadcast in any way, shape, or form by any kind of like electronics, computer, TV. I don't care what it is. There's only one thing they don't get once in a while, and that's basically the U.S. mail. But if it's your name on it and they're watching you, they'll intercept that. And somebody walks in, the post office would let them look at it and reseal it or whatever. But that's why all of our stuff that we're doing, God is doing so many things that people don't know about because God's not going to let them know everything. God is a master of surprise. Hey, that guy Jesus, he's dead. Surprise, the tomb is empty. See? And actually, they've taken the Shroud of Turin, and the shroud had a certain path in history. And in those areas, there were plants that are only in that area. So they tested the shroud, and the pollen from those plants are at the right depth in the material so that they could actually time date and say, yes, the shroud was here at this point in time. And so then they tested the blood. Jesus' blood type is AB, a very rare blood type, but prone to him and his people. My mother was type O. My dad was type B. Okay? I am the only one in my family's history, as well as any family around. My blood type is AB. So, same blood type. I'm positive. Yeah, God made me a positive individual. I'm not going to be a negative individual. He's got me positive. And I'm positively crazy because I'm commanded to be crazy. Hey, the old definition in Webster's dictionary for crazy used to be not conforming to the norms of this world. So I saw that in Webster's dictionary, one of the old Webster's deals or unabridged dictionary, and I said, that's it. I'm commanded to be crazy, so I'm going to be that way. But I hope and pray I'm always a good kind of crazy. See? And now I don't mind being a bad kind of crazy when it comes to deep state. See? And so that's why I say it's in them all the way through. Here, Gene Hackman posed for me to have a picture. I was on the Quick and the Dead. I was the mountain man, actually. And I decided when I was undercover, if they didn't believe my act, I was dead. And actually, overseas, at one point in time, I was like 5 or 6 different people. I had 5 or 6 different undercover operations to cover. And one, we could put like the blonde washout dye or whatever in my hair, and I could wear glasses or no glasses, etc. So with one, oh, my name is François. I can speak English with you, maybe, eh? Or another one, yeah, mein Name is Hans. Ja, ich bin von Rosenberg, gell? And wo bist du? See? And my different looks, they called me a man of 1,000 faces and 1,000 voices. See? You coming up?
I'm supposed to be discreet about this. The kitchen is closing in 25 minutes, so I thought maybe we could wrap this up real fast. Noel, so our guests here could get some lunch. How does that sound? Maybe get some lunch for you.
Yeah, we can take a break and do some more later. Yeah. So there's all this stuff, and God is going to do some healings. Matter of fact, we're going to pray for James too. So have people come in, especially and on Sunday, etc. People who need a healing, especially Sunday, be here. I don't care if it's twisted legs, twisted whatever, or if they're considered dead, bring them in.
Well, thank you everybody for that great presentation. So everyone, make your way over to the lobby bar if you have a VIP ticket. If you don't have a VIP ticket, there's plenty of other restaurants nearby. We will all see you around 2:30. So come on back. We have more great presenters. And thank you again, Noel, for sharing all that.
Don't hear the bell, but you answer the call. Comes to you as to us all. We just waiting for the hammer to fall. Yeah. Oh, every night and every day, a little piece of you is falling away. But let your fires, the western wailing. Build your muscles as your body decays. Yeah. Draw your line and play their game. Yeah. Let the anesthetic cover it all. Till one day they call your name. You know it's time for the hammer to fall. Reach out where I'm famous, but I'm truly inside my stand. I'm your dumb and rain is pouring through your window pane. Baby, now your struggles are alone. Hey. You grew up tall and proud in the shadow of the mushroom cloud. Wish our voices can be heard. Just wanna scream it louder and louder and louder. What the hell we fighting for? Just surrender and it won't hurt at all. Just got time to say your prayer. Yeah, while you're waiting for the hammer to fall. Hey, yes. Sky Ever be sad? Lean on me when times are bad. When the day comes and you in doubt, in a river of trouble, about to drown. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. I'm on my way, your lover. If you get cold, yeah, I'll be your cover. Don't have to worry, because I'm here. Don't need to suffer, because I'm here. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Reach out to me for satisfaction. Call my name. Quick reaction. Hey, 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 hey. Don't you ever feel sad? Lean on me when times are bad. When the day comes and you're in doubt, in a river of trouble and about to drown. Oh, hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied I'm on my way. I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied I'm on my way.
Take a straight and stronger course to the corner of your life. Make the White Queen run so fast, she hasn't got time to make you a wife. Cause it's time with your time and this news is captured. For the Queen to use, move me on to any black square. Use me anytime you want. Just remember that the goal is for us all to capture all we want. Yeah. Don't surround yourself with yourself. Move on back to square. Send an instant comment to me. Initial it with a loving care yourself. Cause it's time with your time and this news is captured. For the Queen to use. Don't surround yourself with yourself. Move on back to squares. Send an instant comment to me. Initially, we're loving yourself. Cause it's time with your time and this news is captured. For the Queen to use.
satisfied, I'm on my way. I see all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied, I'm on my way. I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied, I'm on my way. I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied, I'm on my way. I've seen all good people turn their heads each day, so satisfied, I'm on my way.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, or brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
Well, the eagle's been flying slow, and the flag's been flying low, and a lot of people saying that America's fixing to fall. But speaking just for me, and some people from Tennessee, we got a thing or two to tell you all. This lady may have stumbled, but she ain't never failed. And if the Russians don't believe that, they can all go straight to hell. We're gonna put her feet back on the paths of righteousness, and then God bless America again. And you never did think that it ever would happen again. In America, did you? You never show food. You were walking real proud and we're talking real loud again. In America, you never did think that it ever would have happened again. From the sound up in Long Island, out to San Francisco Bay, and everything is in between them is our home. And we may have done a little bit of fighting amongst ourselves, but you outside people best leave us alone. Cause we'll all stick together, and you can take that to the bank. That's the cowboys and the hippies, and the rebels and the Yanks. You just go and lay your hand on a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and I think you're gonna finally understand. And you never did think that it ever would have happened again. In America, did you? You never did think that we'd ever get together again. But we damn sure proved you. We're walking real proud and we're talking real loud again. In America, you never did think that it ever would have happened again. And you never did think that it ever would have happened again. In America, did you? You never did think that we'd ever get together again. Well, we damn sure proved you. We're walking real proud and we're talking real loud again. In America, you never did think that it ever would have happened again.
Yeah. There's no accident. No coincidence. Everything happens in an instant or combination of instances. Same difference. For this moment, your soul chose it. And right above the dome, he knows it. I think we got more than we know. But I don't mean in posts. Our spirit gets lifted every time we spread the light for the Holy Ghost. Here on a mission, keep our vision in the night, and we keep him close. Give it all in this fight, make it right in this life, until we going home. Yeah, we'll meet our Father, meet our Maker, and feel that kind of love that do not waver. Until then, we in a battle for the truth. We spread his message every second, we the news. It's our time like we own this. Got pocket watches wrapped on both wrists. 11th hour so we don't miss. Over the target where the scope sits. And that's where we sit. Many hands make light work. In Kekistan we make the lights work. So tell a friend but invite first. Cause we don't kick it with no vipers. The promised land is in the Twitterverse, but then expands to the universe. So be the plan, then we beat the curse. Blood of the lamb, make the sheep disperse. They on the lamb, but they need to fly. With double meanings, Roth and John know why. We get the message cause we qualify. The letter home is a cue that'll quantify. For the better, reading every line. Return to sender like we mail the sky. In our hearts we got God in mind, but in our soul we know it's our time.
a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new. A man who's old enough to know
and young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who brings the job a fresh new point of view? Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Go tell that long-tongued liar, go and tell that midnight rider, tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter, tell him that God's gonna cut him down. Tell him that God's gonna cut him down. Well, my goodness gracious, let me tell you the news. My head's been wet with the midnight dew. I've been down on bended knee, talking to the man from Galilee. He spoke to me with a voice so sweet, I thought I heard the shuffle of angels sweet. He called my name and my heart stood still when he said, John, go do my will. Go tell that long-tongued liar, go and tell that midnight rider, tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter, tell him that God's gonna cut him down. Tell him that God's gonna cut him down. You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Well, you may throw your rock, hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow man. But as sure as God made black and white, what's done in the dark will be brought to the light. You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Go tell that long-tongued liar, go and tell that midnight rider, tell the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter, tell him that God's gonna cut you down. Tell him that God's gonna cut you down. Tell him that God's gonna cut you down.
Well, you know, Johnny always wore black, and he wore black, identified with the poor and the downtrodden.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill. Paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some are born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street light people. Don't stop believing. Hold on. Street light people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street light people. Someday soon. Someday soon. Seasons were made for the change. You will be there. Just like the night to the day. Without a care. The darkness before the dawn. Open up your eyes. Someday soon. There'll be a better day, and someday soon. Yes, it's not too far away. Someday soon. Ooh, yeah, with open skies, and someday soon. All we do is try.
cloudiest day comes around, you will be there. All of the feelings you found without a care. So my friends, you take a look, don't you look too far. Someday soon, ooh yeah, with open skies. And someday soon, all you do is try.
Look around, they're moving in. Hold the ground when they begin. We can do it, we can do it. And if they wanna, they can try, but they'll never get here. Then they can get out of here. Gonna keep on driving, never stop. United, united, united we stand. United we never shall fall. United, united, united we stand. United we stand one and all. Give me love. Don't give in. Make a stand. We're gonna win. We can do it. We can do it. And if they wanna, they can try, but they'll never get here. And they can get out of here. Gonna keep on driving, never stop. United, united, united we stand. United we never shall fall. United, united, united we stand. United we stand one and all. So give it up. United, united, united
I'll never get it up. Same tall, I'll be young and kind of proud. I'm on the top as long as the music's loud. If you can't sit around as the world goes by, you're thinking like a fool 'cause in case of you I die. Out there is a fortune waiting to be had. You think I let it go, you're mad. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. That's right, here's where the talking is. Well, listen, listen, there'll be some action spins. Drive hard, calling on the shots. I got an ace car coming down the road. You feel sit around with showing up rain. Listen, I ain't fooling, you better think again. Out there is a fortune waiting to be had. You think I let it go, you're mad. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. In this world we're living in, we have our share of sorrow. And so now it's gonna get them in for you tomorrow. No time to take a rest, yeah. It's a fame room for second best. Real soul, getting some security. They have a big smash, I'm going for infinity, yeah. If you think I'll sit around as the world goes by, you're thinking like a fool 'cause in case of you I die. Out there's a fortune waiting to be had. You think I let it go, you're mad. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. You got another thing. Calm down. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. That's the rest. You got another thing coming. It's coming. It's coming. Feel it. You got a feeling coming. It's coming on. It's coming on. feet down upon my face. Stars to fill my dreams. I'm a traveler of both time and space to be where I have been. Sit with elders of the gentle race. This world is seldom seen. Top of days for which they sit and wait, all will be revealed. Talking songs from tongues of living grace, sounds caress my ear. Not a word I heard could I relate. The story was quite clear. I've been blind. No, yeah. Mama, baby, ain't no denying. All I see turns to brown. As the sun burns the ground, and my eyes filled with sand. As I scan this wasted land, trying to find where I pilot up the storm who leaves no trace, like thoughts inside a dream. He's the path that led me to that place, yellow desert screen. My Shangri-La beneath the summer moon, I will return again. As the dust that floats high into when moving through Kashmir. sails across the sea with no provision but an open face, blowing the straits of fear. Whoa, whoa.
Fast on a rough road, riding high through the mountains, climbing, twisting, turning further from my home. Young, like a new moon rising, fierce through the rain and lightning, wandering out into this great unknown. And I don't want no one to cry, but tell them if I don't survive, I was born free. I was born free. I was born free. Born free. Free like a river raging strong is the wind I'm facing, chasing dreams and racing Father Time. Deep like the grandest canyon, wild like an untamed stallion. If you can't see my heart, you must be blind. You can knock me down and watch me bleed, but you can't keep no
free. And I'm not good at a long goodbye, but look down deep into my eyes. I'm born free. Calm, facing danger, lost like an unknown stranger. Grateful for my time with no regrets. Close to my destination, tired, frail and aching, waiting patiently for the sun to set. And when it's done, believe that I will yell it from that mountain high. I was born free. I was born free. I was born free. Born free. And I will bow to the shining seas and celebrate God's grace on me. I was born free. Oh, oh, oh. lead to the promised land. 'Cause we the people, we gotta unite and follow that good time guideline. Climb aboard this love boat and rock that bitch up and down the coast.
In order to form a more perfect union, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
Standing up and standing tall. 'Cause it's all for one. And it's one for all. All, all, all. If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I'd thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. But I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the We all know you're out there. Can you feel the resistance? Can you feel the life is so strange when it's changing, yes indeed. Well, I've seen the hard times and the pressure's been on me. But I keep on working like a working man do. And I've got my act together, gonna walk all over you. Give me back my bullet. Put 'em back where they belong. Ain't fooling around, 'cause I've done had my fun. Ain't gonna see no more damage done. Give me back my bullet. Sweet talking of people done ran me out of town. And I drank enough of whiskey to float a battleship around. But I'm leaving this game one step ahead of you. And you will not hear me crying, 'cause I do not sing the blues. Give me back my bullet. Cause I've done had my fun. Ain't gonna see no more damage done. Give me back my bullet. I'll put 'em back where they belong. Been up and down since I turned 17. Life been on top and then it seems I lost the dream. But I've got it back, I'm feeling better every day. Tell all those pencil pushers, better get out of my way. Give me back my bullet. Put 'em back where they belong. Ain't fooling around, 'cause I've done had my fun. Ain't gonna see no more damage done. Give me back my bullet. Oh, put 'em back where they belong. Give me back my bullet. Something's at the edge of your mind. You don't know what it is. Something you were hoping to find. You're not sure what it is. Then you hear the music and it all comes crystal clear. Music does the talking, says the things you want to hear. I'm young, I'm wild, I'm free. Got the magic power of music in me. I'm young, I'm wild, I'm free. Got the magic power of the music in me. Lying to the bed, she pulls the covers over her, and she turns a little radio on. Had a rock day, so she hopes the DJ's gonna play her favorite song. Makes her feel much better, brings her closer to her dreams. A little magic power makes it better than it seems. She's young now, she's wild now, she wants to be free. She gets the magic power of the music for me. She's young now, she's wild now, she wants to be free. She gets the magic power of the music from me. But you just can't sort it out. Do you want someone to tell you what they think it's all about? Are you the one and only who said and only you're reaching for the top? Well, the music keeps you going and it's never gonna stop. It's never gonna stop. It's never gonna, never gonna, never gonna, never gonna stop. World is full of compromise, infinite red tape. But music's got the magic, it's your one chance for escape. Turn me up, it's your turn to dream. A little magic power makes it better than it seems. I'm young now, I'm wild now, I want to be free. Got the magic power of the music in me. I'm young now, I'm wild, and I'm free. Got the magic power of the music. I got the music. I got the power. She's got the power. She's got the magic. She's got the power. myself and hide out in the cellar. By now the fighting will be close at hand. Don't believe the church and state and everything they tell you. Believe in me, I'm with the high command. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running? Calling you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running?
James? Okay.
Yeah, we couldn't do a raffle, so basically anybody that comes or whatever, if they're the one that wants it, then okay, you won the raffle. Here.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Awesome. Are we on? Are we on? Hello, we on? Check, check. Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have the beautiful Daryl James here speaking, so we're going to hand over the mic. Now, did you want the stand or you want to hold it? What do you want? Here. Without tripping on the cord. There you go, my friend.
Thank you.
Anything else? You good? You just want me to? You want me to come? Let's just see. You got lots of time. What time is it now? 2:30. We're actually only 5 minutes for lunch. We're doing good. That's great. Okay. So when do you want me to? What time? How? When do you want me to kind of cue you?
Like 10, I don't know, 15 minutes. Okay. If we need to wrap up and stuff. I might have to fast forward through some slides and things like that, but it's fine. Oh, I don't know, like 4 hours.
Oh, shit.
My whole story is about 4 hours.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got. Okay, so you want me to wrap? Give me 15 minutes for Q&As.
Mhm.
Okay, I can do that for you.
Okay, and for him to wrap up and stuff. I don't know if I need to stand up. Oh, I should. Let me see. Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, hello, everybody. My name's Daryl James, and I was in the United States Navy Secret Space Program. I have a little bit extra more memories at the end that I'll get into. I'll have to go back to my executive officer, so the story's kind of going to go back and forth. I remember as a kid, one of my first memories was my father saying to me, like telepathically, but we didn't really call it that when I was around 3 or 4 years old. He said, "Do you think you'll remember how to do this as you get older?" He said, "Your sister used to know how to do it, but as she got older, she forgot." And I said, "Yeah, Dad, I'll remember." And then when I was about 19 years old, he passed away from something called a widowmaker, which was he had a clot in his heart. No warning. He just died of a heart attack. And then I joined the United States Navy in January of '99. This is me in Iraq. I always felt like it was better to be kind to the people than be like a jerk. So I used to give the kids water, and I taught them things like, patty cake and things like that, things that we knew. I used to teach them all the songs. I had an older sister, so I knew all those songs and things like that. And then after battalion, in 2004, I was stationed in St. Maughan, England. It was called JMF RAF St. Maughan when I was there, which meant Joint Maritime Force for the United States Navy and Royal Air Force working together. And it was an underground base. And you can see right there to the left, that's where I worked in the garage. And the underground base was pretty much in the center. And you can see that mound of dirt. And that was where the underground base was. It was in Cornwall, England, which is south of Wales. I'll talk about the bar on base. That's the garage I worked in. That's the bar. It was basically just a trailer, like converted into a bar, and that's the Navy Exchange. Those are the barracks right there of the base. And that's the entrance of the underground base, the main entrance. And it was the quarterdeck at the bottom. And you see that gable roof, that was a mag lift. Like you hear about those trains that go all over underground and they go supersonic speed. And then there was a 10,000 ton blast door in the front of the base. And that's what it looked like. To the left, it was like red brick quarterdeck. That was the mag lift going through a tunnel, which was actually headed towards the water, like towards Ireland. So it was headed towards like the Atlantic. And the 10,000 ton blast door, there was a track on the ground with a wheel. And as it opened, a siren would go off, a yellow light would flash, and it needed that track to, roll on. Otherwise, it would have ripped it right off the hinges. That's how heavy the door was. So I'll go into the story. Let me see. Well, that's what the ship looked like I was on. He told me it looked similar to Battlestar Galactica, so that's just a thing. And it was called the USS Nimitz. That's what underground bases look like, except for ours. It had a white stripe, a white stripe, a blue stripe, and a red stripe. And white stripe was secret. Blue stripe was top secret. And red stripe was above top secret. And they were on the ground, on the floor, like lines on the ground. And, white just went down main halls, blue went to other areas, and red went everywhere. And there were certain hallways that were black, like dark, like no lights on or anything like that. And I just thought if you went down that hallway, maybe the automatic light would turn on or something. But like the certain areas where it was just one red stripe, nothing else, they were always unlit. And I had to... one time I was in the garage and one of the guys came up and they said, "Hey James, you need to escort some guys from the corporation Siemens in the underground base." So I went to the underground base, and when you walked in, there was like a sliding glass door. And then the sliding glass door would open, and there was something that looked like a metal detector. Like rectangular sides, rectangular top. There was a little hump you had to step over that had the black and yellow caution tape on it. And the first guy from Siemens said, "I'm not walking through that bloody thing." So I thought, well, I don't want to walk through it either. So I tried to walk around, but there was a British guard behind a stainless steel table. And he said, "No, you walk through." So I looked at it and I just thought, well, it's just a metal detector. And I walked through it. I watched them fix the pump. There was like a pump they had to fix, an air pump, and then that was about it. And that was with that day. That's some more of the underground base. The black cubes that you see, those are elevator shafts. So you'd walk into the quarterdeck, make a left, and you'd immediately go into an elevator and get sent down like an elevator shaft. So you can see those black cubes. Those were different elevator shafts to get into the underground base. So I had, they call it balls to 4 watch on a Friday, which is 0-100 to 4 a.m. watch. And it's like the worst watch. Nobody wants it. And I was sitting down next to this, I want to see if I have that. There it is. I was sitting down next to the petty ops of the watch. I was in a different seat, during watch. And he said, showed me a picture of what looked like a stereotypical kind of gray, like a black and white picture, on the computer monitor. And he said, "What do you think about that?" And I said, "What, did you get that off the internet?" And he goes, "No, look." And next to that sliding glass door, there was like this large window on the wall that was about 6 inches from the ground and 6 inches from the ceiling. And there was just like this gray, and he looked like that, like standing behind it. And he had black eyes, like you think, but it was kind of like a khaki color with like a hue of pink, like a light brown. And he had a fold of skin that went from his tear ducts down to his cheekbones, and his like palms were very long, and his fingers were very long as well. And he kind of had to hold his hand in like C shapes as he walked, or he would have drug his fingers on the ground. Is how it looked. And it walked up to me very robotic, like very quick, and stopped right in front of me, and it had what looked like a silver pistol in its hand. And I just got back from Iraq, so I said, gun, gun, gun. And then, they all said it's not a gun. The petty officer of the watch, there was that same British guy standing behind it. And he had his weapon originally on his shoulder, and then he had it at the ready, is what they call it, which means he had it in his hand. And it wasn't pointing at me, but he just had it down. So I realized like the weapon wasn't for me, it wasn't for it was for me. So, it walked up, and what I thought was like, I thought it was a syringe, maybe it was going to inject me with something, or a pistol or something, but it was actually a drill. And it took apart like this junky Dell computer on the ground very quickly. It didn't have to guide the bit in or anything like that. It just hit it every time, the screws, and it was catching all the screws as it was doing it. And then it slid the top off, popped out 2 gigs of RAM, reached on the table, grabbed 2 more, put them in, slid it back down, and it kind of flicked its wrist and was able to set the screw between its fingers every time. And it was just boom, 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 and it just hit it every time. And then it just stood there and looked at me for a while. And then I kind of got bored with it. Like I was almost staring at it and getting a little bored with it. And I looked at the petty officer of the watch, and then it went back to the underground base. And I remember I said, in my head, I said, "Can I touch you?" But it didn't respond. I reached to touch it because I wanted to know it was real. It was kind of like that. And the petty officer of the watch said, "Don't touch it." And it just went back to the underground base. And I was sitting down and I was pinching my thigh like as hard as I could with my thumbnail. And he said, "What do you think you're dreaming?" And I said, "No, I said, I want to have memories of this. I want to have a mark or something in case you wipe my mind." Because all these different things were going through my head as this was happening. And he said, "Don't worry, you'll remember for now." And so he got on the computer monitor and he said, "You're smart." And I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, really smart." And I said, well, how smart? And I said, 140, 150 IQ. And he said, "More like 190, 195. And he showed me like these color-coded lines on the monitor. And there was one above me, and I was right below the smartest person on base. And it was kind of like lines that went up and down like that. So it was boom, boom. And then there was like a gap. And then there was like the rest of the guys. And he started asking me things like, do you have any hobbies? Like, did you like to surf or things you used to like to do? And I said, well, I used to play classical guitar. And he's like, oh, they'll like that. And I said, well, who's they? And he goes, well, there's Germans up there. And I said, I saw this thing, so I want him to say it like space. And I said, you mean like space? And he goes, well, it's kind of like that. He really didn't call it that. He's like, they're in the moon and they're further up. And he asked me if I had any tattoos. And I said, no. And he said, good, the Germans don't like tattoos. And that was something else he said to me. And he said there were other beings as well, like other things up there. And he said, with your scores, you'll become an officer. You'll have plenty of time to practice. You'll get better at it again. And that was the end of that night. And I remember we were in the barracks that weekend. And there was this one person, and we were all playing the game Halo. It was big back then on Xbox. And he just started talking about, yeah, man, I was in, the mines of the moon, and your only motivation to work was sex, and there were brothels up there, and we were having all the sex and working, but they would put these shock collars on us, and they would work us in groups. And if somebody in the group didn't work hard enough, they'd shock you all. So it was like a group punishment. And he was telling me about this. And I kind of looked around at the other guys, not like I didn't know if it was real or not. And they all just kind of looked at me and said, yeah. And then all of a sudden there was a voice that said, now hear this, now hear this. You are now in violations of Article 7 and 8 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. If you do not stop right now, you will face up to 10 years in prison and $100,000 in fines. That'll be all. And I said, what was that? Like, what was it? I looked around. I said, is there a speaker in here? And they said, no, with the technology they have, they don't need speakers. And I tried talking about it more, and they said, like, we should stop talking because they're listening to us now. And then I knew this one guy named Orlando We called him Lando because of like he was in the Star Wars, like Lando Calrissian. And he said, "Hey James, did you hear that voice in the room?" And I said, "Yeah, what was that?" He said, "You see those rectangular blocks on the radio tower, which is what that purple circle is right there, next to the underground base." And he said, "That's 5G tech. It's something new on this base they're experimenting with." He said they can create a microwave beam. They can go into a room. They can see everything. They can hear everything, and they can talk to you if they want. If they want to. But yeah, that was the first thing I ever saw 5G tech, and that was what I heard what it was for, amongst other things. And I remember like there was another time we were playing Halo in the barracks, and one of the guys said, "Hey, did you see that reptile today?" And another one said, "Yeah, he was big." So I'm just waiting for the next game, and I'm kind of like thinking in my head, there must be, I don't know, like monitor lizards or something walking around like in tunnels and underground bases or something like that. I didn't really put it in my head. And another guy said, "Yeah, and he talked funny too." And I said, "What?" And he said, "Yeah." They looked at me and they said, "Yeah, there's reptiles underground and they can talk." And I said, "So they walk around on all fours and they just talk to you?" And they go, "No, they stand upright like us. They're humanoid and they talk." And they said, "Don't worry, you'll find out." And they were just kind of telling me like that. And I just kind of thought they were messing with me because I was a new guy and I didn't really know any better. But yeah, I went to work Monday, and the executive officer came to the garage where I worked. And he said, "Petty Officer James, I'd like to speak with you." And I grabbed my cover and I walked outside and I started talking to him. And at first it was small talk, and then it went deeper. And then he said, "Pretty neat, huh?" And he was talking about the drone I saw. And I said, "Yeah, it was interesting." And he said, "How does it feel to have a 195 IQ?" And that guy Orlando told me that the smartest person on base was him. He had like a 215 IQ. And I said to him, "This close to 200, but you'd know about that, wouldn't you, sir?" And he goes, "Well, who told you?" I didn't want to say at first, I didn't want to tell my friend, but I did it on accident. And I said, "Well, everybody knows. This is a small base, so everybody knows." And he goes, "Well, who told you?" And I told him Orlando. And I was like, "But, don't be hard on him. Everybody knows." And then he said, "Petty Officer James, have you ever heard of Project Solar Warden?" And I said, "No, sir." And he said, "Well, what about the United States Navy Secret Space Program?" And I said, "No, but I think I could figure that one out." And he explained to me, he said, "There's a program where we put you in, you do 20 years. After you're done, we send you back in time 20 years, age regress you 20 years, wipe your mind, and you wake up in bed like nothing happened." And I really didn't know what he was talking about, what to think. And he explained to me that, they look like the ships from Battlestar Galactica. He said I'd be pilot of a 4-kilometer long starship. I'd make commander. And he was just explaining all these things to me. And I said, and that machine I walked through, that metal detector, they called it a scanner. And it also knew things like if you drank, if you smoke, if you had any clots in your body, anything like that. It was like a full exam when you walk through it. And I thought about it as he was telling me all these different things. And I said, well, that scanner I walked through, that technology, I said, my father died of something called a widowmaker. I said, he had a clot in his body we didn't know, and he died. I said, if we had that technology, it would have saved his life. And I said, why isn't this available to the public? And he went on about, population control and everything else. And I said, well, sir, there has to be a side that wants to bring this to the public. And he goes, you mean like a traitor? And I said, no, sir, just the side. And he goes, well, there is. I said, well, if you can get me on that side, I'll do it. So I shook his hand, saluted him, and he said, one more thing, Mr. James. You're going to be escorted by a reptile, and he's big. And I really didn't even know what he was talking about. I still hadn't really, wrapped my head around this. And so you know, it was getting close. It was going to be the next Friday. And I went to the TV room of the barracks. And the room across the hall, the door was open. So it was one of those situations where like the person wanted me to hear, like they were kind of talking to me, but acting like they were speaking to someone else. And he said, you're going to be escorted to something called a density chamber. He said the ETs we work with, he said, we're third density. The ETs we work with are fifth. He said, it'll push you up artificially in the fifth density. You'll become stronger, faster. Your IQ will go up 200 points, and you'll become more of a collective. And you know, it was just something I randomly heard from somebody speaking in the room. And then, you know, the moment of truth came, and I was in my working blues. They call them Johnny Cashes because it's like all black, like the man in black. You wear like a black tie, shirt, slacks. And it was the same petty officer of the watch that I saw originally with the drone. And, you know, I came in and he said, sign these. And I signed like a stack of papers like that. And originally I was reading it, and it was saying things like, you know, the consciousness of the first party now belongs to the second party. It was like very strange, and it's something that you wouldn't sign in the military. And I said, you know, I don't think I should be signing this. And he said, you're already back there, so just sign the damn papers. So he was saying that like I had already come back from the program and I was being age regressed. I found out later on that, you know, it takes about 2 weeks for the age regression to take place. So they have to send you back 2 weeks early when you come back. And I was told it was a series of injections over like a period. They put you like in a stasis chamber, and then they give you a series of injections over a period of 2 weeks that slowly age regresses you over 2 weeks for 20 years. And so, you know, I just thought to myself, well, you know, I'm doing this for Dad. Like that's all I thought. I wanted this technology to be available to the public, and that was like my main goal. So I signed the papers. He said, sit down. He got on the phone. He said, send them in. I waited about 5 minutes, and then there was behind that same big window was like this huge reptile, and he looked like that. He was dark brown, like to the point where it was difficult to see his facial features, and he had ridges going down his head, almost like mohawks, and mouth went straight across, then up, and he had like on one of those like blue suits that you see, like a tight blue suit, and so I stood up and I said, Jesus Christ, he's not going to eat me, is he? And he said, he's much faster and stronger than you. If he wanted to, he would have killed you and eaten you by now. And he said, now go with him. And I remember it sighed, like, you know, like it heard me. Like, even though it was behind this glass, like a real big sigh, like it heard what I said. And I said, can you read his mind? And he said, yes, he can read your mind. So eventually he came out. He came out of the sliding glass doors, and we're like standing in the quarterdeck, and I was just kind of standing there staring at it. So I just like, you know, got my courage together, and I just started walking with him. I was just a part of this now. I didn't know how I got here. And so immediately we walked down one of those halls that was just a red line, just dark. And when he walked down it, the light didn't come on. So I figured, well, I guess these things can see really well in the dark. And there was a different British guard behind me now with, you know, he had his rifle and everything. And I found out later he was an off-world German, which is what the military calls, you know, the Germans, Nachwaffen, they call them off-world Germans. And the guy kept on hitting me in the back, kept on butt stroking me with his weapon. And, you know, I'd been to range before, and I really wasn't afraid of weapons or anything like that. And, you know, I was a range coach and everything else. And he just kept doing it. Like I said, please, I'm not looking around. Please stop hitting me. And like I said before, the tunnels, you know, they look similar to that. At first it was small like that. And then as we kept on going, it opened up more. And there were things like bicycles leaning against the wall, maybe golf carts. It seemed like if somebody wanted to go somewhere further down the base, they could just jump on a bike or a golf cart and go further down. And we were always like walking gradually downhill the whole time we were walking. And you know, this guy just kept on hitting me. And eventually I turned around and I grabbed this weapon and I put my leg behind his and I just threw him on the ground and knocked the wind out of him. And I was holding his weapon in his hand. And I said, you know, if you hit me with this thing one more time, I'm going to shove it up your ass sideways. And I remember the reptile said, leave us. But it was like when it spoke, it was deep, like deeper than any man. But it seemed like it had to push that last syllable out. So it was like, leave us. It kind of spoke that way. And the guy got up and looked at me, looked at his weapon. I held it out by the barrel, and he grabbed it, and he walked away. And when I turned around, the reptile was just right in front of me. And he was just flexing all his muscles and looking down. And I remember I could see like his gold alligator eyes, it looked like peering over his chest muscles. And I remember the first thing that came to my head was, I'm sorry for what I said before. You're much more civilized than him. And then they don't bare their teeth and they don't furrow their brows. They don't have like muscles in their face, just like a reptile. The only way you can tell if they're aggravated with you is like their eyes get small. And his eyes were small at first, and then they opened up normal. And then he just turned around and he said, follow me. And I was following him. And eventually we got to like kind of like a 3-step catwalk that went up into like a, you know, like a watertight door, like an airtight door area. Like 3 steps went up into like you know, with the wheel on it and everything else. And I walked in and it said, get in the chair. There was a chair. And when I was in elementary school, we had something called the DARE program, which was like to keep kids from doing drugs. It was Nancy Reagan's thing. And they actually put a gas chamber chair in a trailer and showed it to like a bunch of 6-year-olds, like with the bucket underneath and the chain that would lower down and cause the chemical reaction and everything like that. And I remember I was terrified of it. And when I saw this chair, it looked like that. It looked kind of like similar to like a gas chamber chair. It had straps on it and everything else. So I just thought, no way. And I saw the airtight door and I was like, no, this thing's trying to kill me. And I tried to run and it grabbed me by like the neck and threw me into the chair. Like I weighed 5 pounds. And it was holding me down. Like I remember it was holding my arm and I could see like its thumbnail really well. And it was black. But it kind of almost came out and either side kind of curled into itself and created like black needles. So it was like its nails were like black needles. And I grabbed its thumb and I was lifting it up and I think it headbutted me or something. And it kind of knocked me out for a couple of seconds. And I came to and my right side was in the chair. And I kind of got off the chair. It was big, like it was meant for one of them, like it was built for one of them. It was very wide and very high off the ground. And I kind of was standing on the ground, had one side, and I was undoing the strap while he was doing one of my ankles. And then he grabbed me by the chest and just threw me back in the chair. And I remember like his fingers were up here, but his palm was here. Like that's how big he was. He was probably about 9.5 feet tall. He was big. And like his shoulder muscles looked like beach balls. He was huge. And I remember he leaned in and said, don't make me hit you again. And as he leaned in, I took my thumb and I jammed it in his eye because I was just like fight or flight. Like I needed to get out of this chair. I didn't want to be here. And he just like leaned into me and like pushed up against my chest until he collapsed my chest and pushed up against my heart. And I just blacked out. And I woke up and I was completely in the chair. And then I remember he said something like, I'm sorry I have to do this to you. And there was like a panel on the wall that I couldn't see, like where you first walked in. He was doing something with that panel. Then he walked out and he closed the door. And I remember I was like hyperventilating. It was just like, you know, maybe if I pass out, this won't hurt as much. Because I thought it was like a gas chamber. Like I was like hyperventilating, trying to get myself to pass out. And then all of a sudden I felt it was almost like an out-of-body experience in the sense of like weightlessness, cold, and then like peace. Like I felt like almost like my soul was kind of coming out of my body. And then I came to, and there was a German, like a guy dressed like a Gestapo. And he was talking, he was gesturing as though he was talking to the reptile, but he wasn't saying anything. And as I got older, I did kind of feel, I forgot that I could do that. Like what my father said to me when I was young, I forgot just as I got older. And he seemed like he was like empathetic toward it, like he looks like sorrowful toward it, and it's backwards towards me, the reptile, and it was kind of doing the same thing, like talking with its hands but not saying anything. And he was actually, the Gestapo was a first-class petty officer on base. I found out later from my executive officer who told me everything. He said that we had like a senior chief with a mustache that was skinny and glasses, and he was an off-world German, but he was like a senior chief, like in the Navy. Our master chief of the base, who was like third in command, was an off-world German. He was overweight, glasses. Our doctor, who was a lieutenant, he was an off-world German. And then this first-class petty officer, he was an off-world German too. And I remember when I was talking to the XO, it's going back and forth. I said, so, why? I remember the Germans always being fit, like very fit-looking people. And I said, some were fat, some need glasses. I said, why is that? I said that they use the tech in their body to kind of like, slow down their metabolism or speed it up or adjust their vision. And he said, yes. And I said, why? And he said, well, we can't just have a bunch of Ubermen running around on base now, can we? So it was like a way for them to blend in. And I saw this off-world German. He's a first-class petty officer, and he hated my guts. Like after I got back, I didn't know why. It's because I poked his friend in the eye. And he had the trench coat on with the knee-high boots and everything, like the leather boots. And he said, I should have you executed for what you did to my man. Do you hear me? Because I came out of the chair, I stood up and I said, like, can I go to bed now? Like, that was the first thing that came to my mind. I was like exhausted and I could barely stand. I fell down to my hands and knees. And I remember I saw his boots come into my vision, like he stepped in front of me and he said, I should have you executed for what you did to my man. And the reptile said, it doesn't matter. He doesn't remember. And I just fell over and I blacked out. I woke up and the reptile was holding me like a duffel bag, like under his arm. And like my head was like, facing towards the back. And I remember like all my weight was on my bladder. And I said, I have to go to the bathroom. And I was like, because whenever I went up to fifth density, it was just like, everything was like a dream. It's difficult to explain. It's like, your color spectrum goes up, your night vision goes up, your frequency of sound goes up. You find yourself doing things like going down your own timeline, maybe 5 years, and kind of like seeing what your life is like in 5 years. And then the person that's you at that time realizes this is happening, like realizes that his past self is kind of looking at his own timeline and then coming back, almost like you're daydreaming, and you just kind of find yourself going down your own timeline. And I said, I'm serious, I'm going to pee on you. And then he just didn't listen. I just passed out. And then I saw like a flash of light, which I found out later was looking glass. All underground bases have looking glass technology, which is like a portal that you can open up, and you can observe, and you could go back in time, and you can go forward in time. And depending on where you're at in the present, if you go back in time, nothing's going to change unless somebody actually changes the timeline. And if you're not a part of it, then you're not going to realize it. So it's not even going to exist for you. But when you look forward in time from your present, he said it was a 94% accuracy with a 4% different outcome and a 2% variable, is how he explained like how accurate it is. And so we went through this portal, and I was in the moon. And he laid me down on a bed, like a medical bed, like a regular one, but it was very wide, like it seemed like it was made for them. It had the railings on the side and everything. And then I heard like ripping and tearing. And there was a woman, and she was putting like stickers on me, like heart monitor things. And I remember the reptile said he has to urinate. And then one long rip, and she put a catheter in me. And I saw her, and I said, it was almost like I said, it was like you were a kid. It was like you were reborn. And I just said like the first thing in my mind, I said, wow, you're really pretty. And then, like there was another girl, and I heard her go, woo, or something like that, working in there. There were like two nurses. And I said, can I hold your hand? And she said, give me a minute. I have to do things. And she started doing stuff. And then she's like, all right, I'll hold your hand. And I held her hand and I just fell asleep. And then I woke up and I found out later this was a woman that was on base that volunteered for the program too, I guess. She was an IT, like a computer tech. But I guess she volunteered as well and became like a nurse in the moon. And so I woke up the next day and I was all by myself in this white room. And then eventually she came in and she kind of gave me like a physical. She did, put your fingers between mine, squeeze. And then she had a smart glass pad, which are like those, they look like plexiglass, like a rectangular plexiglass pad. And it's almost like a computer. It's almost like a smartphone. It's what the smartphone's based off of. And Robert told me that the XO told me that was like the first tech you would see, ET tech would be a smartphone. And that's like a primitive kind of, smart glass pad. And, it looked like a humanoid. She was able to pull it out of the screen. She could stick her finger on it, like turn it around. You could see the circulatory system. If she wanted to see the brain, she put her hand in it and open it up, and it would zoom in on the brain, on the heart, things like that. And I remember she said, she goes, oh, you smoke. Like she did one of those to me. She goes, don't worry, we can fix it. And she goes, see this? And she like tapped her tooth. And she said, that used to be a missing tooth. I had like an implant, like a tooth implant. She's like, we can grow anything back here. So she did that physical and she was about to leave. And, like a kid, I was like, I got in her path and I said, don't leave. I don't know anybody. I don't want to be here by myself for another day. Don't leave. And then she started to walk away and I grabbed her arm and I said, I don't know what to do or say. All I know is I don't want you to leave me. And she liked that. So she took my hand and took me out of this room. And it seemed like a change of shift. Like it was like, people were, behind me, there was like a tram, like a train system. And then there were men like in gray suits walking forward and other men's walking back. And there were like 5 or 6 levels up. It looked like you were in the courtyard of like a condominium, like that, And there were like 5 or 6 levels up, and there were women with babies like waving goodbye to the men, and the men were waving goodbye. And there were like these 4 lifts on the ground. And she took me to one of these lifts, and they didn't have any kind of railings on it or anything like that. And we just walked on this lift and walked up and went to the very top, and then it just took us right to like her room. And I remember there was a woman with a baby, and she was standing on the sidewalk, like on 6 floors up, and there was no railings. And I said, aren't you afraid you're going to fall down? And she goes, oh, no, you can't fall down. And she just walked off, and there was like an invisible field. And she said, every level has like this field. And she said, the kids play on it. They're not supposed to, but they do. And I said, well, how far does it go? And she goes, it goes all the way to the other side. And so, April took me by the hand, and she walked me into a room, and it was like very Spartan. It was just like a table on the left, a couch, a coffee table, a kitchen area, like bathroom, bedroom. And she took me to the bedroom, sat me on the bed, and we started to kiss. And then she said, what's your name? And I said, I don't know. And then she goes, come on, think. Everybody remembers their name. And I said, Daryl. And so we had sex, and I was like resting my head on the headboard, and I just dozed off, and I was just back in England. Like, that's how it happened for me. Like, and the first class petty officer who explained it to me, had me sign the contract. He said, some people remember the first day or two, but nobody remembers more than that. And that's all I remembered. And so I would drink on the bar on base I showed you earlier. And I walked in, and there were always like these 4 or 5 British guys, British Army. And I found out later they were Satanists. And they were like in the clique, like the high clique of like this underground base, because there's actually caverns in these underground bases, and it's because of Cornwall. It's the XO explained to me there's like a honeycomb system once you go deep in the earth, and there's an inner sun and everything like that, but it's very honeycomb. But because the waves have been crashing against the Cornish cliffs for millions and millions of years, it's created a complex cave system, like closer to the surface of the earth, on this peninsula of Cornwall. And I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, I mean, and that's why these ETs were there. We call them ETs, reptiles, whatever you want to call them, elongated skulls, grays. That's why they were so concentrated in that area of like Cornwall, because of the waves crashing against the Cornish cliffs. And that's where these Satanists worked. They worked in these underground caverns below the underground base, and all underground bases belong to reptiles. Robert explained to me that we got into a war with them long ago, and we got outside help, but we participated in the war, and the war came to a stalemate. And the agreement was we get above ground and they get underground. And I said, it kind of sounds like we have the better deal. And he says, well, there's more real estate underground, so it's actually they got the better deal. And yeah, so I walked into the bar on base, and this one guy called the Goon, he had like a shaved head, and he was pretty big. He was a big guy. And he goes, hey, it's the king of the Tagetans. He's like, hey, man, Aquino fucked you up, man. And that was something else I forgot to tell you. I saw Michael Aquino, he was part of the Presidio case back in the 80s. He had like 38 counts of pedophilia and didn't even get prosecuted. Robert explained to me that the whole daycare center of that military base was in on it. And it was in California, I think San Diego. And, the judge was a Satanist. The lawyers, both the prosecutor and the defense, were Satanists. Even the daycare workers themselves were Satanists. So like they were all in on it. And he didn't even get processed. Like he didn't get fingerprinted, nothing. Like he didn't get a mugshot, nothing. He just kind of disappeared. And when I saw him, he should have been retired by now. But like one of the guys, that guy Orlando, even explained to me that he should have been retired. Like he should have retired 6 months ago. Like, why is he still on this base? And I said, I don't know. Like he was kind of like asking me, and he's like, what do you think about this? And I didn't know what to think of it. Anyways, yeah, I walked in this bar, and these Satanists, this Goon guy he was telling me about a life, it seemed like I didn't know I had. And he's like, yeah, you were naming off all these names, and you were talking about all these people. And I said, like, who are the Tagetans? And he said, Billy Meyer, because Billy Meyer was kind of big back then, but I really didn't know who he was. I didn't have a computer at the time. And I said, no. He's like, well, you have to look them up. They're based on that, like the Pleiadians and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I used to go to this bar and just wait for this guy to get drunk and like fake kind of drink, like sip beer and stuff like that, and just wait for him to get drunk and start saying things to me. And so time went on, and guys were asking me strange things. Like I remember that guy Orlando came up to me, and I found out later the command was asking him to ask me these questions to see if I had any memories still. So it was almost like there were like two factions on this base. It was like the guys who were approached to join the program and said no, and the guys who did join the program. And the guys who said no, they would kind of monitor the ones that joined the program to see if they still had any memories. And Orlando came up to me and he goes, hey, James, Johnson, kind of like one of the situations, Johnson told me that there's this machine that can take the soul out of a body, but it has to be before puberty for some reason. But they can't be too young because the body's mostly sedentary. So if they're like 3 or 4, the bones would get brittle and they die. So they have to wait till they're around 9 or 10. And he said, that's what happened to Aquino. And he said, but something else can like kind of like astral project into that body and use it like a puppet. So it's like this soulless. And he said he went to the underground base. He did a 12-hour shift. He walked by the break room, and he saw Aquino sitting at a table in the break room, because I guess there was like a glass window so he could look in to see if anybody was on break. And he said he did a 12-hour shift. He walked out, and Aquino was still sitting in the same exact chair, like he was just a puppet, like he was just a soulless being. He was just staring at a wall. And I said, and he was asking me, do you know anything about reptiles? Because I had no memories, you know what I mean? My memories were wiped. And I said, I don't know anything about reptiles. Like, I don't know anything. And he's like, oh, I don't either. But, he was the same guy that was talking about it earlier. And, eventually there was something wrong with me. I had never had depression before in my life. And it was to the point where it felt like I had the flu, but I wasn't sick. It was like the best way I could explain it, where I didn't have a fever, but like my bones ached and my joints hurt. Like it hurt to do anything. I didn't want to do anything. And I just started drinking heavily, and it was just strange dreams and nightmares, and I couldn't explain it. And eventually I got to the point where I was getting out of the command. I was getting out of the Navy for good. I didn't want to re-enlist. And you get to see the Master Chief of the base, the executive officer, and the commanding officer. But it's like one of the situations where you can say anything you want to them. You can't threaten them. You can call them a jerk or whatever, and it's like they can't do anything to you. And it's just like it's just like a tradition in the military. So I saw the Master Chief, and it wasn't a big deal. And then I walked in, and I saw the XO, the executive officer, who's Robert. And he said, he just stood up really slow, and he looked sad. And then he just appeared at the end of his desk. And I thought I had a stroke. Like it was like I lost 3 seconds of my life. I was like, what? And then he just appeared right in front of me. And I took a step back, and he took a step forward. And I heard in my head, can you hear what I'm saying to you? And it's something that like fifth density beings do, where they want you to realize this isn't just the voice in your head. They want like physical confirmation. I said yes back in my head, but so he said it again. Can you hear what I'm saying to you? And I nodded my head, and under my breath, I said yes. And he said, what do you remember? And I don't know if it was a fifth density thing, or maybe these memories were just always here, like in the back of my head, and I just didn't remember them. And I said, I remember a woman, tall. She was sitting down. She had long silver hair. She had big blue eyes, big cheekbones. She had a boy on her lap. I kissed the boy on the head, and then I kissed her. He said, that was mother. You had a son with her. And I said, I have a son. And he said, you have dozens of sons and hundreds of daughters. Yeah, and I was just like, what the hell? Like, I didn't even know I could do this. And it's like two grown men in uniform just standing in a room, just silent, but you know what I mean, for like 2 hours. And he's just telling me all these things. And he said, you have to go back in the chair, Daryl. You have to go back in the chair. You don't understand how bad this is. And I said, what? And he said, he said the chair will wipe your memory again. He's like, people that have memory of the 20-year and back, they usually kill themselves within the first 6 months. And I looked at him and I said, I knew you, didn't I? And he said, you were like a son to me. And then it got to a point where he realized I wasn't going back in the chair no matter what. Like I was like, he's telling me I have all these children and I want to remember this. Like this is something important. I have to remember this. No matter how difficult it is, I need to remember this. That was in my head. And he got to a point where he realized I wasn't going back. So then he just started telling me like things I'm going to start seeing in the future. He said, well, first he told me about, I said, what were the kids for, Robert? What were the kids for? Because as he was talking to me, I had these images coming back to me. And I remember being drugged naked, dragging on the ground. That was something else. When I woke up from the program, I forgot to mention, I had clay on the tops of my feet. I was very toned. I remember like I rubbed my chest and I looked at my hand and I had like burnt chest hair stubble. And I put my hand through my hair and I had burnt stubble. My picking fingers were long. You know, for classical guitar, I had very long picking fingers. And they were clean and manicured and polished. And it was just very strange. It's just one of those things, people just accept things. It's like you can have strange things happen in your life and you just kind of accept it. And yeah, and so I was talking to Robert and I said, what were the kids for? It was just an image I had. I remember kids pale white in cages, like in kennels. And he didn't want to answer it at first. And I kept saying it over and over again. What were they for? What were they for? And he said, well, you ever seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? And I said, yeah. And he goes, remember the adrenochrome scene? And I said, yeah. And he goes, well, that's what they're for. And he said, whenever the kids, there's brothels in the moon, and if the kids don't have a high enough score, they get sent through a portal into these underground bases. And all the underground bases have them. Like the guys who actually work in the base, like this base was like to track, I don't know, Russian and Chinese subs in the Arctic Circle. So the guys who worked in it, they didn't know. It was like this Satanist clique, like the Satanists that were always in the bar. And he explained that to me, and he said, "You know the song Little Ghost by the White Stripes?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "That song is about the children in the underground base. And, you know, it's like they're white like ghosts, and it's a little ghost, the one I fear the most. He fears getting caught." He said he was the main distributor, Jack White, of the White Stripes for adrenochrome in the music industry. And I felt like I was holding a hand, but I was holding a glove. He said because they stay in these cages their whole life, they're like veal. So the sinuate doesn't connect properly to the skin. So when you grab them, it feels like you can pull their skin off like a glove. Drug, love. He explained to me that what they do is they electrify the cages till the kids are passed out. And then they pull them out, they strap them to a table. They put an IV at the very top vertebrae, which extracts the adrenochrome. And I said, "How much do they take?" And he said, "A pint or two." I said, "Well, some of those kids were 3-4 years old. That'd kill them." He said, "It does." He said that they grind them up in something that looks like a wood chipper and they feed them to the other children. So it's like forced cannibalism. Yeah, and he explained that to me, and he said Tom Hanks was the kingpin of like adrenochrome sales and things like that. And I kept on saying the big guy because that's how I associate actors with like a movie I know. He goes, "Yeah, he's like Big is a movie about pedophilia." And I said, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, he's like a 10-year-old kid sleeping with like a 30-year-old woman, like because he got big." And it's like there's like these subconscious kind of things that they kind of put into our minds through movies and things like that. We think they're family movies, but they're really not. And he started explaining to me. He said, "You know the guys from South Park?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Trey Parker and Matt Stone," because I watched it. And I said, "Yeah, I like that show." And he's like, he said, "You remember when they went to the Oscars?" I said, "Yeah, they went on acid and they were in drag." And he said, "You know why they did that?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Because they hate them." And I said, "Who?" And he said, "Hollywood, they hate them." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because they're scum." And he explained to me that the one episode, I think it was like South Park spelt with a Q, the military, like the white hats, the good positive side of the military, actually approached them and gave them like a script of like what they wanted them to do, but they could add jokes anywhere they wanted, but they wanted this main thing. And it was like the adrenochrome episode of like South Park. And they were, making the people seem ridiculous because some of them are who believe in that. But he explained to me that the Q thing was real in the beginning, but then it would go away for 4 or 5 months and come back. He said, "That's not real, but it doesn't matter because it's already started by then." And something else that like I've talked about years ago is he said that you would start seeing sparks in the sky, like they look like comets with sparks, like gold and silver sparks behind them. And he said the press are going to say it's like space debris, but it's actually their ships going down, like the reptiles and the grays. And he said Earth was on lockdown, was through Solar Warden and other like factions that were helping us. And yeah, I said that years ago. And well, there was something else I was going to bring up that I already talked about. Oh yeah, he said you're going to see the National Guard. He's like, you're going to start seeing them appear everywhere. And now we have, and I talked about this years ago, excuse me. And now we have National Guard in New York and DC and Chicago and California. And he said that's how you know what's happening. And so all these events that he was telling me, they seem to be happening. They seem to be coming true. And I'm not like a channeler or anything like that. It's just this guy Robert explained to me that he was from the year 2580. He was looking down my timeline the whole time, which is kind of like you could kind of fast forward down someone's life, and you could stop at the more important parts and look around, but you can fast forward through like the more mundane parts. And he was looking, he said, I'm looking down your, he was kind of looking around. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm looking down your timeline. I said, what's that? And he said, I'm seeing your future. And I said, like a fortune teller? And he goes, yeah, something like that. But yeah, he said he came from the year 2580. He was genetically engineered in the womb to be very intelligent, very telepathic, very psychic. He said something went wrong with the timeline and Earth couldn't make it past fifth density. And he explained to me that if a world doesn't keep evolving, it dies, it goes stagnant and dies. So his original timeline, it was going to go stagnant and die. And he said to me, as he was looking down my timeline, he said, you think I look like Mike Pence? And I said, who's that? And he goes, you're right. He comes from my timeline. And I said, who's that? And he goes, he becomes the vice president when Trump becomes president. And I said, Trump, like the billionaire? And he goes, yeah, and he becomes president. And he explained to me that, you know, they all kind of, I said that they all have that constant scowl on their face like you do. And he said, yes. And you know how Mike Pence, he always has like a scowl. And he said that we have black hair, usually brown eyes, sometimes blue. Our hair goes white. It begins as salt and pepper at 50, goes pure white at 60. Our eyebrows turn white at 70, and our average lifespan is 110 years old. And I said, well, that sucks. I said, in Star Trek, they lived to 120. And he said, we didn't reach our true potential. And he said that we should live over 800 years. That's how long the off-world Germans live. And he said because of things like, they're poisoning our water, our food, our air, chemtrails, all this stuff, this all like accelerates the aging process because they don't want us to know our true potential is basically like the reptiles and elongated skulls and the grays. And yeah, I mean, he was just telling me all this stuff. And he kept on saying, you have to go back in the chair. You have to go back in the chair. You know, this is going to be difficult. You're going to have a hard life. He was like explaining my life to me. And I said, no, I'm not going back. And eventually, you know, he told me about the CEO. This is kind of funny, that at least to myself. The commanding officer, the skipper, he was actually, him and the XO would kind of tag along, would check up on me and things like that. And when I was on their world, like the Taigetans, like the Nordics, he would always just like, not like anything I did. If I ever had an idea, like he poo-pooed it. He didn't like it. And I started calling him Stick, like a stick in the mud. Like anything I said, he just didn't like it. And he told me that I called the commanding officer Stick. And I said, why? And he said, because you think he's a stick in the mud. And I said, well, that sounds like something I'd say. And he goes, yes, it does. And he was telling me, like, you're going to say something to the CEO. You shouldn't say it. Because he was, like, looking down my timeline. And then there was this other woman. I call her the Goth. She was, like, another Satanist. She was U.S. Navy. And he said, you're going to say something to her you shouldn't say. And, I was getting my biology 101 paperwork from the chaplain, who I found out was a Satanist. Like, a lot of these people on base were, like, Satanists and things like that. And, I walked out and I said, I'll see you again. And he said, no, you won't. And he said, you won't even remember this. And I said, yes, I will. And then I said, I said out loud, will there be anything else, sir? And he said, no. And I left. And I got to the CEO's office, and it was weird as he was telling me things. The XO, like I said, more and more memories were just unlocking. And I remembered I was being tortured by the reptile that inhabited the body of Aquino. For coming back from the program after I got back for poking the reptile in the eye as punishment. And he had that dagger that he's famous for, Aquino. And he handed it to the CEO, and he said, cut him from here to there. And I was on like this torture rack. And the CEO looked up at me and he said, not so high and mighty now, are you? And he started cutting me. And then I remember he gave it to the XO, the dagger. And he said, cut him from here to there, like where he left off. And at first the XO said, no, Robert. And he said, cut him from here to there. He said it again. So he cut me. And it was actually the reptile reached into the wound and scratched my stomach with his sharp nails. And I guess because you have so many nerves in your stomach, it kind of made me thrash, and it hurt and made the muscles like flex, and it really hurt. But it was almost like this tickle, like I couldn't resist. And went over to the skipper's office, just talking to Robert, and went to the commanding officer's office. And he looked like he saw a ghost. And it was kind of funny to me because it was like all these memories were just kind of flooding back. And I handed him my discharge paper and I said, "How you doing, sir?" And he goes, "Good." Like he thought, because the reason I remember Robert said, you come back on, if you, this Friday, come to the quarterdeck, you can come in civilian clothes, come at midnight and I'll re-wipe you, and I'll put you in a med bed and I'll fix you up. Like the Germans were angry at you. So when they put you in the med bed, they kind of screwed you up, because they didn't like the way you were talking to Aquino. And yeah, so, I told him no. I went to the skipper's office and I said, I handed him the papers and I signed them. Oh, the reason why we couldn't talk out loud is because we were on speakerphone, because the Master Chief and the skipper were listening, because they wanted to know what I remembered. So, and I already knew all this because he told me in my head. And I walked in, discharge papers, he signed them. I walked out, and as I was walking out, I lifted my head up so I knew that my voice would bounce off the door. And I said, "No hard feelings, huh, Stick?" And I turned around and I looked at him and I said, "Not so high and mighty now, are you?" And and he looked like he saw a ghost, and I walked out. Yeah, and then I got to Norfolk, Virginia, and Robert was like giving me all these. That quick? Oh my God, I went in way too much detail. I'm so sorry. If you want to see my full story, I mean, my website's daryldjames.com, DARYL.
So you can choose, you want to do Q&A or just keep chatting?
Well, I mean, I could keep chatting, but there was a new memory that I just kind of came to that I want to talk about. Oh man, I got to go over all this. Sorry about that. That's what the Germans were dressed like. These are all real. All the ancient Egyptian gods were real. That's what they look. Their eyes are about a fifth larger than us. The Taigans, the Nordics. Man, I went on too much. There we go. That's what their world kind of looked like. Almost like like Norway or the Rockies. Okay, I wanted to get to this. When my mother died, she a couple years back, she had cancer a long time ago, and then she took the vaccine and got all the boosters, and she died of turbo cancer. And I was sitting down next to her in the hospital, and I was watching the morning news, and I saw in the morning news that Paul Rubin died. And then, boom, it came back to me. Something Robert said to me. He was explaining things to me. He was like telling me about my father. He was telling me all these things, so I'd believe him. He said he saw my dad through the looking glass. He saw when he moved to, St. Petersburg, Florida, where I'm from, in the mid-'50s, and he was a mechanic, and he used to race cars, and he was trying to convince me that what he was saying that was real. And I realized he could do this. I realized he could see my future, and it freaked me out. And I said, "Don't tell me when my mother dies." I said, "You can tell me anything, just don't tell me when my mom dies." And then he looked right at me and he said, "Your mother dies 3 days after Paul Rubin." And I said, "How do you know this?" And he said, "Because you're sitting down in the hospital next to her and you're watching the morning news and you see that Paul Rubin dies. And she dies 3 days later." And then all this memory came back of him telling me this. And when I asked him, I said, "What was that thing in the underground base that controlled Aquino?" And he said, "Sobek." And I said, "What's that?" And he said, "Egyptian god of fertility, guardian of the Nile." And I said, "What the?" And he explained to me that he was over 5,000 years old. And I said, "What the hell is a 5,000-year-old reptile from Egypt doing in Cornwall?" And he explained to me that to this day, tin is the major export of Cornwall, the number one export. And the ancient Egyptians used to get their tin to make bronze. You mix tin and copper together and make bronze. So the trading routes from Cornwall into ancient Egypt were very vast and extensive. And he explained to me that ancient Egyptian history is more like 10,000 BC, not like 3100 BC. He said originally the avians came, like Thoth and beings like that, in 10,000 BC. And he said they looked just like that. I said, so they had feathered heads and flesh bodies? He said, no, their bodies would have been feathered as well. He said the artist's depiction was of the flesh body was they're humanoid like us, they're mortal like us, like they're flesh and blood, they're mortal. And then he said they created the Great Pyramids. And when I was in, I think the third conference of Journey to Truth, I was in a panel. And one of the people asked, where do ETs get their power from? And nobody on the panel answered. And I said, they get it from the magnetic field of their world. So this newest discovery of the Great Pyramids with the pillars underneath it, that's what those pillars are for, is what Robert told me. It's to harness the magnetic field of Earth to get energy. And he said they created it. He said they were once covered in sheets of gold, the Great Pyramids. The obelisk was covered in sheets of gold, and the obelisk acted like a Tesla tower. And he said they used that power to create portals to their world and to communicate with their world. And they were kind of like reciprocal, in the sense of, we're going to take some of your land, but in exchange, we're going to give you free power. So they thought the ancient Egyptians were too primitive because they were still a Bronze Age people. So they, all they gave them was like lighting and heating basically for their homes. That was like, they didn't think they were ready for ET tech yet. And around 7,500 is when the canines and the felines came, and they were in harmony with the avians, and they worked together. And then 3,100, which is what we think ancient Egyptian history is when the reptiles came, and they chased off, basically, they got into a war with the felines and the canines and the avians, and they chased them off Earth, and then they started slavery. And we've basically been under reptilian rule since 3,100 BC. But, that he explained to me that that's what true ancient Egyptian history was and what it is. It's more like 10,000 and not 3,100. So that was like the main thing. That was like, and that was just the latest memory that I remembered, like from my mother passing away, from seeing that Pee Wee Herman died, and then everything else kind of kicked in. Are there any questions? I'm sorry I went on so long. You can see more of me on my website and everything else. Yeah, I'll thank you. Yeah, my website is daryldjames.com, DARYL, D is in Delta, James.com. Yeah,
Anybody have some questions?
No, I don't. I'll be around. Yeah, I'll.
You see these empty spots? Please, we would love to meet you and chat with you. Yeah.
Okay.
But let's give you a few more minutes for Q&A.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Who has a question? There you go. And then someone else is behind you. There you go.
All right. Great meeting you, James. I've seen your stuff online quite a bit. I can almost a lot of this I've already heard from your interviews and stuff, but obviously there's more. So first, two quick questions. One, how's the book coming along? And two, in the past, you mentioned seeing what's coming down the line here and very soon, within the coming years. So what are you seeing now?
Well, my book, I'm about halfway done right now. What am I seeing down the line? Well, like I said, the National Guard are active. I was told that was going to happen. The sparks in the sky with the meteorites, I was told that was going to happen. But I mean, when Robert explained to me, he said that when they burned down the Library of Alexandria, they actually took all the scrolls and tablets and they put them in the catacombs of the Vatican. And that history is a lie, medicine's a lie, like everything, like science, it's all a lie. But he said, oh, that's going to be released to the public. And he also asked me, he said, what do you think the world's gold's at? And I was in London at the time, so I thought the Bank of London, I just thought of that. And he said, no, it's in the catacombs of the Vatican. He said, it's a septillion is what he said. It was like enough to make everybody on Earth like 100 millionaire, but they're not going to do that because nobody would work. But he said that like we're going to get to a point where med beds are going to be available. We're going to get to a point where money is going to work for us. Everybody's going to be able to take a great vacation. He said it's not going to be the way it was. He's like, debt's going to be a thing of the past. Usury will be a thing of the past. And yeah, and that's something else that I didn't talk about. I'm sorry about with Sobek, was when he was torturing me, I said, what in the name of Christ do you want? And he said, stop it. Stop saying that. And then I kind of put two and two together and I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to undo me from these straps. And he started doing it. And he started talking out of the side of his mouth, and the goon got wise to it and knocked me out, and it kind of stopped that. But something else Robert told me is once you get a high enough clearance for looking glass, 9 times out of 10, the first thing that people ask for is to see Christ. They just want to know he's real. But he said nobody's allowed to step through the looking glass at that point. Even the Satanists know better than that. He said not even the Satanists will step through the looking glass. It's he didn't explain it, but it would be some sort of cataclysmic thing. But yeah, and I said, was he real? And he said yes, and his name holds power. And that's what he said.
I'm curious if you know who built the Sphinx.
Oh, I don't know that. I just know about the Great Pyramids.
Do you know when it was built?
No, I couldn't say that. Yeah.
My question's about the Taigetans. It's about the only recollection I have, specifically them. Anything else you could tell us about Taigetans?
I mean, very strong in family, more women than men, like 30-1, I'd say about, a lot more women than men. They're polygamous. There's a warrior caste of males where those males will only have sons, and they're warrior caste as well. The regular Taigetan men are about, 6'3", 6'4", but the warrior caste are about 7 feet and much bigger. The women go through a bonding process after they have their babies for about 10 months, and you can't be next to them. And the men, they go through almost like a rut every 6 months for about 2 weeks. So it's almost like in their biology that a man would have more than one wife. So and there's just so many more women than men. It's like more of a lot more, like 30-1 as far as women to men.
Thank you.
And yeah.
And in your opinion, are they still involved in observing us from their spacecraft? Are they on observation mode of us and what's going on here?
They're on the lockdown mode that I was talking about with all the sparks that you see that look like meteorites falling. That's some of them. And I remember when Robert told me that, I said, well, if they know they're going to get shot down, the reptiles and grays and stuff, why are they trying to leave? And he said, because they're scared. And that kind of gave me hope to know that they're afraid of us now. And once you start seeing these sparks with all what looks like meteorites, and they call it space debris, that's actually their ships being shot down.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense to what I sense and what I know, so appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
I always have questions. I know I asked this question the other day to somebody else, but tell me what you know about 2027, major event coming.
Mm-hmm.
I have another question, but that's my first question.
Do I have any opinion on 2027?
Anything about 2027? I mean, my information is April, but...
I mean, I couldn't say, but, I brought up years ago as well that North America would become one, Canada would become part of the United States, and eventually Mexico, and the American border would end at the town of Quetzalcoatl, and that Alaska would go back to Russia. He said that Stewart's Folly, the purchase in 1867, was actually only a 100-year lease. So we should have given it back in 68 or 69, but because of the fear of communism and the Vietnam War, we kept it just out of spite. But it rightfully belongs to Russia and will go back. And he said that the people that live there now will be allowed to stay. They'll just have to become bilingual. But yeah, and we'll become like eighth in the world power. They couldn't decide who would become the next world power, and they almost got into a war over it. So they agreed to natural resources, and that's how world powers would be worked out. So Russia has the most natural resources, then China would become the economic power, and then several nations in Africa would be high up on the top 5. But I believe he said North America would become like 8th. But it really doesn't matter, because we're going to be at peace, and it's going to be just a much better economy, a much better lifestyle. We're going to reach our true potential. We're going to live longer, things like that. They're going to start ending these poisons.
But that's not a date specific. That's just in general. Okay.
I know. I know.
Okay, no, that's
I don't
fine.
know.
That's fine. So my other question is, so I'm out in Sedona. I had dreams that brought me there, and I'm a tour guide, and I do some weird stuff for a living. That's what I do, and so I know a lot about what's going on out there. I get to see bits and pieces, and people come to me and give me information. And there's some debate about what's going on underground today. As of today, if you know, you may or may not know what's going on underground from your perspective, because I know my perspective and other people's perspectives.
I said, will this space, be cleared out? He said, we're clearing out he's like, we're working on it. This was back in 2006. I got to the command in 2004, but he said that we're working on this. And he said, whenever St. Maughan goes from JMF RAF to just RAF, he said, that's how you know it's cleared. And that happened about 10 years ago.
It did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's still a lot of dark people out there doing dark stuff, but because I keep hearing it's cleared, and I'm like, I'm not getting that. I'm out there at night. I'm not getting that it's clear. So I think there's portals open that keep opening, and you guys, the good guys and women, are trying, but so it's supposed to be cleared.
He said it's no. He just said St. Maughan.
Okay.
He just said that base. He said that it's just so complex. It's going to take a long time.
Yeah, there's too many portals.
It's so complex.
Okay. And too many species.
But seeing these sparks come out of the sky, that means they're trying to leave, but they can't because we're on lockdown.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Dr. Bill Deagle back in. Dr. Bill Deagle spoke with us at the Unurban Cafe in LA circa 2006, and we'd asked him afterwards. He'd go, "Oh, what's going on? Because he knew it was coming down, right?" And he says, people ask me all the time, where should we go? Should we go to New Zealand? Should we go to the Black Mountains? And should we go to North Dakota? And blah blah blah. He says, believe me, if you knew what they had planned for you, Venus isn't far enough away. So now you're making it sound like it's a very positive outcome here. When is that actually palpable? I mean, we see some positive changes now, but there's a lot here that says there's some dubious stuff going on behind the scenes, fake assassinations and all that kind of stuff, right?
Well, I mean, he said geographically, Florida's not going to go underwater. He talked about that. Like, those things aren't going to happen.
Speaking of that, Ed Dames, remote viewer, talked about places to go.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, and excuse my French, he says, Florida is fucked. Mm-hmm. The East Coast is going to be underwater. So do you say it's not?
Well, that's what he told me. Yeah, that's what my executive officer told me. Yeah. But I mean, he also said that it's like, they're going to force the Satanists to do what they had planned for us over decades. He said the people will accept it if it happens gradually. He said, but right now, like, the good guys are in charge, and they're forcing the Satanists to do what they were going to do to us, but they're doing it fast. And it's getting to a point where people are waking up and saying, like, wait a minute, this vaccine isn't right. Wait a minute, why are they sterilizing our children with, puberty blocker drugs? They're just they're throwing it out there like really fast. And he said that human beings have DNA memory, and only way our DNA memory is triggered is by a trauma. So it has to be a major traumatic event. So all these things, and it seems tough, and like we're losing loved ones and stuff like that because of these bogus vaccines, and but it has to be that way, because he said we could step in right now and we could stop it, but it would just happen again in 100 years. He said the only way like we can change our DNA memory is through a traumatic, like, negative event. And in that way, like, it won't happen again. Like, our children and our children's children, it'll survive throughout the DNA memory on a subconscious level. And that way it won't happen again. But it has to be like a traumatic event. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem fair. But he said that's just the way human beings are. And it has to be something difficult to teach us a lesson.
Maybe like the COVID shot and the direct energy weapons and all that crap.
Exactly. Yeah.
To leave on a positive note, though, timelines are shifting, changing, that new outcomes are coming. So as he would say, Florida is not FUCKED, correct?
Yeah. He because I asked about that. I said, like, are the seas going to rise like they tell us? And he's like, no, it's not going to happen like that. And but 9/11, he told me it was mini nukes. He said that they were going to stop it during that time. He said they were going to start doing this then, 9/11. But the Satanists put in mini nukes. He said they have nukes the size of hockey pucks, basically. Not as powerful as an all-out nuclear weapon, of course, but powerful enough to take out a building. And he said the Satanists leveled September 9, the World Trade Center. And he said they basically, it was like a warning, like, if you try to stop us, we have these all over the earth and we'll set them off all at once. And that was like their warning. So it was like the White Hats had to like stand back and try to find where all these weapons were before they could start doing this again.
Can we?
Of course.
Now we can end on a word of love for everyone as we thank you so much.
Yeah.
We have our next speaker ready to go, guys, to stay on schedule. Yeah.
Well, I'll answer his question. He's standing.
Okay. Okay, big quick. Yeah, we got Mike's, our next speaker's ready to go. Yep.
So just real quick, because I stepped out for a sec, so I don't know if you covered it or not. I've been divining a lot with the Galactic Federation, Spirit, the past of human history, and all that. And one of the things that keeps coming up is the Nibiru Cataclysm and the planet Nibiru. From what I've been told, it's a Federation ship to reset planets and make sure everything is balanced in case something goes too far. I was curious if during your time in the programs they ever mentioned anything about trying to create weapons specifically to stop that.
To stop the Nibiru?
Yeah.
Not to my recollection. No, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I've heard different, just what you said, I've got many theories up here, but that is one of them that I've heard. But then I've heard different, I've heard 3 or 4, so yeah. Let's see what happens, yeah. But thank you so much, Daryl James. Everybody, great applause for Daryl. And if you want, we want to give you a spot in the corner to chat with others if you wish.
Say again?
Feel free if you want to go in the back, see that open booth there.
Okay.
If you want to chat with others, feel free. You give me your email address and chat with people.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You know what? I want to chat with you myself. I got some questions, so we'll chat later. Thank you.
Of course. I can stop the Yeah.
I know. I got to say that. I got so many theories up here. Like, I would give you a whole presentation to watch one day. I would love that.
Yeah, it's on Daryl.
Okay, I got to see the whole thing. I would love that. I love that. Yeah. This mic is still on. It's got to be shut off.
You want to do it like dinner time? Oh, yeah. I can give you shots all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, I got some running around. If you want to hang up here, because
Okay, we're ready.
Okay.
Can I get some water? Could I get a glass of water? Yeah, it's a shoulder vest.
I think that's a little too close to the sun.
Yeah, try it. Yeah, it seems
I put out three more fires in that 5 minutes I stepped away.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? We're going to bring everybody come in and have another seat again. We got our next speaker here coming up. All right. Will, bringing everybody out there, tell them that Mike Bear is coming up. Okay, everybody have a nice seat in the chair. Everybody get comfy here. We have our next beautiful speaker here, Mike Bear, coming up, and he's going to talk to us about the history of NASA. Did you have a bio? I don't have a bio right now.
No, I'll just tell.
Awesome. Everybody, without further ado, Mike Bear. Enjoy, guys. Woohoo!
Thank you. Thank you. I can tell the temperature in this room has been set to what makes the ladies comfortable, not what makes the men comfortable. Wow, Florida is humid. Okay, I live in Las Vegas, so I'm used to it being really, really dry. Thanks for being here, guys. And actually, I'm not going to be giving you a whole lot of the secret history of NASA today. What we're really going to talk about is the secret space programs, what we might call the deep state, and their connection to the murder of President Kennedy, and why this is relevant today. And it's really relevant because of what Daryl was just talking about the future that's coming, which is the major shift in human consciousness that's happening actually right now as we speak, and how the earth is going to be divided. It's going to be divided into 7 different kingdoms, and it's going to be interesting to see. Who ends up with what. This whole thing about Alaska being part of Russia, that's great, except it's on our side of the fence, so I can't see that happening. But I hear a lot of the same things he was talking about, except that, for instance, they're talking about an English-speaking world where United States, Canada, Alaska, Greenland, Iceland, England, New Zealand, and Australia form one great commonwealth, and that'll be one of the 7 kingdoms. And there is an alliance. If you remember, in ancient Rome, before the empire and after the republic, they had what was called the triumvirate, and it started out, one of them was Caesar and Lepidus and eventually Mark Antony and Octavian. They have formed a triumvirate, and Xi Jinping and Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are one of the triumvirates right now. You've got Russia, which is the military head of the new alliance. Trump is the financial head, and Xi Jinping is going to be the production head. The Asians are going to be doing, in charge of the production. So that's the alliance that I see. And of course, to the side of them, influencing them or helping them, are the off-world beings. And, I don't know if you guys have ever watched, there's a YouTube channel called The Gunner's Wife, and I don't agree with her about most things, but she's very big into pointing out that John F. Kennedy Jr. appears to have impersonated a gentleman named Vincent Fusca in Pennsylvania several years ago at Trump rallies. And I could give you a whole 2 hours on that. And I know Vincent, I've talked to him many times, and he is not the guy that was at those rallies. But she does lip reading. And one of the things is, I'm just going to tell you, they've tried to assassinate Trump at least 5 or 6 times now. I can document 4 of them in the first administration, and one of them was the State of the Union in 2020. If you remember the State of the Union address, and she did lip reading of all the conversations going on between senators and congressmen beforehand, and they were saying stuff like, yeah. Well, what you do is you shake their hand, and then he's going to have a heart attack. He might not even make it out of the rotunda. He might not get done with his speech before it happens. And they were talking about this, and one of the other guys was talking to it was a congressman who's supposed to be MAGA, a guy named Louis Gohmert, who I think is now out of Congress. And he said to somebody else, and he said, yeah, he thinks his Pleiadian's going to protect him, meaning the first lady, meaning Melania, but we're going to get her too. So this stuff is openly talked about, and her lip reading is flawless. We've all seen bad lip reading, the NFL stuff, but they're just talking gibberish, right? She actually coordinates the lip reading really, really well to the context of the discussion. And that's why when Trump went up to give that State of the Union, Nancy Pelosi went to shake his hand, and he just went, nope. Not doing it, because it was like the movie The Interview. If you ever saw that one with Seth Rogen and James Franco, where they were trying to assassinate Kim Jong-un, and that's how they were going to do it. One guy was going to have the poison on his hand, and the other guy was going to have the activator, and separately they were harmless, but together they poisoned him and killed him. And that was the plan to kill Donald Trump at the State of the Union in 2020. So these people are nefarious, they're evil, and I will say something else too, that the change, the flip over, the big day, it's been planned many, many times, but it was absolutely scheduled for 9/11/2025. And that's why Charlie Kirk was murdered on 9/10/2025, was to basically put a fear into the White Hats or the alliance that we can get anybody, we can get you guys. And so that's pushed everything back now, and here we are in October, but we'll see how that all progresses. Meantime, what I want to talk to you about is the history of the secret space programs and how they influenced geopolitics. And what I like to tell everybody is that in politics, there's two reasons behind everything. It's either money or it's aliens. Money or aliens, money or aliens. Unfortunately, President Kennedy had like Donald Trump and like Richard Nixon maybe, had the audacity to get himself he got the bankers pissed off at him, and he got the aliens and the secret space program folks pissed off at him. We're going to go through that today and try to whip it through here and get to questions. So I have a bunch of books out. This is not all of them. I have a new one on the Bermuda Triangle, actually new. It's like 5 years old. But the ones we're going to focus on here mostly today are going to be Ancient Aliens and JFK and Hidden Agenda, which is NASA and the secret space program, because there's stuff in there that's important. But we're focusing primarily on Ancient Aliens and JFK, which is the work that I'm the most proud of. And why it's relevant now is because Donald Trump has released new documents about the Kennedy assassination, which, believe it or not, have sort of solidified my pet theory on why he was killed and who killed him. And as we've advanced that forward, my dream would be to get the attention of the RFK Assassinations Committee, because people like Anna Paulina Luna and RFK Jr., who are looking into UFOs, UAPs, secret space programs, are also going to be doing an assassinations committee at some point. And I really would like to get in front of them, because I just feel like the people that they're talking to don't have a clue what's really been going on. So let's go back through and talk about what's really been going on. There have been 3 coups in the history of the United States that we know of just in the last 60 years. President Kennedy was one, Richard Nixon was one, and Donald Trump in 2020 was one. And, I don't want to get too political here, but let's be honest, the 2020 election was not legitimate. There was a lot of problems with that. The COVID thing was part of it. And whatever side of the aisle you're on, I'm just going to tell you that's a fact, that they wanted him removed, all because they had done too much and talk too much and were digging their noses into the alien question, the question of exposing the alien presence on Earth. You may not know this about Richard Nixon, But after being elected in the biggest landslide in American history in 1972, he was out golfing with his friend Jackie Gleason, who was a very famous comedian, used to live down here in Miami Beach. He were down here on a golf vacation one night. Jackie Gleason, who's always been interested in UFOs, asked his friend President Nixon if the UFO stuff is true. And later that night, Nixon shows up with a car, no Secret Service, no driver, drives him to Air Force Base down there. I think it's Eglin Air Force Base, takes him into a freezer locker and shows him the bodies. And Jackie Gleason's wife told him that story. And then immediately after that, the CIA breaks into the Watergate Hotel without President Nixon's knowledge, by the way. They did this on their own. All CIA members, E. Howard Hunt, people like that, broke in. And then when he tried to protect them and cover it up, which was not a smart decision, it ended up ending up in his impeachment, his removal. So if you look at Trump, then I'm going to talk about very little about Trump, but simply the fact that Donald Trump has released some of the documents I'm going to show you today makes him a target. And he's openly talked about being briefed on the alien question, which no president since Truman has admitted he's been briefed on it until President Trump did it in the first term. So you have that stuff, and then you have the guy who really tried to upset the apple cart, and that's President John F. Kennedy. So, as you guys know or may not know, President Kennedy was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963. This was only 10 days after a very important event that took place, which we'll talk about here, and it's all documented. He was murdered in Dealey Plaza in Dallas. I've been there. I've stood where I'm going to show you who the two shooters were, and I think there were only two. I can prove two. I can't prove any more, but I can definitely prove two, and I'm going to... where the shot was taken from, I could have made that shot, and I am no rifleman. President Kennedy's dad was Joe Kennedy. He was well known. He got his money. He was essentially what was in those days a billionaire. The Kennedy family was worth about $350 million in the 1930s. That was more than a billionaire, making him one of the 10 richest people in the world. And he did it on primarily bootlegging and insider trading. Now, insider trading was legal back then. I guess it is today because Nancy Pelosi still does it. Have you guys seen these guys that they just copy every trade that Nancy Pelosi makes, and their fund is up like $450 million in the last 3 years? It's crazy. So, but no, it's okay. And it was legal back then. And that's how the Kennedys made their money, in bootlegging during Prohibition. And they bought up a lot of real estate. And he had two sons, Joe, the older son, and John, who was the party son. He was the, you know how the British talk about Harry and William, they call him the heir and the spare. Well, Joe and John were the heir and the spare, or Jack Kennedy as he was known. Joe was supposed to be the war hero. Now, Joe Kennedy Sr. very much wanted to be president of the United States. He wanted to be the first Irish Catholic American president. And the problem is that there was a lot of discrimination against the Irish in those days. Everybody complains about discrimination today. It was far worse or just as bad against the Italians and the Irish in those days, especially because of their ties to the Pope, which was viewed with great suspicion by most Americans. But he desperately wanted that. Unfortunately, Joe Kennedy kind of took the wrong side during the Blitz of London in World War II. And he said, look, you should just negotiate a deal with the Germans. You're never going to defeat the German war machine. And then he ran away from London to Northern England so he wouldn't get bombed. Whereas Churchill and those guys, who were Freemasons, by the way, stayed. And that ruined his chances, but his sons were still possible to be war heroes. But Joe was killed in a very daring air raid. He was a pilot. So all of this suddenly fell onto the second son, the party son, the guy who liked, the girls, he liked the booze, he liked the fun, John F. Kennedy Jr. And John F. Kennedy Jr. became a war hero. This is him aboard his patrol boat, PT-109. He joined the Navy. The boat was struck by a Japanese submarine, and President Kennedy, then just Lieutenant Kennedy, very bravely rescued a couple of other guys who were badly burned. He took a life preserver, put the bit between his teeth, and swam over 2 miles to an island where he rescued those other two guys. And there was a big debate whether or not he would get the Silver Star or the Bronze Star. Kennedy wanted a Silver Star. He got a Bronze Star. But he was a legitimate war hero. He was once asked, after he became president, Mr. President, how'd you become a war hero? And he said, it was pretty easy. The Japanese cut my boat in half. That's how I became a war hero. So after the war, he had been badly injured. His back had been badly injured in that incident, and he was put into a convalescent home or a nursing home. in Arizona. It was in Hope, Arizona. He had a very attractive young nurse there, by the way, named Virginia something. But all I know is that she was his nurse there. And 9 months later, she moved to a place called Hope, Arkansas, and gave birth to Bill Clinton. So you figure that out, guys. Why do you think Ken Starr? You remember Monica Lewinsky, the blue dress? Why do you think Ken Starr wanted the blue dress with the DNA sample on it? Because he wanted to find out if he's an illegitimate Rockefeller or an illegitimate Kennedy. Well, I think we know the answer to that. This is John F. Kennedy along with James Forrestal. James Forrestal was the first Secretary of Defense. This is in Hitler's office in Berlin, or Berlin was, of course, devastated. Here he is because his dad, Joe, had gotten him a job after he got discharged from the hospital as a reporter for Hearst newspapers. You know, billionaires hang out together, got him a job. And he got to follow Forrestal around. Here is Kennedy again, and James Forrestal and some other generals. And then there's another great picture here. This is, you got two presidents, future U.S. presidents, Eisenhower and Kennedy, in the picture, along with the very first Secretary of Defense, James Forrestal. Now, why is James Forrestal important? James Forrestal is important because, as I said in my book, Hidden Agenda, NASA and the Secret Space Program, Kennedy, he was a friend of the Kennedys. He was he golfed a lot with Joe Kennedy Sr., and he was very affectionate towards them, and their families were very, very close. And then, of course, James Forrestal became very important later on. Now, interestingly, right after the war, if you follow the movement of Patton's Third Army in World War II, Patton had breached the Rhine River. He famously, it's in the movie Patton, told Eisenhower, you give me 400,000 gallons of gas, and I'll be in Berlin in 2 weeks. I'll beat the Russians there by a week. And not only that, you know, I can start a war with them and I'll make it look like they started it. So Patton was willing to do that. He was told, no, you're not going there. He was ordered to an area of Poland to the southeast called Silesia. Well, what's in Silesia? Well, what's in Silesia, this area right here, what's in Silesia is a plant that was called a Buna plant, which is German for rubber. It was a rubber plant. Supposedly, they were making rubber seals for tanks and airplanes at this plant. The only thing that's really a little suspicious about that is that it was using 1/4 of all of the electrical power output of Nazi Germany in 1945 was going to this particular plant. And one of the things that's at this rubber plant is something called the fly trap. Now, you may have seen the fly trap on episodes of Ancient Aliens. It still exists. It's a concrete test rig for something, and nobody really seems to know what it's for. All the documents have been destroyed, but what it's rumored to be for is something called the Nazi Bell. The Nazi Bell is a very interesting, I think it's just an anti-gravity reactor. It's a reactor that's designed through various different types of technologies, like, you know, using red mercury and counter-rotating magnetic fields to negate the effects of gravity. That was the purpose of it. And it's been well known. It's called Die Glocke. There are some papers on it. And if you look at the size of the Nazi Bell versus the actual test rig, it's pretty clear that was probably what it was used for, was to test this thing. Now, the interesting thing about the Nazi Bell is, you've ever thought about the early German flying saucers? We've all heard about the invasion of Antarctica and Operation High Jump and the Hannibal flying saucers. But if you look at a typical flying saucer shape, you have this sort of cupola in the middle and the disc shape, and it just happens to be a perfect fit for if you were to put this anti-gravity flying saucer technology reactor in the middle of the thing. Now, this is a picture. I don't know if this is authentic. I don't really think it is, but it might be. But this depicts what Admiral Byrd said he encountered when he invaded Antarctica. And the cool thing about this is that at one point, John F. Kennedy and James Forrestal were within less than a day's drive of Silesia. So it's entirely possible that Kennedy and Forrestal visited this plant and knew about this technology. And of course, there's way more to it. There's the story of Hans Kammler, you know, the guy who died 4 times officially, just 4 different deaths in the American records of this guy Kammler, who was in charge of all this, and he went off to Argentina and so on. But that's a different story. So then President Kennedy if he was going to fulfill his family's wishes, his father's wishes, had to become a politician. So the first thing he did was Joe Kennedy bribed the mayor of Boston to stand down from a congressional seat race in 1946. John F. Kennedy ran. He won, and he became the congressman from Massachusetts. He then decided the next thing to do was, a few years later, he had to run for senator, because at that time, the Senate was considered a stepping stone to the presidency. So in 1950, he ran for the Senate from the state of Massachusetts. But if you're going to be president, you have to be stable. You have to be a family man back then, not so much anymore, but we still have never had really a single president ever. Maybe Bill, but I don't know. Bill was just kind of a bachelor at the same time he was married. Anyway, so they teamed him up with Jacqueline Bouvier, who was a beautiful young socialite, very nice, very respectable girl. They teamed them up, and he was now ready to run for president, which he tried to do in 1956. He ran. He electrified the convention, Democratic convention in 1956, but ultimately didn't get the nomination. It went to Adlai Stevenson, who lost to Dwight D. Eisenhower for the second time. He came back in 1960, and he ran against the other prevailing candidates at the time. And you have to remember, back then, conventions are not like they were now. It wasn't predetermined who the nominee was going to be. The delegates actually decided who the nominee of the party was going to be. And Kennedy went up against Lyndon Johnson, among others. Lyndon Johnson made a really big mistake, and he actually debated Kennedy on television. And of course, Kennedy annihilated him, and that's what pushed him to the Democratic nomination in 1960 at the Democratic National Convention. Kennedy then made the biggest mistake of his life. He picked LBJ to be his vice president. He needed Texas and he needed Illinois to win the general election against Richard Nixon, who was very highly thought of at the time and very well respected. And in retrospect, I think was a really excellent president who really was trying to get a lot of truth out. And of course, they had the famous television debate, the first televised presidential debate in history. President Nixon had promised, for some reason, he was going to visit all 50 states. So he visited all 50 states. He got the flu. He ended up in the hospital. He lost about 10 pounds while he was in the hospital. Basically came out of a hospital bed to the debate stage, wore a gray suit, which blended into the gray background. John F. Kennedy, am I going to say this? Yeah. John F. Kennedy spent the week at the beach with hookers and drinking and getting ready, and was very tanned and relaxed. And he dominated Nixon in the televised debate. And it's interesting because, Nixon was sweaty, didn't look good. People who saw the debate on television thought Kennedy had won. People who heard the debate on the radio felt that Nixon had won. But at any rate, it was a very, very close election. It went right down to the wire. And in the end, President Kennedy was elected with the votes, primarily of the electoral votes of Texas and Illinois, both of which were swing states at that time. They could go either way. Now, there was a lot of shenanigans. There was investigations of that. There was a famous quote, supposedly, where Joe Kennedy was asked, well, gosh, why that was so close. It was a nail biter. It almost, Nixon almost won. And Joe Kennedy said to his friend, apparently at a party within earshot of other people, he said, yeah, I didn't pay for a landslide. I'm not paying for a landslide. So he won the presidency, but we don't know that these things are true, but there's always been issues. There's a lot of questions about the mob being involved, but at any rate, Nixon didn't challenge it because he felt like it was the right thing for the country. So that almost immediately after that, what John F. Kennedy did was he started giving speeches. And one of them was at the National Press Club in a speech known as The President and the Press. This was in April of 1961. And he made some really interesting quotes. He said, the word secrecy, the very word, is repugnant in a free and open society. And we as a people inherently and historically are opposed to secret societies. Who do you think he's talking about there? Secret oaths and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify that secrecy. And he asked the press, back then, the press was more balanced, and they felt like a journalistic responsibility, and they were totally willing. They were then the arbiters of the truth to a certain extent, and he asked them to help him in fighting this fight. But look, right here, he lays down the law: secret societies. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, he's not talking about. People try to say, "Oh, he was talking about the Russians." I'm like, yeah. No, he's talking about the Freemasons, and he's talking about the Illuminati, and he's talking about the secret space programs, which it seems clear now he actually had some knowledge of. Then in May of 1961, he takes another step and he says, we're going to go to the moon. Can I have some chowder? Sorry, I'm working on my Kennedy. It's not very good. Not as good as my David Hatcher Childress, but I want some chowder. He talked about how we needed to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. Now, Kennedy knew about aliens at this time. There's documentary evidence of that. Remember, there is an organization commonly called Majestic 12 or MJ12, which my friends at the Y-Files, AJ and stuff, they say, oh, that wasn't real. Let me just tell you, it was real. It was definitely a real organization or something exactly like it. And of course, we now have the MJ12 documents, top secret, magic eyes only. Here is the executive order by President Truman, which creates the Majestic 12 agency, Operation Majestic 12. This is a memorandum to Secretary of Defense James Forrestal, friend of the Kennedys. This is in 1947. Now, people say, well, the signature is an exact match for another signature, so it's a forgery. No, Harry Truman commonly used an auto pen. Now, an auto pen, you can use that if the president himself is actually signing it. What it was 10 documents lined up and one pen that's linked together. So when he signed it, 10 documents got signed with exactly the same signature. Not like the auto pen we had recently, the controversy with the last president, where we're not sure who was actually signing it, right? We know President Truman signed it. So the Majestic 12 operation, and I'm not sure why this is in Spanish, but these were the original 12 members. You had MJ1, who was Almirante Roscoe Hillencoder. He was the first head of the Central Intelligence Agency. Later, Alan Dulles would take his place. Dr. Vannevar Bush, he was the science advisor, not related to the Bush family, and we could talk about them, but he was the science advisor to Presidents Truman and Eisenhower, and he's the one who assigned a theoretical physicist to go review the papers of Nikola Tesla when he died in 1943. The scientist he assigned was named John Trump. He was President Trump's uncle, of course. James Forrestal was MJ3. So these guys were all interesting. Donald Menzel was very interesting because Dr. Donald Menzel was a Harvard astronomer, and his job as part of MJ12 was to be the public face to debunk UFOs and UFO sightings. Now, at Harvard, he had a protege that he was very fond of, who was very bright and who was very, very open to the idea of aliens and UFOs and extraterrestrial visitation. And he wrote books about ancient aliens, basically all through the 1960s. But then in 1972, this young protege suddenly flipped and became a complete skeptic and basically debunked and trashed anybody who talked about aliens or UFOs. What happened in 1972 was that Dr. Donald Menzel died and his protege, Dr. Carl Sagan, took over his spot in MJ. I wish I had pictures for that, but I got to improve this. So anyway, there's a lot of other documents that indicate that there was an MJ12. There were MJ12 meetings. There were no minutes of those meetings, but this document did exist. Now, another document has recently surfaced, and there's a great site called majesticdocuments.com where you can go through and see all of these documents. They've all been analyzed by the late Dr. Bob Wood. He just passed away about a year ago. A wonderful man, and his son Ryan Wood have studied these, authenticated them. Dr. Bob Wood is the guy who hired Stanton Friedman. I don't know if you know his name, but he was the best UFO researcher ever. He was the role model for everybody. Nuclear physicist, scientist. Dr. Bob Wood was a physicist and was hired by Hughes Aircraft, I believe it was Hughes Aircraft, in the 1960s and given a budget of $2 million, which today is about $60 million, to tell the board of directors whether or not UFOs were real and aliens were a thing. And Dr. Wood said, yeah, they are. And that was back in the 60s. So he's been studying this ever since. He's absolutely impeccable integrity. So this document popped out. This is from, I believe, 1947 or 48. And it was called the IPU report, or the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit Summary. And in this document, which has been pretty much authenticated, you see it talks about, with the pending approval of James Forrestal as the new Secretary of Defense, meaning, yes, he's going to be a member of this organization, which hadn't even been named yet, He's going to be one of our main guys. And in terms of people in Congress who may or may not know about the alien presence, it names John F. Kennedy, Massachusetts Democrat, elected to Congress in 46, son of Joseph Kennedy, yada, yada, yada. And we think he may have got his information from a source in Congress who is close to the Secretary of the Air Force. I think he got his information from James Forrestal, a close family friend. And again, look at how this is all families and bloodlines. And it's going to get even a little bit weirder as we go into this. Hopefully I have enough time. Well, Forrestal was MJ3. He was the third ranking member of the Majestic 12 organization, or whatever it was called. He's referenced in many different documents, and he died in 1949. Well, his death was mysterious. There is a great book called The Strange Death of James Forrestal, which if you want all the details, you should read. But basically what happened was that Forrestal was adamant and insistent within MJ12, according to documents and memos and rumors, that the American people in the world should be told about the alien presence. We should tell them about these creatures and what they're here for and what's happening. So he wanted to get the word out. That was not popular inside of MJ12. So they began a character assassination of Mr. Forrestal. They got him, stories were planted in the media. There's a famous guy, Jack, he was a Pentagon Papers guy, very famous investigative reporter. He worked for the guy who was putting these stories out, and he said they just paid my friend, they paid my mentor to assassinate the character of James Forrestal. They then incarcerated him at Bethesda Naval Hospital, and then he committed suicide by throwing himself out of a 16th floor window with his pajama pants string tied around his neck, having already choked. So he choked himself to death and then threw himself out a window. That's what happened. So Forrestal was absolutely murdered, and his pajama bottoms. Now, in 1963, let's flash forward. John F. Kennedy's now the president. It's 1963. He goes to a Memorial Day presentation at Arlington National Cemetery, and he gives a speech. It's very solemn. Back then, they took these things very seriously. He then has his limousine drive to a specific grave in Arlington National Cemetery, where he sat silently, standing there, not saying a word, for 45 minutes over one particular grave. And that grave is the grave of James Forrestal. So don't tell me they're not connected. Don't tell me they weren't kindred spirits. Don't tell me he wasn't a family friend. They were very important to each other, the Kennedys and the Forrestals. Now, Kennedy early on had meetings with Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev. Khrushchev was a tough guy. Khrushchev probably killed a lot of Germans in World War II. He was not an easy, soft man to deal with. And Kennedy at that time made a proposal in their first meeting in Vienna to do something extraordinary. He said, rather than compete in this space race, because Kennedy was always on about the moon and always on about space, rather than compete, let's work together. Let's go to the moon together. Let's be partners in this. Khrushchev felt that meant that Kennedy was weak. He thought that Kennedy was not strong, and so he could take advantage of him. So what Khrushchev promptly did in 1962 was he put offensive nuclear weapons into Cuba, which they had recently overthrown the government. This stimulated the Cuban Missile Crisis, in which case, we had the blockade. We had, there's a great movie called 13 Days, if you ever want to watch that, with Bruce Greenwood about it. There's also a great series, I think it's on YouTube, you can still find it, called The Missiles of October, which goes through this whole crisis. But we came very close to World War III and a nuclear war with the Russians. So Kennedy stood them down. He fought them back. And in the book, NASA and this Secret Space Program, Hidden Agenda, I talked about all the people that Kennedy was surrounded by. Now, Kennedy, like a lot of presidents, hired and appointed people that he had been told to hire. One of them was James Webb. James Webb, this is a picture of James Webb shaking hands with President Kennedy. He appointed him as a director of NASA. There was an apolitical gentleman named Robert Gilruth. He was pushed out. Instead, James Webb was put in. We now have the James Webb Space Telescope. You may have heard about that. It's the best telescope we've got up there, named after James Webb. But among other things, James Webb was also a Freemason. So Kennedy was surrounded by the very secret societies he had talked about fighting when he was first president in April of 61. This is a meeting in Mission Control in Houston. This is James Webb, Scottish Rite Freemason. This is LBJ, Scottish Rite Freemason. That is Kurt DeBus, Nazi collaborator and SS officer, SS colonel. That is James McNamara, Curtis LeMay, and basically there's Von Braun is not in that picture. Von Braun was also an SS colonel, and Richard Hoagland, my mentor, the guy I wrote Dark Mission with, was the one who found the picture of Von Braun in his SS uniform. So these were all secret societies: the Nazis, the Freemasons, and what we call the Jack Parsons black magicians out of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. They were all into Aleister Crowley and black magic, but they were all secret societies, and all of those secret societies had the same belief. They believed that the human race was descended from, and I'm just saying what they believed, Aryan gods from Egypt: Isis, Osiris, and Horus and Seth. And if you look at my book Dark Mission or some of my other books, Ancient Aliens and Secret Societies, I show you all of the different symbolism within NASA, which is all Egyptian. It's all focused on Isis, Osiris, and all this stuff. And even to the point that 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason Buzz Aldrin performed a Masonic ceremony in the lunar module on Apollo 11 before he and Neil Armstrong stepped out to consecrate the moon as a Masonic temple. Apollo 11 is a Masonic temple. It's not just a landing site, right? And there's all the pictures from Apollo 11, none of them are of Neil Armstrong. They're all of Buzz Aldrin. Why did Neil Armstrong go out first? Because his job was to use the one camera they had to take pictures of the first 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason to walk on the moon. So it just goes on and on and on. Now, Kennedy had made a second proposal after the Cuban Missile Crisis that they go together to the moon with the Russians. Again, he did it through back channels to Nikita Khrushchev. He was again turned down. Then in 1963, he got more aggressive. He spoke at the UN, I believe on September 20th, 1963 at the UN. Now, this is a picture of Kennedy at that speech. Anybody notice anything weird about that picture? What's the fucking giant chair for? I mean, what is that, the Anunnaki chair? Have you seen this thing? They had Hugo Chavez in there once, and he was like a little kid like this. The arms were up here. It's made for an 8 or 9 foot tall human type being. That I call that the Anunnaki chair. Look at how much bigger it is than JFK. JFK was over 6 feet. He's going to be tiny in that thing. And William Henry, my co-star on Ancient Aliens, talks about how the empty chair is significance of the Messiah. That's supposed to be the leftover for the Messiah, the return of the Messiah, the return of, I don't know, one of those guys. So in that speech on September 20th, Kennedy said, finally, in a field where the United States and the Soviet Union have a special capacity in the field of space, there is room for new cooperation in the regulation and exploration of space. I include among these possibilities a joint expedition to the moon. So he publicly put out there what he had privately proposed twice to Khrushchev before. They made fun of him. Here's a political cartoon of Khrushchev and Kennedy. Unfortunately, part of it's off the screen, and it basically says, Khrushchev says to him, I told you this is going to happen if you kept talking about it, so just please stop talking about it. But there was immediately major pushback politically in the United States against this idea that President Kennedy had proposed in September of 63. Now, interestingly enough, Nikita Khrushchev's son, Sergei Khrushchev, was a senior fellow at Brown University, Ivy League University, and he said in an interview that, his father not only had decided he was going to do this, he was going to accept Kennedy's offer, he had agreed to it. He had actually sent Kennedy a message that he had agreed to it, and he basically said, my father and I were walking along in late October or early November of 1963, and he told me that the Americans had pushed ahead of us. We were never going to catch up. And rather than be humiliated and lose the space race, we should go together and make it look like a victory. And maybe we can not have another incident like the Cuban Missile Crisis. And basically, Khrushchev was all on board with ending the Cold War after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Then, within a week or two of that, Kennedy issues 2 national security action memos, one of which is absolutely authenticated. This one on November 12th, 1963, so 10 days before he was murdered in Dallas. He issues this memo, and it basically tells the director of NASA, James Webb, Scottish Rite Freemason, 33rd degree, to start sharing information with the Russians, to open an office specifically to communicate with their Russian counterparts. There's a second memo, which is more extraordinary, which talks about, this is a memo to the CIA director, which says, we're going to start a development of program of substantive cooperation with the Soviet Union in the field of outer space. I assume that you will work closely with the Department of State and other agencies as appropriate. That's authenticated. This is the second memo. It's more redacted. There's more issues. But he basically says, I've already instructed Webb to develop a program with the Soviet Union, and I would be very helpful if you would have the high threat cases of what? High threat cases, so that we can make a clear distinction between knowns and unknowns, and we can share data with NASA and the Soviet Union. So what is he essentially saying here? He's saying we need to distinguish between our secret space projects and bona fide UFOs. It even says that in there, between the bona fides. So the thing with Kennedy, it isn't who wanted to kill him. It's who didn't want to kill him. The mob wanted to kill him because of RFK, what RFK was doing with the mob. The drug runners wanted to kill him because he was trying to stop that stuff. The bankers wanted to kill him because he had started issuing silver certificates to go around the Federal Reserve and eliminate the Federal Reserve. And the MJ-12 folks now had a reason to kill him because he was going to go to the moon with the Russians. Now, I don't have time to go over what's on the moon, but I've written a book called Ancient Aliens on the Moon. And let me just tell you, there's all kinds of leftover stuff. Ancient alien technology, call it Anunnaki, call it secret space program, reptoid, human, whatever it is, all over the moon. And I've got so many pictures of it, I can't even talk about it. Yeah, sure. So then he goes to Dallas in 1963, 10 days later, and MJ-12 has decided we've got to do something about it. This is another document called the Burn Memo. This was literally rescued out of a fire by, I believe, the nephew of a former intelligence agent who had a bunch of MJ-12 documents in his possession. And if you go through all the pages on this, it is absolutely chilling. They talk about what steps are we willing to take to make sure the world doesn't find out about aliens. And it talks about false flags. It talks about diseases. It talks about staging events that we can blame on Cuba, staging events we can blame on Russia. Does that sound familiar? And start a war with Russia. It talks about introducing toxins into U.S. cities. It talks about race riots, wars. It talks about all kinds of stuff. It talks about assassination, political assassination. But the key phrases in here are we have issues. Oh, my favorite thing in there too is where it basically says if any one of you members, meaning the 12 members of Majestic 12, are asked by the president about aliens, your instructions are to lie to him. And if he doesn't accept your answer, go bring one of us with you, and we'll both lie to him. That's basically what it says. It's crazy. I can't go into the details, but it says we have to find an acceptable solution very quickly to eliminate the problem that we have, which is the problem that Kennedy was creating by going to the moon with the Russians. We have to come up with an acceptable solution in which we can all agree on. As you must know, Lancer has made some inquiries regarding our activities, which we cannot allow. Who's Lancer? Lancer was John F. Kennedy's Secret Service code name. So what they are saying is, Kennedy's digging into our stuff, and we can't have that. So Kennedy knew about the secret space programs. Here's what I think was going on. I think he knew about the secret space programs. He knew about the crashes. He knew about Roswell. He knew about Cape Girardeau. He knew about probably some of the Italian stuff from World War II. He knew from James Forrestal telling him that there were aliens and he was going to do something about it. He was stonewalled by MJ-12, so he basically said, okay, F you, I'm going to go around you. We're going to build rockets. Maybe we don't have the fancy schmancy technology you guys have, but we're going to build rockets and we're going to go to the moon. And we're going to bring the technology back and we're going to reverse engineer it for our side, for the good guys. That's what I think his plan was with Apollo. And that was all well and good, probably to a certain point. But then when he decided he was going to share that technology with the Russians, that was the last straw. So we don't know absolutely for a fact that those two November 12th National Security Action memos got him killed or got the order given to kill him. We only know that 10 days later he was dead after he said, let's start working with the Russians. So the story is that he was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald, a lone nut gunman, who, by the way, I do think was one of the gunmen. And there's all kinds of reasons why we can argue about that. With a Mannlicher Carcano rifle from the sixth floor window of the Texas School Book Depository, Lee Harvey Oswald was a wannabe spook. He was a wannabe spy. He had CIA ties. There's a great episode of The Y-Files. If you guys watch that channel on YouTube, brand new episode just came up connecting Oswald to a bunch of people in CIA and other folks to the Maury Island incident. It's crazy weird how many connections there are and some of Jim Garrison's stuff. But he was, a communist. He worked with the Russians. He was a member of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Here he is actually in handing out leaflets in the with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, along with some of his friends. That's another friend named Raul Cruz. Yeah, it's Lee Harvey Oswald and Raul Cruz. Who's Raul Cruz? He's Ted Cruz's dad. So I got more of these. I can keep going like this. Now, there's some really interesting books. There's a really weird book out there called NASA, Nazis, and JFK. It goes into the German side of things, how they were wanting to get rid of Kennedy. And it's a pretty interesting read. I'm not sure how much of it is true, but it talks about how Werner Braun was part of something called the Defense Industrial Security Command, or DISC, and they didn't want Kennedy around either. Now, another figure who steps into this whole thing in Dallas is Jack Ruby. Now, Jack Ruby, of course, was a strip club owner in Dallas, Texas, in 1963, and he had known ties to the mafia. He also had known ties to FBI and CIA. Of course, he's the one who killed Lee Harvey Oswald in the floor, bottom basement floor of the Dallas Police Department 2 days after the assassination on Sunday. And to this day, nobody knows who let him in, how he got there, how he got the gun in. Nobody had any guns. Everybody was searched, but somehow Ruby gets in and kills Lee Harvey Oswald dead. Now, in 2017, President Trump came out and he said, look, I'm going to release the Kennedy documents. He didn't get them all out. There were some that were blocked. Some of them have subsequently been released, and some are still blocked. But he basically said, I'm going to put this stuff out to quell all the conspiracy theories. You think it quelled the conspiracy theories? No, it didn't. Because, among other things, one of the documents that was released in that 2017 dump said that, guess what? Lee Harvey Oswald and a Dallas police officer, who the Russians believed was one of the murderers of President Kennedy, was spotted by an FBI informant 1 week before the assassination, meeting, guess where? In Jack Ruby's strip club. So they were spotted there a week before. How did Oswald and Ruby, did they know each other? Yeah, apparently they did. So the whole thing took place in Dealey Plaza. This is a school book depository. This is Elm Street. That's right about where the shot was. And this is the famous grassy knoll or hill up there. I got to go through this quickly. I don't know, how much time do I have? 30 more minutes? Okay. All right. And there were, everybody has known or seen the Zapruder film. We've all seen this gruesome film of the assassination. You see the headshot very clearly. It seems pretty clear from that he was shot from the front. But what people don't know is that there were many other people filming that day at the same time and taking photographs. There was a witness, at least one witness, who saw a man in a white T-shirt in the sixth floor window of the Texas School Book Depository, wearing a white T-shirt with a rifle, leaning out the window, going bang, click, click, bang, click, click, bang, click, click. 3 shots at the president. There were also 2 guys in the 5th floor window of the School Book Depository, right below Oswald. That's where Oswald was, who heard 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots right above their heads and heard the cartridges rolling. So we know shots were taken from the 6th floor window. Now, everybody talks about the magic bullet. Oh, it has to change directions and all this stuff. That's not actually true. It didn't. It was a straight line shot because President Kennedy was sitting outboard of Governor Connolly, and Connolly was below him, and the limousine was on an incline. The hill goes down. So the bullet came through President Kennedy, the first one. I think it was the first shot. exited, started tumbling, and then tore into the side of Governor Connolly. Now, the bullet on the stretcher, we've got new developments on that because the Secret Service agent says, well, I found the bullet and I'm the one who put it on the stretcher. But he's very old now and he doesn't really remember clearly all the details. But he says he's the one who put the bullet on the stretcher. So there's all this weird stuff. But basically, the magic bullet stuff is nonsense. The bullet did not have to change direction. It went in a straight line through both men. So at least it appears 3 shots were fired from the 6th floor window of the Texas School Book Depository, but it's debatable, of course, whether the headshot was actually one of them. Now, everybody says, oh, the bullets, look at it, it's pristine, everything like, there's nothing wrong with the bullet. It can't go through that much bone and everything and not be damaged. But if you look at it from the side, it was flat. It was pretty flat. Where it hit Governor Connolly, it passed through President Kennedy's soft tissue and then went into the governor's ribs sideways as it was tumbling through the air. And that they've fairly well established that. Now, what you haven't seen is 2 other films, the Marie Muchmore film and the Orville Nix film of the assassination. And there was also a woman there taking photographs named Mary Moorman. I don't know why we have Marie Muchmore, Mary Moorman, all these M&M ladies, but we do. This is the Marie Muchmore film. Now, what you got here, I would show you these films, but I don't know I have time. But what's really extraordinary about the Marie Muchmore film, this is a stabilized version of it, where you get all the shaking out of it. This is not a guardrail. This is the limo as it is stabilized through each frame. This is the actual limo. So there's these 3 guys up on those steps. I've stood there. There's the family. I forget their names. This is the so-called babushka lady, who is claimed to be a woman named Beverly Oliver, who was filming up that way. And the lady in the black coat is Mary Moorman, who was taking a Polaroid shot of the president right as he was shot. Now, the interesting thing about this film, and you can watch this film over and over, you can get various versions of it on YouTube. And what's fascinating about this is, look at the president's head. Okay, do you guys see like a red mist right there? There's a discoloration. And you can see his hair looks like it's standing straight up like that, because that's exactly what you're seeing. And I see people talk about the Zapruder film. I see people talk about all this other stuff. Why doesn't anybody ever talk about the Marie Muchmore film? Because right here, you have, I think, all the proof you need. This is just me. I'm terrible at Photoshop, but I just tried to enhance it. This is the blood spatter in the front. And this is where you can see the back of his head is perfectly intact and the front of his hair is pushed straight up. The reason that you're seeing that is because this particular frame was captured. And remember, probably it was like 18 frames per second, 1/18 of a second. The bullet has entered the front of his skull, but hasn't exited out the back yet. And of course, with the Charlie Kirk murder, everybody's getting into forensics lately, right? That's what you're looking at. Now, this to me is absolute flat out evidence that the president was shot from the front, not from the back. The head wound was from the front. Now, what most people don't know is the soft tissue shot from the back. And I think Oswald fired 3 times and hit him once. And the other shots missed or went off somewhere else. But President Kennedy would have died already because the bullet through his chest severed the vagus nerve, which is what tells the lungs to breathe and the heart to beat. So he would have died anyway. But the headshot is definitely what killed him on the spot. So then there's another film from slightly farther back, which is the so-called Orville Nix film. And you should look this one up too. And one of the things you see immediately is the president has been shot. You can actually see a little cloud of blood still in the air. But look at the motorcycle cops. And you can see this clear. That's Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent. Look at him. Where are they looking? They're not looking at the president. They're all looking up onto the hill, the grassy knoll. Even this guy, as they've passed the grassy knoll, is now pointing back towards it. And they are all looking. And when you watch the film, they all stop, they all get out, and they run up the grassy knoll. Why? Because they knew that was where the headshot came from. This is the so-called Mary Moorman photograph. This is the Polaroid photograph of the actual assassination. And the reason why we're going through this is because if you have 2 shooters, you have a conspiracy. Period. It's a conspiracy. It's not just Lee Harvey Oswald. It might have been Lee Harvey Oswald and somebody else, But that's why this is important. So this is the president just a split second before he's shot in the head. And he's leaning over. Jackie's got him there. The officers are starting to look up this way. And there's this area up here where there is a bright something. Like, is it a hole in the leaves? What is it? So a man named Gordon Arnold came forward in 1989 and said, I was on the grassy knoll on November 22nd, 1963. I went down there. I was looking for, I just gotten out of basic training, and I was just trying to kill some time. I had my mama's film camera, and I went to go over the railroad pass. I thought there was a parade going on or something. I was going to film it. Some guy with CIA ID said, you're not going to be up here, get out of here. So he went over and stood on the grassy knoll on the hill next to the big oak tree there. And he started filming. And as he was standing there, he said, oh my God, that's the president of the United States. He had no idea Kennedy was in town. And then a shot sizzled past his left ear. He had just gotten out of basic training. He hit the deck. Now, when he did that, he was witnessed. This is actually a shot of what looks like a puff of smoke coming up from the grassy knoll area. He was actually seen twice. Senator Ralph Yarborough, the senator from Texas at that time, who was in a car, 2 cars behind President Kennedy, that guy right there, testified twice. I saw a guy in a military uniform hit the deck when the shots rang out. I saw him. I said to myself, that's an old infantryman there. He's been trained. He knows what to do when the shots start flying. So people have said it's this couple, I forget, Gail Newman, I believe was her name. No, that's not who he was talking about. So that sort of indicates that this guy, Gordon Arnold, might have been telling the truth. Now, it's important to understand he told this story in 1989, and what he described was a man in a Dallas policeman's uniform, but without a hat, came around the fence, stuck a rifle in his face and said, were you filming? I said, yes. He said, give me your camera. I said, I can't. It's my mama's camera. He said, then give me the film. He gave him the film, and the guy ran off. That's what Gordon Arnold said in 1989. And he was seen by a U.S. senator in the motorcade up on the hill at that time. So what is this flash? Well, in 1991 or 92, and I wish I could show you the video. I just don't have time because I need 2.5 hours to do this. Gordon Arnold was interviewed by a special from A&E that was called The Men Who Killed Kennedy. And there were a whole bunch of different Kennedy theories. In one of their episodes, episode 2, they basically went and they got the Mary Mormon photograph. And a guy named Gary Mack, who was president of the Kennedy Museum for years and years afterwards, and Gary White basically did analog analysis. They took this thing, this little tiny Polaroid, and they blew it up and they blew it up and they overexposed it until they could see what was in the shadows. None of this was Photoshop. Photoshop wasn't even invented then, so none of this is computers. None of this is AI. This is initially what they got. They got somebody standing here, somebody standing here, and somebody standing here. This is the picket fence. That bright spot is that flash you see right there. So when they enhanced that area, this is what they saw. Now, this guy sure looks like somebody standing there holding probably a rifle with his elbows out. And that is a muzzle flash. And you can even see his eyebrows are he's like doing this. He's got one eye looking through, not the scope, but down the barrel. Now, the interesting thing about this guy is that he has this bright spot here, and he has an epaulet on the side, which matches the Dallas police officer's uniform of the day. This guy is now commonly known as the Badge Man. And people will tell you, oh, it's not real. It's a Rorschach test. It's pareidolia. By the way, there's no such thing as pareidolia. Okay, it's a fake thing. They made it up. It was made up by Skeptical Inquirer magazine. But it matches the uniform. You notice anything else you notice about that picture of the guy on the left? He didn't have a hat on. Isn't that what Gordon Arnold said 4 years before they even did this photo analysis? Yeah, it is. So maybe Gordon Arnold was telling the truth. Now, people have said, oh, you couldn't possibly hit anybody from there. You'd have to be 40 feet tall. Look, I'm sorry, I've stood right there. I could have made the shot. And I'm not a good shot, especially not with a rifle. This is the picket fence area. That's me standing behind it. This iron rail was not there. And the shot would have been right in this area as Kennedy came through at less than 5 miles an hour. So you have this guy here. And the interesting thing about this guy here is when you colorize it, right? What does it look like? It looks like they colorize it. It's a guy standing there with something over his face. What's over his face? How about his mom's movie camera that he was talking about? This is his overseas cap. This is his medallion. Having just gotten out, that's a military summer uniform from 1963. He's holding the camera over his face. Colorized, this is the so-called badge man. And if you really want to see something interesting, go watch this. It's episode 2, The Men Who Killed Kennedy on YouTube. Watch Gordon Arnold's reaction when they show him this, because he freaks out because he realizes, oh my God, I saw the guy who shot the president. It's really, really interesting stuff. So the problem with this guy in the policeman's uniform is, who is it? Who could it be? Remember, however, that the memo that Trump released in 2017 talked about Oswald and a Dallas policeman meeting in Jack Ruby's strip club a week before the assassination. Now, what most people don't know is that Lee Harvey Oswald was not arrested for murdering President Kennedy. He was later charged with it, but he wasn't arrested. He was arrested for murdering a Dallas police officer. This guy, whose name is J.D. Tippit. J.D. Tippit was, by all accounts, acting strangely in the hours leading up to the Kennedy assassination. He was seen leaving. First of all, he was not in his designated patrol area. He left the area he was in, which was a convenience store, in plenty of time to get to Dealey Plaza, which apparently he did. At least I think he did. And then afterwards, he was again patrolling out of his designated patrol area when he came across Lee Harvey Oswald, who promptly put 6 bullets into him and killed him. According to witnesses, Tippit steps out of the car, confronts Oswald, starts screaming at him, bam, 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 empties the gun and runs away. And Oswald was arrested for that on a Dallas street corner. Now, I don't want to get too conspiratorial here, but let's take a look at the badge man and let's look at his specific features. Look at, he's got a wedge-shaped male baldness pattern thing going, and he's got these prominent ears, and he's got very thick, bushy eyebrows. And J.D. Tippit has the same wedge-shaped male baldness pattern. He's got thick, heavy eyebrows, and he's got these prominent ears that stick out on the side. Folks, that badge man on the hill on the grassy knoll is Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit. That's who it is. And if you go back to the Trump document that was released, who was the police officer that the FBI declares he was actually assassinated? President was actually assassinated by Dallas police officer Tippit. And 1 week before the assassination, Patrolman Tippit, the head of the John Birch Society in Dallas, and an unnamed third party, blah, 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 saw Oswald and he together in Jack Ruby's nightclub. Nightclub is a nice way of saying what it was. That, folks, is J.D. Tippit. So it's pretty straightforward. By the way, the FBI, the Warren Commission, says Jack Ruby was nowhere near Dealey Plaza the day of the assassination. There he is right there. Give me a break. And then he kills Oswald 2 days later, and nobody to this day knows how the hell he got in the basement. So it's pretty straightforward. You don't have a lot of time. You got 10 days. You got to get rid of this president. You've got to get rid of him. Where are you going to do it? Let's do it in Dallas. Who we have in Dallas? Well, we got a couple guys. We got Oswald and we got this guy named Tippit that are pretty good. We can use them. So Oswald and Tippit kill Kennedy. Oswald kills Tippit. Ruby kills Oswald. And then Ruby becomes a single point failure. He's the only guy that knows the story, and he never talked. He started to talk about talking, like maybe I'll talk. Then he got cancer and died suddenly. He died of turbo cancer, just overwhelming him. So, who would have been behind this? Now, everybody says CIA. CIA is not the top of the food chain. CIA is just the muscle. MJ-12 gave the orders. It's not a question of, if CIA ordered this hit on the president, who in CIA gave the order? The answer is nobody, because it came from MJ-12 for their own reasons. But Lyndon Johnson hated John F. Kennedy, wanted to get rid of him, but there's other people who didn't like John F. Kennedy very much. This is the night before the assassination. That is Congressman Albert Thomas, the head of the House Ways and Means Committee, the most powerful committee in Congress. His nickname was the Senator from NASA. He was vehemently opposed to going to the moon with the Russians. He called out Kennedy, excoriated him in public over and over and over again. You ever wonder why mission control is in Houston instead of Florida, where they launched the rockets from? Because it was his district, Albert Thomas's district in Houston. That's why. When Mrs. Kennedy arrived at Love Field that day, they gave her roses. Isn't that nice? In Texas, they give you yellow roses. You know why? Because in Texas, red roses mean death. It's a Masonic Rosicrucian symbol of death. She was even heard to exclaim, and I tracked this down, and there's a recording of it. She goes, "They gave me red roses. Wonder why they did that." Because they're going to kill your husband in about a half an hour. So they gave her red roses. And of course, we've all seen the picture of Lyndon Johnson solemnly taking the oath of office. Poor Jackie, like a zombie. She just had her husband's brains blown out right in front of her. And, you know, Jackie and Jack had fixed a lot of their marital problems by this time. And you see other people, Dean Acheson, Lady Bird Johnson, Jack Valenti later decided whether movies were going to be rated R or X or PG. Great job. And then there's this guy in the bow tie. Who's that? That's Congressman Albert Thomas of Texas. Congressman Albert Thomas of Texas, who, according to newspaper reports, refused to leave Parkland Hospital until he was assured that President Kennedy was dead. Who is suspected of maybe being the guy who put the magic bullet on the gurney. We don't know. You've all seen this picture, okay? You haven't seen the next one, which was taken a split second later, which is as soon as the oath is over, Johnson turns. You can see that his face is crinkled up in a big smile. The first guy he looks at is Senator or Congressman Albert Thomas, who winks at him. Can you think of anything less appropriate at that moment? I can't. We got him. That's what they're saying to each other. We got him. We got the SOB. He's smiling. Look, you can see the crinkles. He's smiling. So, again, this was verified. Other agencies thought of this too. The KGB thought that Johnson was responsible in some way. Johnson knew about it, but he was not necessarily responsible. So I got to whip through this. How do we know Johnson knew about it? This is a photograph of the motorcade. Okay, the president has just been hit by the first bullet. Now, we don't know where the other bullets went. By the way, the House Committee on Assassinations in 1978 established with acoustic evidence that there were 4 shots fired. The 3 that we know about, and then there was the third and the fourth were basically overlapping, meaning from 2 different directions. That's pretty much verified by the acoustic evidence. That would be Oswald's 3rd shot and Tippit's only shot from the grassy knoll. They also did some voice stress analysis on Dallas policemen, and they found the Dallas police were lying to them. You know when they were lying to them about was when they were asked, did J.D. Tippit, Officer Tippit, and Lee Harvey Oswald know each other? And they said no. And every one of them came back just absolutely spiking as lying. So we know there's connections there. All right, the first shot, at least perhaps the first two shots, have been fired. Nobody's really reacting. This guy is looking over his shoulder. He heard something. This Secret Service office, a guy heard something coming from the 6th floor window. And I think, there's other forensic stuff that we can establish that somebody was shooting from that window. Clint Hill has not reacted yet, but if you zoom up on the president, sorry, this is, and by the way, this is the leading Secret Service limousine. This is the president's, and then this is vice president's and Lady Bird Johnson's. Right there. That's Lady Bird right there. So did this thing die on me? Okay. Pretty bright anyway. So there's like the first shot has been fired, and people are just beginning to think, what did I hear? What did I just hear? So again, we have Lyndon Johnson, Lady Bird Johnson, and Senator Yarborough side by side in that third car. This is a close-up of the president's limousine. This is Jackie's top of her pillbox hat. These are the two guys reacting. And by the way, some people think that that's Lee Harvey Oswald standing in the window. That's actually a gentleman named Billy Lovelady who worked at the depository and looked a little bit like Oswald. That's also well established. But people are starting to notice something. The president's been hit. This is his face. That's the rearview mirror. Notice his fist is clenched up. That's a nerve reaction from the nerves being hit. And she's like, John, what's going on? She's got her hand on his arm. And you can kind of see there's his face, there's his fist, there's her hand, there's the top of her hat. And you can even see through some spots in the crowd. Connolly is already turning, and he's been hit as well at this point. So the third limo back, you again see the vice presidential limousine. You see Senator Yarborough. You see Lady Bird Johnson. Where's LBJ? You can see right through. LBJ's not there. You can see the people standing behind him. Why? Because LBJ was already ducking before the first shots were fired. He knew as soon as they came around that corner, the shots were going to start flying. Nice of him to warn his wife. He just leaves her there. He's not worried about her. Where is LBJ? He's already ducking. So, a couple other little tidbits here, and then we can take some questions. President Kennedy inherited an Oval Office with a very beautiful bluish carpet, blue-gray carpet from President Eisenhower. He liked it very much. But what most people don't know is that they had scheduled a remodel of the Oval Office for President Kennedy as a surprise for when they got back from Dallas. As a surprise. What do you think they did to the Oval Office? They turned it blood red. They even had red draperies here, but they took those down because Kennedy people got back that night and they said, good God, it looks like there's blood pouring from the walls. Take that down. Lady Bird Johnson organized this. The Kennedys knew nothing about it. It was a surprise. Now, if you know anything about Freemasons and secret societies, this is pure Masonic symbolism. LBJ stole President Kennedy's rocking chair. So here he is literally sitting on the throne of his predecessor, bathing in his blood. That's the symbolism at work here. All pure Masonic 33rd degree Scottish Rite symbolism. One of the things, too, is that it's commonly discussed that George Herbert Walker Bush was there in Dealey Plaza, and he heard about the assassination, and he was there, and he was part of it, and he was CIA. He didn't become CIA, I don't think, till a little bit later, but mostly it's this picture of this gentleman here who everybody thinks is George Herbert Walker Bush. You look at the comparisons, they think, well, looks like him, kind of a similar hairstyle, similar tie. That was the style at the time. And don't forget that Barbara Bush was the daughter of Aleister Crowley, which is, again, I don't know if you know who Crowley is, but dig into him. He's fascinating. So a lot of people think that's George Herbert Walker Bush in Dealey Plaza. I hate to tell you, it's not. It's a gentleman named Ira Trantham, who was a Dallas police detective. Same suit, same tie, same haircut, not George Herbert Walker Bush. But again, Keep in mind that we go back to all the reasons for killing President Kennedy, and I think they had to do with the secret space programs and all that stuff. But he also issued these. He issued silver certificates. He issued paper money that was backed by actual silver out of Fort Knox, and there was no interest charged to the government on it. If there's no interest charged to the government, then there's no interest charged to the people either. And so he printed these things. One of the first things LBJ did after Kennedy was murdered is he rescinded that order. They recalled. I remember my mom having to go to the bank to turn her money in for this new shitty money that she didn't like. Now I got one other weird story. In 2012, there were two guys caught at the Italian-Swiss border trying to sneak into Switzerland. And they had bonds, which were printed out to look like currency, in the value of 138 billion US dollars. These bonds, by the way, 138 billion is exactly the amount of money left in the tip funds that Obama had created for remember the 2008 banking crisis, right? These guys were found, and these bonds had Kennedy on one side, the moon on the other, what looks like a cryptocurrency, a space shuttle, and it was, again, red designations, meaning that they were backed by gold or silver. So that was something really, really unusual that happened. And that was obviously this tip money. Somehow they were trying to smuggle it, the bad guys, the cabal, into Swiss to get it into the Swiss banking system where it would disappear. All right, so the final rumor is that Kennedy was actually about to give a speech to the American people telling us about the aliens. And this is the speech that he supposedly was going to give. I found this. I will say only this. I can't verify it at all. I don't know if it's real. I'd have to find another source on it. Some people even say he was going to give this speech at the Trade Mart in Dallas before he was shot, like that very day. And this is the content of the speech, and I will only say that it sounds like Kennedy's voice to me. It sounds like what he would say. My fellow Americans, people of the world, today we set forth on a journey into a new era. One age, the childhood of mankind, is ending and another age is about to begin. The journey of which I speak is full of unknowable challenges, but I believe that all our yesterdays, all the struggles of the past have uniquely prepared our generation to prevail. Citizens of this earth, we are not alone. God in his infinite wisdom has seen fit to populate his universe with other beings, intelligent creatures such as ourselves. How can I state this with such authority? In the year 1947, our military forces recovered from the dry New Mexico desert the remains of an aircraft of unknown origin. Science soon determined that this vehicle came from the far reaches of outer space. Since that time, our government has made contact with the creators of that spacecraft. Though this news may sound fantastic and indeed terrifying, I ask that you not greet it with undue fear or pessimism. I assure you as your president that these beings mean us no harm. Rather, they promise to help our nation overcome the common enemies of all mankind: tyranny, poverty, disease, and war. We've determined that they are not foes, but friends. Together with them, we will create a better world. I cannot tell you that there will be no stumbling or missteps on the road ahead. I believe that we have found the true destiny of the people of this great land to lead the world into a glorious future. In the coming days, weeks, and months, you will learn more about these visitors, why they are here, and why our leaders have kept their presence a secret from you for so long. This is exactly what James Forrestal wanted to tell people and was murdered for. I ask you to look to the future, not with timidity, but with courage, because we can achieve in our time the ancient vision of peace on earth and prosperity for all humankind. And there's a little bit more. I can't verify this. I don't know if it's true. I just know it sounds like John F. Kennedy a whole lot. And to sum everything up, Sergei Khrushchev, the son of Nikita Khrushchev, said, "I think if Kennedy had lived, we would be living in a completely different world." And I agree with that. So anybody have any questions or comments? I mean, what I want to emphasize here is that this is why they killed the president. This is why they overthrew Nixon and others like that. Sure.
MJ-13.
Sure. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I served with the 12 in 67, 68, 69. So, okay, there we go. Okay. All right, this is one of the best presentations.
Thank you.
And I can tell you, I served. I went from Private E1 to Battlefield Major to Seat 13, Internal Affairs for MJ-12 between them and all others.
Mm-hmm.
And I was with those guys in 67, 68, and 69, very close to all of this happening.
Yeah.
And I want to get together with you with your footage
Sure.
because I can give you some more.
Sure.
I can give you more answers.
Sure, I'd love to. I'd love to know
And
more.
matter of fact, I got here. There's me with my black LTD, my black, and it's in DC. And you'll notice on my Department
Looking
of
pretty
Defense,
sharp.
You'll notice on my Department of Defense ID,
Yeah.
expiration indefinite.
That's true. It does say that.
See?
Yeah, I got it right here. Yeah.
Yeah. And here, if you notice that top secret crypto, which is all the codes and espionage, on the bottom, access to all special intelligence. Carte blanche. And it would and we talked about why they killed Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
Kennedy was going to Dallas to out MJ-12 to expose them.
So you think maybe that speech really was something he was going to give?
Yes.
Okay.
He was going to do that speech, and he was going to expose MJ-12, issue an executive order defunding them and disbanding them.
Yep.
And they said a Kennedy will never again be president.
Yep.
Another reason they did it is because he was going to propose a Earth Space Exploration Corporation.
Okay.
America, number one, Russia, number two.
Yeah. We were going to work together in unison.
Yeah.
I got about 5 minutes.
You've got 5 minutes, Noel.
Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to basically validate
John,
that.
it's good to see you, Mr. Lennon, by the way. I haven't seen you since
I got my next
1980.
speaker ready to go. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You look so much like John Lennon. It's awesome.
Do you want one
grab
question?
the microphone.
Here, you go.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I will.
My goof. Yeah. I'm just wondering why, you mentioned the men who killed Kennedy
Yes.
documentary.
Yes.
They talk about the gunmen they hired from Marseille. I'm just curious why you didn't mention them. And
Yeah.
also the Ben Gurion thing about the test ban treaty and all that. They were very upset in the Mossad and all that.
And the limo driver doing this.
Oh, well, that was a
you
bunch
know,
of
all that
rubbish.
stuff,
And the lamb chop puppet and all
Yeah.
that nonsense.
Well,
Right? Yeah.
I think there might have been more planning to this than I thought there was, because the Y-Files episode I just watched, they found a lot of connections to people that were there that day that had CIA, FBI connections, but they were just the muscle. And to me, I want to get to the higher level stuff. But what I can tell you is I feel 99% sure that Oswald and Tippit were shooting at the president, absolutely, and that they probably fired all the shots. I don't believe these things of, there were 16 shooters or 8 shooters who fired 16 bullets or something. There's no evidence of that, but there is evidence of these 4 shots from these 2 different locations.
And what about the lunchroom bit? Oh, he was in a lunchroom having lunch. He couldn't have done it,
Oh, yeah. But again, he had, that's all based on an estimate of a police officer of how long it took him to get up to the break room. And Oswald, I think pretty much had time to get down to the break room. Okay. So, it could have been somebody who looked like Oswald or was dressed like Oswald in a t-shirt and stuff. But Oswald wanted to be an assassin. He wanted to. It's pretty open. He tried to kill somebody, a right-wing general, in Alaska or something a couple months before that. So he fancied himself as a hitman, as James Bond.
And don't forget Dr. Mary's monkey.
Yeah.
That's another big one.
Yeah.
Right.
So, there is more complexity to the actual mechanics of the assassination. I just try to keep it as simple as I can. And to me, the most convincing guy is this Gordon Arnold guy. He tells the story, and then you see the picture, and exactly the guy he described 4 years before anybody did this photo enhancement on the Mary Mormon photograph. He describes exactly what you see in that picture. And that to me is way beyond coincidence. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, one more question, then we're moving on to our next speaker. Thank you.
What about the people who say that he was killed because he was going to release Nasara stuff?
Well, that may very well be true, but that would be part of the Universal Space Brotherhood thing. That was all part of it. And remember, also, the story goes that Eisenhower was made the offer by the friendly aliens, the Pleiadians or whoever they were, the Nordics, to have this new world. And it may have been it's possible that they came back and contacted Kennedy after Eisenhower said no. And Laura Eisenhower will argue with you that he said that he didn't say no, but they came back and then asked Kennedy, how about you? Do you want to make a deal? And he said yes. And that kind of signed his death warrant. So, yeah, I don't know about the other stuff. That's all speculative. And I tend to focus on what I feel like I can verify, what I can prove. No, the driver, I just looked at that again today. That's Bill Cooper's thing. And, Bill Cooper was a little crazy. But if you look at the Zapruder film, the enhanced, it looks like it's just a reflection of sunlight off the top of the guy's head sitting next to the driver. That's not a gun. And they've used AI now to enhance that and make it look like there's a gun in his hand. But it's just the guy, he turns around and then the light glints off the top of this other guy's head. And that's I think all that was. And again, that's a harder shot. Having stood behind the fence at the grassy knoll, that's an easier shot than the driver. So
there is someone at this conference today who is a direct witness that Jack Ruby did not die. His name was Rubenstein, as you well know. He went undercover as an operative under an assumed name and lived for decades.
Yeah, well, I'd like to find out what Jack Ruby knew or didn't know. Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you so much.
And keep in mind, things are about to shift. Things are about to shift very soon. They should have shifted already. I think the Charlie Kirk murder delayed things, but the bad guys are on the run, and we've just about got them, I think, where we want them. So let's stay optimistic and positive and finish the job that President Kennedy tried to start 60 years ago, 62 years ago.
All right. Thank you, Mike. And you guys stick around. We have Drago Reed coming on in like 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes or 3 minutes. Don't go too far, guys. Drago Reed here.
Drago Reed.
Yep. Go pee and come right back quick. I believe so. Yep. Oh no, you won't. Okay. Oh, you want it? Reminded me. You just reminded me. Just a second. You just reminder everybody there is a dance party up here tonight at 7:30. It is a Halloween dress-up costume ball, Star Trek night, 7:30. And there's another announcement I want to make with Charlene, but she's not here. We have another healer called Misty Dawn here in the Dolphin Room, and she's going to be doing healings for the next few days. So please see Charlene and Misty Dawn out there for other healings. So we'll talk more about that after. Now, I gotta find out what. Okay, hang on. I'll take this mic back for a sec, Doug. I'm going to introduce. Okay.
People of the earth, can you hear me? Came a voice from the sky on that magical night. colors of 1,000 suns. The people of the earth stood waiting, watching as the ships came one by one. Setting fire to the sky as they landed, carrying to the world children of the sun. Children of the sun. All at once came a sound from the inside. Then a beam of light hit the ground. Everyone felt the sound of their heartbeat. Every man, every woman, every child. They guessed the limits of imagination to the door to the world of another time. And on the journey of 1,000 lifetimes, with the children of the sun, they started to climb. Children of the sun. Children of the sun. No more gravity, nothing holding them down. Floating endlessly as the ship leaves the ground. Through the walls of time, at the speed of light, rise the crystal ships on their celestial flight. Children of the sun. Children of the sun. Children of the sun.
Okay, hello, everybody. We're coming back again. Coming up now, we have the lovely Draco Reed. He is our Kruger super soldier. Everybody welcome him. Woohoo! Woohoo! Now, so he's going to give a great presentation, and he's going to do Q&A. So you guys are free to stay with him as long as you want. Supper's 7:30, but you're very welcome. Like we're giving him extra time because he's closing the night out. So everybody enjoy the show. All right. High five. Woo!
All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Okay, so this is basically a 3-part lecture series, and I can do all 3 parts in one show. So unfortunately, it's taken me the last 3 conferences to do this. Part 3 is actually going to be in England next month, and this is part 2. So what I did was I named this presentation Spectral Warfare Codex of the Ultra Soldier. And for those who can't see it, I'm going to zoom into the bottom. And it says a classified level breakdown of the mechanics, methodologies, and metaphysics behind the creation and deployment of SSB combat assets. This lecture explores the architecture of combat identity, cognitive scrubbing protocols, operative clusters, heads-up display integration, exoskeletal interfaces, and multi-theater mission conditioning. Drawing from numerous 20 and 60 backs with first-hand operational data, it dissects the interplay between bioenhancement, memory partitioning, AI-linked command and conquer systems, and non-local warfighting techniques. So what I'm going to do for those that actually don't know my story, I'm going to play a little 1-minute video, and this is the opening to my podcast, Portal to Another Dimension. You could find my podcast on rumble.com under Portal to Another Dimension. It has both of my podcasts together along with Laura Eisenhower. All right, you guys are now entering restricted data files. A lot of stuff I'm going to talk about is extremely classified, and I'm not supposed to be talking about a lot of this stuff, so I would recommend you guys get a pen piece of paper because this is going to be a deep dive, probably something you guys are not used to. This is going to be more of a master level kind of experience, so I would definitely say take notes or turn on your cell phone and start recording audio. Like I said, the following information is classified top secret. Boop, 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 boop. Let me hack into this data real quick. Access granted. Just to let you know, there are no actors in this film, and what you see and hear is real. This is not made up. This is my story, and it's going to be a wild ride. And this is written directed by me. All right, my name is Drago Reed, and this is my origin story. I was born into this life. From the moment I took my first breath, I was under surveillance and monitored by scientists and military personnel ran by corporate SSP factions. My genetics were flagged because of their unique blend of paternal and maternal DNA that could be weaponized, packaged, and groomed into a Black Fleet commander. My mind was tagged, mapped out, reverse engineered, and trained for war. The Monarch Corporation took me before I ever had a chance to be a child. I was programmed from the moment I got there because of what they did to me in vitro while still inside the womb of my mother. By the time most of the kids learned to ride a bike, I was training in real-world combat scenarios, mind-fractured to hide missions, and trained to endure what would kill most humans and cause permanent psychosis. Before I ever had a chance to choose who I was, they decided for me who I would become. I became the weapon they needed before I could ever become the man I was supposed to be. And keep in mind, I was just a child when I went through these experiences. I was abducted at age 5. That's pretty hardcore for a little child to go through. Most of the kids didn't survive the experiments and the breaking in process, and I think everybody here knows what breaking in at children actually means. When they went through the baseline trauma conditioning protocol and neural command overlay package, that's basically the MK Ultra package that we all go through MK Ultra. And the ones who didn't weren't the same children anymore, as they came out as compartmentalized weapons built for missions they'd never remember and for wars they'd never consented to fight in. And again, we were just little innocent kids. What they're doing to these kids is beyond, man. Monarch was my first prison and my first training ground. Monarch broke me open, installed combat programming, suppressed who I was, and forged a weapon they could lease out to black budget syndicates. By the time I was a teenager, the government had already run me through classified projects tied to the secret space program and off-planet assets. What followed were deployments under classified SSP branches like Kruger, Nachtwaffen, Solar Warden, and off-grid defense contractors that don't officially exist, moving for decades through Kruger shock units, Nachtwaffen black teams, Solar Warden ships, deep underground facilities, timeline and time loop missions, clone bodies, consciousness transfers, and neural copy experiments that would drive most humans insane. From interstellar operations to Earth-based assassinations, I've been deployed in missions that break every law of time, physics, and morality. I was used in both terrestrial and off-world theaters. I served on Spectre-class ships, which I'll explain later what that means. I ran infiltration ops in breakaway colonies and participated in operations even most SSP insiders have never heard of. I've carried out silent kills on distant moons, and I've died more times than I can count. But death doesn't free you in these programs. It just resets the mission, and you can never escape. I'm still considered combat active, which is a lifetime contract. A lot of people that's been through these 20 and backs, bless your heart and soul, man, because this is all I've ever known. I'm 45 years old, and I am combat active since I was 5 years old. Imagine what that would be like for a person like me. It's all I think about. Every day I wake up, it's 24 hours a day. What Compact Active with a lifetime contract means is that means they take me when they need me, sometimes physically and sometimes through consciousness to clone transfer. Either way, the wounds, the scars, the dirt under my nails and my feet that I wake up on a regular basis with is real, and the pain and trauma of it is never forgotten. I've had to terminate clone versions of myself and was tasked to erase others like me. Anybody heard of Merge? That's called the Monarch Umbrella Refugee Group. You can find it on acio-official.com. At Merge, which I will get into later, I was a Watcher class asset, which means I was used to follow, evaluate, retrieve, or terminate rogue assets. After years of clawing my own memories back, I found a way to do for others what no other has ever done for me. That's why I now use Dolores Cannon's QHHT method for extraction work. I've conducted over 900 hypnosis sessions specifically with survivors of Monarch, MyLab, SSP programs and projects, and deep compartmentalized handers. That's at least 7,000 hours of experience. Dealing with program assets, and they don't always come with closure, as we're just unlocking the fortress door that was forever sealed shut and inaccessible until that moment. But what they do come with is unlocked memories where I rip open the vault doors or deactivate it with the same methods they used on us. Through the QHHT technique and my own unique personal proprietary method, I can locate and deactivate implants, identify handlers, dismantle layered trauma codes, deactivate layered programming, and retrieve the memories they were told never existed. I felt MyLab kids reclaim their original name, which is unknown to most of us outside of our standard issue cover life identity. Drago Reed is a cover life identity. I tattoo full-time in Tampa. That's cover life. I have to pretend I'm a regular human being. I've watched sex slave remember their first compartmentalized but fixable. This isn't just a brand I created. This slide says this organism and derivative genetic material is restricted intellectual property. My body does not belong to me, it belongs to the Monarch Corporation. And they basically leased me out, and basically Monarch is my pimp. That's pretty hardcore. This all started with the Truth Crusade. I was never going to actually tell my story, and it wasn't until Laura Eisenhower offered to start a podcast with me. And from that point on, it's been like full throttle, just what's came out, it's tripped myself out. Because like I said, I was never going to talk about this stuff. Now, I do need to apologize in advance and tell you that I've been told my presentations sound exactly like my briefings are on ship. If you know me from the programs who have served under me, then you know exactly what I mean. So saying that, this presentation will be more of a masterclass level experience and not really geared for the beginners, but I will do my best to describe certain things as simple as possible. Understand, outside of my cover life of Drago Reed, I'm a high-ranking commander in the SSP that runs my own USAP fleet with the German Nachtwaffen SSP faction called Spectre Wing. That's basically an unacknowledged special access program. I'll get into that later in my timeline. To start, you can see that this is entitled Part 2 of my 3-part presentation series. Part 1, Combat Altars, was delivered a few months back at my last conference in St. Petersburg, programs and factions they are in. This series is broken up into 3 individual presentations. Part 1, Combat Altars. Part 2, SSP and program timeline. So this is what this presentation is. This is my official timeline, and I've never discussed this ever in my life. I've never said it in an interview, and almost everything you're going to hear today, I've not told a single human being. So this is a first for everybody. Thank you guys. This is why we do this, man. Part 3 is my combat identity, which I might be talking about in December at the Basis Conference Project in England. And that talk will be a 5-hour, 2-part intensive deep dive into my experiences. I'm the guy that talks about all the detail. I can't do a 1-hour talk. It's not possible. Every talk I've ever done, I've never completed, not one single time in my entire life. So Odds are I will not finish this today, but I promise it'll be action freaking packed. Now, when I was creating this, I actually made over 800 freaking slides for this presentations to choose from for this 3-part series, but I realized after I created them that this presentation needed to be a technical breakdown of my experiences and detailed information. So I decided that I'm leaving out almost all the fluff and most of the distracting, pretty custom slides and photos I created. Over 800, I'm not going to show you guys, it sucks. And I'm going to deliver you some of the most technical information you're ever going to hear. And again, I apologize because I will be talking fast because I have everyone's Lowe's bucket. And it's going to be bursting at the seams. I would advise now that you get a pen and piece of paper because odds are you're going to be doing a ton of note-taking, even you seasoned professionals. Who's heard of Miles Johnson? Miles Johnson brought out the first famous super soldier, Max Spears, and he was murdered for what we're talking about today. He's the guy we need to model our life after to not be scared to do what's right. And this is why I'm doing this. I don't care if I die for this. I've said that 1,000 times in my interviews. I've died so many times, I don't know the number, but if I died, it's worth my life. This gentleman here is Max Spears. Like I said, the #1 super soldier in the world. If you've never heard of Max, I would suggest you do a Google search, do a deep dive on Max, and he will blow you away. The recall this guy had is amazing. Max Spears, Maxspiers. And this is Miles Johnson's conference. You can find it at basistv.org, and this is December 12th through the 14th. This is going to be my 5-hour, 2-part series deep dive intensive. More than likely, if you guys see me 5 years from now, I'm not going to do 1-hour talks. I'll probably only do intensives and like the big talks. So, who's heard of the Monarch Corporation? Pretty much almost everybody here. Basically, this is what the Monarch Corporation is. Who's watched Stranger Things? The Stranger Things TV show was actually screen titled The Montauk Project. And I'm one of the original Montauk kids. I'll discuss that later. So the characters that these are based on, it's based on people literally like me. Everybody always asks me, how did you get out? I didn't. Like I said, I'm not a 20-in backer, 60-in backer. I wish to God I was, because this life is freaking torture. It's tough. It's very tough. Everyone always asks me, how did I get out of the SSP or the Secret Space Program? I didn't exactly walk into this timeline asking for this. Instead, I was hijacked by the Monarch Corporation before I entered a physical body in vitro. This presentation is not for entertainment purposes. It's not a theory, and it's not infotainment, as Johnny Enoch likes to say. And this testimony is so unique that no other SSP experiencer can claim my story. Because what you hear today is one-off, and I've purposely kept my story secret from the public until now and haven't spoken one time about the details you're going to hear today publicly, privately, or in any interviews I've ever done, because I've decided now it's time. I have to do this. I've probably put in a couple of 1,000 hours creating this, my 3-part series. It's freaking intense. I will not parrot what other SSP assets say, and I will not take the path of Operation Mockingbird mimicry in any way by repeating stuff you've heard somewhere else by other SSP experiencers and ad nauseum. Because seasoned assets and undercover CI officers embedded in the audience watching and acting as handlers today. You know exactly who you are. As a matter of fact, the moment my presentation started, I initiated assets on my team from around the world to start remote viewing which ones of you are agency or handlers. I ask all remote viewers in the room to start scanning the audience for them right now, and keep it to yourself for now and get with me later. We'll talk about this later. Due to a traumatic brain injury in 2005 when I was 25, I hit a wall on my motorcycle doing 120 miles an hour and died, with my friends witnessing and confirming my death. I had an out-of-body experience and ended up coming back with 11 broken bones, a chewed up and spit out body, almost losing my left leg from here on down, while also ripping and tearing my ACL and my meniscus, giving me lifelong constant dislocations out of nowhere with no context for the last 20 years. I damaged my left temporal lobe, my right occipital lobe, hippocampus and medial temporal structures, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, my angular gyrus, my brainstem, and my reticular activation system. A side effect of damaging my reticular activation system means I see in slow motion. So the average human sees about 24 frames a second. I can see around 200 frames a second. So I use this in hypnosis when I do sessions on people. I can read stuff that other people cannot see. I can see the micro expressions. I can see what you're not comfortable talking about. Your body tells me this stuff. My newly reformatted and damaged brain received a legal diagnosis of traumatic brain injury, post-amnesic disorder, retrograde amnesia, with an assumption of acquired savant syndrome, which would require further testing at the time during my neuropsych evaluation in 2012, 7 years after my motorcycle crash, to check the extent of my damage. I actually totaled my Honda S2000 drift car. I wasn't even doing anything. I was going 35 miles an hour and some dumb guy hit me reversing into traffic with a 1984 Chevy box truck. And coincidentally, he happened to be one of my tattoo clients that I tattooed. Imagine that. What are the odds of that? He got out of his truck. He's like, go, and I'm like, you mother. It says traumatic brain injury. Imagine just waking up one day and you realize that all your memories are gone. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty hard to deal with. So today I've learned my diagnosis has changed and it's now considered chronic retrograde amnesia with acquired savant syndrome, post-traumatic origin, unresolved, secondary, dyslexia, object naming dysfunction, altered temporal perception, and neurogenic cognitive reorganization, post-clinical death event. That means I died. This violent crash that scrambled my brain inadvertently caused SSP memory cascades to start flooding in with memories of combat alters I never even knew I had. It had accidentally merged both hemispheres of my brain where I could now use both hemispheres simultaneously at all times in a form of permanent hemisync. This presentation is an operational breakdown of how I was extracted, fractured, repurposed, and redeployed through 6 phases that built the combat asset I became. If you've seen my scars, the burns, the implants, the night terrors that come with coded voices, the ones that activate old missions like they were never ended, then you'll understand this is about survival and about speaking out regardless of retaliation or the possibility of death, because like I said, I do not care. I'm here to walk you through the 6 primary phases that make up my SSP and program timeline. I'm letting you guys know this is taking me years to write. This is actually part of my book. And like I said, the amount I've worked in this, I've had to give up personal relationships and friendships and avoid text messages and hanging out with friends to knock this out. This is what I had to do. You have to dedicate your life to this. Each one is a different battlefield with different chains of command, different factions claiming ownership over my body, my genetics, my soul contract, and the outcomes they tried to hijack. But what they couldn't predict is that I would live through all of it, that I would wake up, and that they would slowly lose their death grip on me, and I would start talking about this. And now I'm bringing the truth forward regardless of retaliation. Introduction to the 6 phases. Each phase of this timeline is a compartment that has been assembled through painstaking retrieval of my memories, classified files, QHHT hypnosis sessions, and files I saw directly with my own eyes, sometimes having to break into black site facilities to access my records, like Dulcie. We'll talk about that later. Each part I accessed was previously a locked room that required its own key to unlock, just like our altars and our memories and our minds. Each one of you who's gone through even a fraction of this, you know the pain that comes with turning the handle and realizing the door only opens from the inside. What I'm going to lay out is not linear or chronological in the way you think time moves. This is how program timelines overlap, where Monarch leads into Kruger, where the ASC steps in with overrides. ASC is Allied Space Command, where Nachtwaffen, which is the German SSP faction, claims field authority but is already operating under the shadow of Revenant class directives. I'm considered Revenant class, and I'll get into that later as well. You'll see the crossovers and the wars behind the wars. And by the end of this presentation, you'll know why I was deployed across factions, hybridized by force, and kept under lock. Because what I carry and what I know is still considered a threat to everything they built, and I have knowledge to uncover their secrets. When I say revenant class, this is the definition of revenant. A person who has returned, especially supposedly from the dead. So the SSP classes us this way. If you can get this class as one of the highest class SSP you can actually become. But the only way you can become it is if you die in horrible ways. Phase 1 of this 6th part is the Monarch Corporation. Everything begins with the Monarch Corporation. This was my entry point into the gates of hell at age 5 during a military abduction by the United States Air Force under the cover of Great ET abduction cover memories in Texarkana, Texas. Most of my life, I thought I was abducted by Greys. It took me hypnosis memory regressions to figure out it was actually the freaking Air Force, and it's our own people. But I don't think that shocks anybody here. This ancient titan of a corporation going back at least 6,000 years. That's right, Monarch is at least a 6,000-year-old corporation that was used in at least Atlantis. It was designed to break me, split me, and build the architecture inside my mind so I would be compatible with cross-faction rotation that could be transferred between SSP factions without collapsing, suffering from psychosis, or having to be reprogrammed with new additional protocols. They broke me early as a child there at the Monarch campus, fractured my core into splinters, built altars that could be switched on like weapons, and switched on and off like a light switch. Clap on, clap off, quite literally just like that. The clapper. That's how they activate an altar. Think of the Winter Soldier, but for real. Monarch buried my memories under trauma conditioning and fear-based triggers and then layered those fractures with programming, cues, sigils, frequencies, words, phrases, and objects to put me deeper into programming if I would start to waking up, showing signs of resisting control protocols, resulting in what's known as Delta Regression Protocol, which is often used on combat-trained assets when the kill switches or kill commands begin to erode. The point was to reformat me and groom me for future combat and leadership roles I will discuss later. My mind was treated like a computer in order to turn a human body into a computer server where dozens of operating systems could be stored independent from each other while my body was being physically augmented and modified via genetic editing for various combat and command roles. So I was groomed since I was a child to be a commander. I'll get into this in a minute. It actually has to do with my genetics. This was where they made me into a product that was manufacturable, sellable, and easily transferable to other cross factions like I was a piece of meat being passed around at a party or a gladiator in the Rome's Colosseum. I became property before I ever became a soldier, and I have DNA hybridization patents in my body that are owned by the Monarch Corporation and the KMC, or the Kruger Mercenary Corporation. It's also known as Kruger Corps. It's also known as the Kruger Mercenary Group. Depending on what part of Kruger you're in, it has different names. And there's also program memories. So you're going to hear these 3 terms within the Kruger. That means I only live the illusion of freedom because a corporation owns me in real life. This was the factory floor where I was stripped down to a template and ripped apart like a science experiment that can be repurposed endlessly without caring that they are permanently damaging, destroying the life of a little innocent child. Phase 2, Kruger Mercenary Corporation. Once Monarch was finished formatting my brain, which basically deletes all the data in my mind and sets up a new file system just like you would with a computer to prepare the drive for use by a new operating system. That's how they program us. They treat us like a computer system. They use computer jargon. It's actually genius if you think about it. Kruger then took possession of my body. Kruger training was a forge of mercenary and gladiator brutality designed to strip away hesitation until the reflex itself was violence. Pain was the teacher. Not listening to commands was the teacher. And that teacher loved showing us pain. Pain that pain makes you comply really fast. They gave me contracts, NDAs, missions, and kills before I even had the right to call myself free. I was an investment, a soldier that can be leased out, a man whose body that had been reduced to the currency of blood. Kruger's methods were extremely surgical and precise. Weapons training was relentless. Close quarter combat, edged weapons, firearms modified for off-world use, silent kill techniques, and heavy psionic warfare training was the everyday norm. They drilled precision into my bones until there was no distinction between thought and action. Wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. That was my life. Orders came in as short phrases, sometimes as triggers with no explanations and no questions that would activate you instantaneously. Just like that. You're in an altar. Failure was corrected through punishment so severe that my body learned faster than my mind could object. Every hesitation I had became an electrical scar. Every doubt burned away until all that remained was compliance married to instinct. Deployments were constant. Black sites, corporate facilities, conflict zones that never reached the news is where Kruger dropped me into operations where disappearance was as important as the kill itself. The missions were often undeniable, unrecorded, and redacted, but always remembered by my body and its muscle memory. Extraction meant erasure, meaning no footprints left behind, no names carried forward, and no trace. We are quite literally ghosts. If you see that leather jacket I wear, it's actually SSP themed. It actually calls me a recon ghost. I wear my heart on my sleeve and I show people who I am 24 hours a day. We enter like ghosts and we leave like ghosts. A phantom that was untraceable, which was how I got my call sign Spectre. Only the handlers knew my real kill count, and even they filtered it through classification codes. Monarch had already broken me, so all Kruger had to do was sharpen me. They reinforced the combat altars best suited for wet work, pushed them to the front, and suppressed the softer layers beneath that was being forced into a vault that was unlockable. Loyalty was never asked for. Only compliance and obedience. I think anybody in the programs, you know exactly what that means, because if you don't comply, all you're going to know is pain and torture. The facilities used for this stage were sterile and built like warehouses for soldiers for mass production, like we were cattle receiving our numbered ear piercing and our livestock branding. Cells doubled as sleeping quarters and barracks, weapons racks were altars, and training floors were blood-stained sanctuaries referred to as red rooms. There was no direction, there was no decoration, no individual identity allowed except the role of operator. You were never seen as a human. You were seen as a product, a soldier of their fortune. You were supposed to think of yourself as a man. You weren't supposed to think yourself as a man. You were a number, a rank, a nickname, a call sign, and a blade. This phase shaped me into something I would carry forever, even till today. They taught me to kill without hesitation, to enter and exit reality like a shadow. And while Monarch fractured to my core, Kruger weaponized that fracture. I became both expendable and irreplaceable, a paradox only an asset could live through and truly understand. Most of the slides you're going to see today are completely custom and created by me. I didn't take a lot off the internet, so when I said I created 800 slides, imagine creating that many custom slides that don't relate to nothing or it's not inspired by anything else. So this is what the Kruger Mercenary Corporation is, and this is kind of like the exoskeletal systems we wear. It's hard to really capture what kind of systems we use because there's different levels of Kruger, different levels of Nachtwaffen, so you're going to see different levels of armor. Phase 3, Nachtwaffen. That's the German breakaway civilization. Kruger taught me to kill, while Nachtwaffen taught me to disappear like a phantom. At this point, they didn't need loyalty. They needed something older than that. They needed oaths sealed in blood before birth and other past lives, and I was already marked. The first thing they did was access my genetic file. I had a Lyran origin, Atlantean signature, and draconian neural weapon overlays that were hybridized and inherited through both parental lines. That got flagged immediately in their system the moment I entered this planet. This planet is just a construct. You have to understand, this is a war of the mind. This is an illusion. I think people here understand this is a matrix. So imagine that when your light body enters this matrix, it flags your systems. So if you've heard of the Talented and Gifted program, you were probably identified the moment you entered this matrix of this earth. They saw that I wasn't just a battlefield asset that was something programmable, but was tied into blood oaths that go back to pre-Earth conflicts. They knew it immediately, and that actually was what caused me to get fast-tracked. The Nachtwaffen facilities were not like Kruger. They weren't industrial training centers or rented bunkers. They were massive facilities located off-world. Orbital platforms, asteroid bases, hollowed-out moons that had never seen sunlight, and underneath it all, deep in the belly of the dumb, a dumb I'm going to use a lot today, it's Deep Underground Military Base for all the newbies. Deep Underground Military Base, we don't like any of those. We're the black levels. That's where I went next. They absorbed me into their special warfare command structure as Delta 1 and Alpha 1, which weren't just my designations and call signs, they were behavioral mandates rolled up into my alter programming stack. Delta 1 was surgical in combat with extreme precision under duress and field dominance with zero compromise. Alpha 1 was a command level stack involving planetary asset coordination, field protocol overrides, and leadership that required no voice and only transmitting my authority psionically or telepathically. Most didn't survive 1, yet I carried both of the programming stacks of both Alpha 1 and Delta 1. My missions ranged from silent termination ops on orbital mining colonies to deep drift retrievals from deep space. Some of those retrievals weren't even people. They were fragments, tech, data, and ancient AI cores because Nachtwaffen deals in currency most humans would not recognize as real. They trained us in zero-G insertion and microgravity scenarios. Weapons were keyed to each individual soldier's body. Heads-up display systems were embedded in our neural relay implants. Command interfacing was done through the eye using subdermal encryption that only responded to my frequency and DNA. That was how they trained us, by using auto-execution inside a living avatar, which we call clones or sleeves in the programs. Nachtwaffen's main mission was to train me to haunt. That's right, I said haunt. They called me Spectre, which is not a nickname, but a classification that's defined as a field unit that doesn't exist in the official logs of the cross-faction databases of the ASC or Allied Space Command. Spectre was a classification for rogue soul agents who could not be fully mind-fractured or erased, and who had been recorded as surviving multiple containment resets, which is the reason I was put in Merge. Remember, Merge is a Monarch Umbrella refugee group. It's a group of two different groups of kids. It's a mixture between the Umbrella Corporation and the Monarch Corporation. At age 9, from the Monarch's main dome under Toronto, Canada, that was later rescued by the ACIO, or the Advanced Contact Intelligence Organization, via Kruger at age 15. It was ACO that actually rescued me. A lot of people, they want to talk smack about the ACO, but you cannot take away what they did for me and how they exfilled me out of this dump. You know what I'm saying? They wanted a ghost commander who answers to no clear command structure, including not having a fleet admiral to report to, running its own fleet completely off the books. Because of that, not everyone in Nachtwaffen knew my name or have heard of me, and only those with high enough security clearances or those cleared in the upper levels of command chain knew of me. Since I was tagged at the SCN level as Spectre class, this means my missions were cleared by command levels above the purview of Nachtwaffen or Kruger. The Supreme Council node is referred to as the highest levels as the strategic coordination hub where control of multifactional assets, fleet movement, timeline manipulation, and space warfare protocol is overseen and operates above the factions. At this level, it wasn't about combat anymore. It was about dominance of space, time, and consciousness. Nachtwaffen made me both operator and commander, embedding me to lead strike teams designed to function like ghosts. They valued efficiency, ruthlessness, and psionic warfare, and in me they had all three. Here, my combat identity was honed into something lethal, something that can function in a silence across dimensions. Because of all that, I carry combat trauma from operations I've never even been briefed on in this timeline. Now, everybody thinks that this is what Nachtwaffen really looks like, right? This is more of Black Sun, or what we refer to as Schwarzasana. Those guys are dark. That is what you know as the Sith on Star Wars. That is part of Nachtwaffen. The entire Star Wars series was based on our secret space programs. In truth, they're more of a German breakaway civilization, and the Schwarzasana are the straight-up Nazis. Phase 4, Allied Space Command. Allied Space Command is a lie of a name if I ever heard one. It was never an alliance, never unified, and never defensive like the name implies. It was oversight. It was captivity. And I was a prisoner who couldn't escape. ASC flagged me, tagged my field signature, and reformatted my alters with universal overrides. This means I was cross-compatible between factions, an asset that can be pulled by Kruger, Nachtwaffen, the interplanetary corporate conglomerate, or Solar Warden without needing to be programmed. ASC made sure I was never loyal to just one banner, never under one commander or general, and never able to slip out of that net. They kept me in rotation constantly, assigning me like cargo. Kruger wanted wet work. The ICC, or Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate, wanted hybrid data. Noct Waffen wanted a commander in the shadows, and ASC made sure every request was answered. They were never my generals. They were my jailers, and I was the currency. By this point, my value was too high to leave in the hands of one faction. If Kruger taught me to kill and Noct Waffen taught me to vanish, then ASC taught me how to become untouchable. This was not another layer of training stacked on top of the old ones. It was the point where the operating system they had built inside me stopped accepting their commands and started writing its own code. They called it adaptive sovereign cognition. But to me, it felt like a war inside my own head between everything it had fractured and everything it had hidden away. All the altars, the compartments, the obedience loops, they were never erased here. They were bent into a structure that I can move through at will, like walking the halls of a house that once had its doors locked from the inside. ASC was where thought became the weapon. No more relying on triggers, no more waiting for commands. My instincts began running ahead of orders. I could feel the pulse of a mission before it hit my comms, like my nervous system was reading timelines seconds before reality, and my body would feel it coming before I consciously did. They hated that, but they couldn't stop it, because it wasn't training anymore. It was evolution in ways they never anticipated. Pain wasn't the teacher here. The teacher was now sovereignty, the ability to operate outside their orders and control chains. They wanted a ghost who would execute without hesitation, but ASC produced something else, a ghost who can decide for the first time in his life. I was no longer just an operator being leased out. My mind became a field emitter that could shut down external programming and assets and rewrite signals aimed at me. For those that don't know me, I apologize now, but a side effect to hearing my voice is most people in all of the audiences, especially famous speakers, they tend to pass out, lose time, or get abducted while I'm speaking. And it took me to do hypnosis sessions on them to figure out that they were pulled by the programs so they don't access these memories or these downloads that I was going to impart on them with my voice. I could neutralize attempts to breach me in real time, intercepting the syntax of their commands before it ever reached my core. This is when I stopped being a product and started being a sovereign individual, a freedom I never once had. And it felt great to breathe for the first time in my life what breath truly feels like. The places where they ran ASC were nothing like the factories or the moons. These were silent, dark rooms built to amplify psychic bandwidth rather than break bodies, and was packed with neural technology. Sensory deprivation, neural feedback loops, and quantum field chambers designed to map how far a thought can travel before it ceased to be mine. They didn't know that they were giving me the tools to escape them. They thought they were refining a weapon, but instead they were building a transmitter that they would soon regret. Allied Space Command turned my identity into a force that could not be erased. It was finally no longer about loyalty or even survival. I began to walk through missions with a different presence. Less like a man under orders and more like a storm with a mind of its own, and everyone around me started noticing, including members of my own unit. Systems started glitching around me, AI constructs hesitated, and people in proximity either synchronized with my field or fell apart under it. Anybody that feels truly connected with me, this is what you're feeling. And this is real, this is genuine. You can remote view me and see who I am, and I care about everybody. I would die for a freaking animal, for Christ's sake. Like, most people can't say that, and I mean it 100%. Thank you, guys. I began to walk through missions with a different presence, like a man under orders and more like a storm. I've already said that. They called me Spectre before, but in Phase 4, I became the shadow of my own name, enshrining the living frequency of what they tried to contain. I said this yesterday, my name is more famous than my body is. You might hear Drago Reed, but you'll be shocked. You're like, oh my God, you're Drago Reed. I'm like, yeah. Everything that came before Monarch, Kruger, and Noct Waffen was preparation for this. They fractured me to program me, trained me to kill, and taught me how to haunt. ASC is what happens when the ghost takes back the command, when the weapons turns its sight inward, breaks the handler's code, and writes its own orders. This phase is why I still exist, why I haven't been murdered for speaking, why my signature hasn't been erased from the matrix, and why every time they come for me, something in the system destabilizes and collapses on itself, blowing up in their faces. They built a soldier, but the ASC made me free. Part 5, ICC, Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate. By the time they handed me to the ICC, I was no longer a soldier. I was a specimen of genetic experimentation and a resource. They didn't care about what I could do and only cared about what I was. My genetics, my lineage, my capacity to interface with off-world biotech, which is a rare trait, was the reason why I was harvested and not recruited. The ICC doesn't operate like the others. There's no rank and there's no loyalty, just contracts, tech, and a lot of blood. My blood. The DNA from both sides of my line included Choctaw mitochondrial inheritance, draconian neural overlay strands with Atlantean imprinting, and Lyran origin coding. That was the perfect genetic template for hybridization and augmentation. And all of it was broken down, modeled, run through simulations to see what kind of weapon could be bred through my existence and my offspring, because hybrid programs, breeding operations, engineering products, and exploitation systems was their main focus. Combat didn't matter here. What mattered was what my body could produce and how my genes could be sold or spliced for profit. They pulled me into the ICC to study the offspring I had with others like me, pairing me with Sophians and Sorth-anchored females under the guise of high-rank genetic pairings. But none of it was natural. It was referred to as calculating breathing. I'll show you this slide right here. This is a session I did on my friend Susan Schatzer right here. She has Sophianic energy, and the Draconians have been trying to crack her for so many lifetimes, and they've never succeeded. One of my lifetimes, I was a Draconian Alpha General, and I incarnated into that role because of what they did to us in Lyra. I basically had to incarnate, and because of my specific energetic signature, I have an architect guardian class soul. What that means is it's an original template. That also means that I went through all the different levels. I went through the first dimension all the way up, and then I came back down to uncover this. They were trying to unlock the God seed, that singular strand that can override every lock in a being's code. My children were never born to live. They were born to be keys. ICC murdered every single one of them when they didn't open that door. Susan and I actually had 12 hybrid kids. Half Draconian, half Sophianic energy, and the Draconians could not crack it. I have a TV in my booth back there, and we're going to be playing that session over the next 2 days if you guys want to see it. It's freaking intense. I would definitely recommend you guys walk by, because you're going to hear me speaking to 2 different Draconians. I have the ability to bring up different beings through time and space and talk through the client, and it's intense. I was held in cryo more than I was awake during this phase. My body was used in simulation fields, my code run through neuro emulators, my brain copied and fractaled to run drone fleets and oversee zero-G biolabs. They never treated me like a human. They treated me like a piece of proprietary tech, which was something between an asset and a patent. All the ET species I saw there were all treated as experiments with no rights and zero empathy for their horrific experiences. I was shown myself in other bodies, forced to watch what they did with my template, forced to see the children I created erased before their second breath. All the kids I was forced to have in the programs, they were all stolen from me. I've never saw them again. They told me that if I ever have a kid in real life, they will abduct my kid, rape it, and throw it in the programs. So I'm 45 years old with 0 kids. Imagine what that's like to a person who only wants to be a father. That's tough. ICC worked hand in glove with the ASC. If Allied Space Command tagged me for a transfer, ICC was when they sent me when I was too unstable, too unfractured, and too powerful to leave me in live deployment. They loop me in soft holographic simulations, keep my mind locked in false cover lives, just like Drago Reed, hoping I'd break and spill what they could never decode. But I never did, at least not fully. They can map me, clone me, run me, but they can never become me and replicate my magic. ICC never owned me. They tried, trust me. But they never got that divine spark they were looking for, because that spark was never meant for them. I will be doing deluxe QHHT sessions this conference. Usually I'm booked up a year in advance for all these conferences. It is people, they prepay in advance. Since I took this talk short term, I was only invited to speak here about 6 weeks ago. So what that means is my schedule is open, guys. So if you want a hypnosis session, if you want to uncover memories, integrate altars, it's unlimited and I can do it. And this is what I specialize in. If you guys want, you can take a photo of this QR, or you can just take a photo of the QR code at my table and it just gives you a link to my website, fractaloflight.com. FRACTAL of light. That is what each and every one of you are. You are a fractal of light of God. Every one of us. Phase 6, cross-faction rotation. A lot of people don't talk about cross-faction rotation. A lot of people just like, you're either knocked Waffen or you're Kruger, and that's about it. The end result of Allied Space Command's grip was chaos, resulting in my timeline reading like a non-linear story. It fractures, overlaps, and contradicts itself numerous times once I get into the timeline later. ASC blurred my operational identity across so many factions that no one could ever pin me down, no one could ever say I was theirs, and I could never claim loyalty to just one faction banner. This was the phase where I stopped belonging anywhere. Nowhere was considered home to me. Imagine what that's like for a second. Not Monarch, not Kruger, not Nachtwaffen, and not the ICC. All of them at once. Can you imagine that? Just imagine what that would be like. Imagine trying to have friends. You can't have friends. Rotation means you don't have anyone to love. Cross-faction rotation was ASC's real function. They don't train you for this. They built you for this, customize you, and make your augmentations and genetics so unique that everyone wants you. They send you wherever they need you, plug you into whatever chain of command is active that week, expect you to act as if you were born there, and then expect you to fit in. The missions changed, the uniforms changed, the handlers changed, but the orders came from the same dark tower. This is where I learned to live without a home. Rotation means your body can be in one theater and your consciousness in another. It means one day I'm embedded with Kruger wet work teams, next day I'm running Nachtwaffen black space patrols, next month I'm in ICC's biotech labs as a consultant on hybrid security, and the month after that my neural architecture is being stolen and used at United States Special Operations Command at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, only about 15 miles of where I live coincidentally. They used my neural architecture to model their new system, Talos. Anybody familiar with Talos? I'll get into that later. They built me to be compatible with every command protocol, every trigger phase, and every handler signal I came across. Monarch is thorough like that. My altars were never randomly created and were coded for different factions with universal overrides, so anybody holding the ASC keys could pull me in. That's how they prevent loyalty. That's how they delete rebellion from your vocabulary. During rotation, I lost the illusion of rank and identity. General, commander, asset, none of it mattered when you're on loan. My medals, memories, and missions all became fragments in other people's archives. And when you come back, nothing matches or makes sense. People you fought with beside look at you like a stranger and treat you like they don't know you. You start to feel like a stranger in your own skin. They don't need torture at this point, as cross-faction rotation is how they break the strongest by scattering you so wide you forget what it means to be whole or an individual. Every time you land in a new faction, you're expected to act as if you never left. And if you refuse, they don't beat you at this point. They basically shelve you and throw your body into a containment unit or a stasis pod in suspended animation, or what we call a BCU, which is a biostasis containment unit, which is a high-level term they use in the ICC. This was the phase where I learned to survive without a name and to, I never finished that sentence. I need to write that down. Where my full signature cross-stamped with every logo, every insignia, and every shadow command of every faction I've ever served under. This is basically what they're doing, custom genetic modification. This is what the ET species has been doing for billions of years. Everybody thinks the SSP is new. Like, do you know what the Lyran Wars was? That means we had space travel. That's called a space program. So people that think this stuff is new, you're about 1 billion years too late. Now, for everybody in the programs, your DNA is a library of forgotten history, and this is why they tag us. This is why they corral us and treat us like animals. My last name is Reed, so the Reed line genetic traits, that's from my mom and they refer to as the maternal trauma lineage. And that's basically Atlantean Elysian genetics. The Scottish reed line carries signatures aligned with the ancient Atlantean, Lyran, Elysian gateway systems, which is basically an interdimensional network once used by Atlantean pre-scientists for planetary frequency stabilization, which is basically stabilizing the grid. That's what I did in Lyra before the Dracos came, before they tried to steal my Vatarnak crystals and turn it into a weapon. And biotemporal travel, which is basically physical time travel. And that's compatibility with biogate systems, which is basically a natural portal jumper. If you're a portal jumper and you open portals for people, this is in your genetics. It's also a requisite for psi-based AI command, which is required for ship or fleet command. It's a high-frequency resonator DNA that is used cross-faction. The maternal Atlantean Elysian line made me valuable for cross-genetic seeding with reptilian, mantid, and gray ETs. My theta receptors. The line expresses natural dominance in theta brainwave thresholds. If you express dominance in that, means you have psionic energy that is intense, and they will weaponize that. And that's critical for remote viewing, telepathic synchronization, and layered memory partitioning that's installed by the Monarch Corporation, and children born under this line like me often exhibit rapid integration of alternate selves or alters, dream-seeded clairvoyance, which is basically clairvoyant abilities were implanted or triggered through encoded dream sequences, and they started doing this when I was a child in vitro by DARPA. DARPA was torturing me as a child, giving me dreams while I was in vitro. It's pretty hardcore. Unusual compatibility with astral combat training protocols, and theta qualification is required to be in the Psi Combat program. Ancestral voice codes. This genome included embedded ancestral memory cords used in Red Queen's bioencryption systems, which is installed in me. Anybody heard of Red Queen? Red Queen was in the movie Resident Evil. That's a true story. Red Queen is the name of Monarch's Toronto base, their AI system. And that movie was based on what happened to Red Queen when she went in a lockdown. So it's partially a true story. These vibratory tones and keys are DNA triggered and can activate dormant timelines, override synthetic trauma bonding, collapse programming grids and voice-based command environments. And a side effect to my hybridization is my voice deactivates programming and cause loss of time, passing out, and abduction, like I said earlier, as seen in all of my presentations reported by numerous famous speakers. It also happened to Yemi Janae of the Farside Institute. She's like my little homie. We actually were together in Lyra. I actually was her right-hand man. She was the queen of Lyra when the Dracos came. And if you know that, she's one of the top remote viewers of the world. And I think that's why Courtney Brown chose her, because of this genetic heritage. And if you were to remote view that truth, you will see that it's real. And I did confirm this with QHHT sessions, even on Yemi Janae. I had her under for, I think, 3 hours. And she ended up getting abducted by the programs while she was sitting directly next to me on my couch during that session. They had her for 2 days. To prevent her from speaking, they actually installed a technology, and she became completely muted. She couldn't speak, she couldn't move her body, and she was completely shut down. That's the technology they got. And I have it all on video recorded. We might be releasing it soon. My soul cord. Reed-coded children often exhibit soul magnetism, meaning their presence anchors mission teams physically for commander, unit leader, and gatekeepers. I'm actually a gatekeeper. I was used as a gatekeeper at Camp Hero for the Montauk Project and at Cheyenne Mountain with Project Aegis after I was transferred there after the base was shut down. They're often made central figures in psi theater operations. They can naturally disrupt AI surveillance when in proximity to control fields, which basically short circuits the AI field, which we call ghosting in the programs. This is basically me. Custom designing my cool body that I don't even own. Isn't that some BS? The Phillips line. This is from my father's side. A lot of people don't know this, but that's one of the Black Sun Swartzasana genetic lines. No one's talking about that. The Welsh Phillips line carries frequency coding directly tied to the Saturn Black Cube system used for soul recycling, AI soul mapping, and ritualized trauma anchoring. This lineage was often targeted for trauma-induced spiritual weaponization due to its high compatibility with dissociative neural architecture, tendency for soul binding into dimensional grid work, access to reverse temporal memory caches, which is basically like a time vault, through pain-induced psi activation, which is torture. I'm just using fancy words right now. Now referring to my draconian biointerface, remember I was an alpha draconian general, and the only reason that happened was because when they came and went to destroy Lyra, I gave my life up in that life so they could not weaponize our crystals. Our crystal system is how we controlled the grid of our entire planet. And they use that on Maldek to Tiamat to actually destroy Tiamat. They weaponize the same type of crystal system. This is common within the line are prenatal draconian augmentation markers, usually dominant until trauma or torture exposure activates the limbic system's hypersensitivity to electrical fields. I am extremely sensitive to the fields that most humans can't perceive. And I have implants in both of my hands. This is how we open up some of these portals. You're required to have these implants in some of these dumbs. It's a strong biological response to both AI systems and reptilian psychic interface. Subtle resistance to emotion-based manipulation when aware as well. In that, I have also negative polarity coding because of this black sun connection. And it's often programmed as a dark reflection of sovereign lineages like my read side, and this results in involuntary forced alignment with false light entities or the Black Brotherhood. That's basically what we call the Black Sun people. It's called the Black Brotherhood, and it's from their handlers. Psychic mirroring fields, which is used to reflect and mirror programming or trauma back onto others, defensive shielding and mirroring back, and that's connected to Project Mirror Link, which I will get into later. Spiritual lockdown systems embedded in the DNA, accessible by Saturn Relay AI, which controls most REM to clone transfer system vaults that are that are connected to deep space buoys. So imagine if I'm on mission and I'm not close to Earth and my ship gets blown up. What do you think is going to happen with my consciousness at that point? What people don't talk about is we have deep space buoys, and these are containment vaults. So if our assets die, our consciousness is rehomed to these vaults if it's too far out. And the last one that happened to was actually in a node between Saturn and Jupiter, which I will also get into later as part of my Phoenix jump. Combat lineage templates. The Phillips trauma line was commonly drafted into SSP kinetic warfare programs, often without memory or consent. The traits include aggressive adrenaline overflows under threat scenarios, automatic tactical pattern prediction, which is precognitive warfare capability, physical reflex training encoding into epigenetic memory and not taught consciously, which is it's embedded in my host DNA, quite literally a warrior by birth. Now I get into my Indian heritage. This is part of my Choctaw heritage. You can see it in my eyes. I have these little slanty eyes. It's from my Indian side. And that's connected to the Sothianic Earth grid lineage. That's why they wanted to target her, because I already had that genetic coding to frequency match her. The maternal Choctaw line carries she's also going to be manning my booth. If you want to ask her about this session, please feel free. She's an amazing speaker. She's in documentaries. She does this for a living as well. She's a famous speaker. All right, so this lineage is a direct anchor to Sothianic source fields, often sought after for access to gain Gaian biometric feedback loops used in planetary healing and temporal recalibration. It also we have the high amount of spiritual immunity fields that can override trauma implants when consciously activated. We have matrilineal resonance capable of collapsing false light overlays were merged with solar masculine frequency, which is basically the hybrid pair bonding that me and Susan went through. This line was often hunted, bound, and hybridized with darker lines like the Phillips draconian side to produce offspring capable of being human anchored yet programmable. Also, this line has Time Walker blood. The bloodline holds pre-Atlantean memory signatures encoded with the mitochondria. These signatures are resistant to soul fracture technologies like soul traps or what we call the death traps. Those things are real, man. They have death traps on other planets. We have death traps in different parts of the solar system. So you think if you're free from this one planet, keep in mind, death traps are everywhere. The Draconians and the Anunnaki put them everywhere. And that's how they get assets. This bloodline is naturally capable of holding multidimensional awareness without splitting identity architecture. That's basically like creating an altar and you not going crazy and never coming back. Because most people in the Monarch program, these kids, most of them never came back. And they get disposed of in incinerators and get fed to the dogs. And some of these dogs, they have gray consciousness in the dogs. So these dogs oversee the laboratories that we're in. They'll just sit there in the corner and they'll watch us. If I'm at an altar that's a scientist, I'll have a dog handler that's a gray. And if you act out of line, believe your butt that that gray is going to do something. And those dogs, they're augmented as well. They were actually born of the dumbs as well. This bloodline is resistant to soul fracture technologies like the soul traps and plasma siphons, natural, capable of holding multidimensional awareness without splitting identity architecture, like I said, splitting into altars. It's known by the ICC and Monarch Labs as imperfectly compliant matriarch templates. That's the terminology they use I saw in my files. It was odd to read it. Imperfectly compliant matriarch templates. Due to emotional frequency to resistance to programming and unstable results when subjected to clone template programming, imprinting. Stored soul charge capacitor. Due to trauma-based targeting of the Choctaw maternal line, these individuals often present with suppressed but highly volatile psionic surges, especially during hormonal shifts, pain, or near-death states. Frequency bleed-throughs in the pineal gland causing synesthesia-like perception, which is basically seeing music like colors versus like hearing the octaves. Spontaneous channeling, light language bursts, or emotional downloads. A signature frequency that interferes with draconian and AI surveillance tech when in harmonic alignment. This mother seed hybridization attempt that's on my maternal side. The maternal Choctaw line was viewed by ICC and Noctuafen geneticists as a soul seed vault and was hybridized through programs involved. This is why we attack the Indians, because they are the original carriers. They are the original, my dyslexia, I have a traumatic brain injury. Sometimes my mind just gets reset. The Lemurians. They are the original Lemurians, and the Atlanteans were the Anunnaki. So the whole killing all the American Indians was actually a plan going back to at least Atlantis. The bloodline they tried to erase. Choctaw descended maternal lineages often carried forbidden codices with their epigenetic song lines or memory libraries often accessible through deep emotional pain or grief, which is a soul activator through loss. Harmonic syncing with specific masculine solar frequencies on my paternal side. Sovereign spiritual reclamation processes through QHHC sessions, psionic vision quests, or post-traumatic resurrection events, which is what my Phoenix jump that I'm getting into later. This lineage cannot be forced open by AI or draconians and instead must awaken through choice, sovereignty, and sacrifice. That's why Susan couldn't be broken and why our hybrid offspring, even in death, remained hidden with the quantum vaults of the Earth grid. My family line carried something so ancient and powerful that it's been hunted, silenced, and buried for generations because it couldn't be controlled, and that's again why the Anunnaki did this. My ancestry scares them, and that's why they've wiped out so many of the Native American lines. And I come from a people whose DNA still remembers things like powers, truth, skills, and because of what we were never meant to survive and why we're marked early on. My body holds memory, my soul holds keys, and those in power know that if I remember who I really am, it does everything they built. It undoes everything they built. My bloodline was never lost, but was hidden on purpose because it connects back to something bigger than kings, bigger than gods. And I'm saying lowercase g, God, with a little captions around the lowercase g. The Anunnaki, all the peoples of the Bibles, those are lowercase g gods. Those are flesh and blood creatures that can die. They are not source. Source is neither male nor female. It's energetic. We're located in the mind of source right now. Everybody in this audience is not really here. And you're not even listening to me right now. We're all together in one mind, separating ourselves, trying to be like, let me listen to your story, but it's really your story. It's weird if you think about it that way. So unless my ancestors sent you, I am unavailable. And all you handlers today that's trying to shake my hand in a certain way or touch me on the shoulder, I am watching all you guys. If you give me a certain handshake, I'm going to call you out. All right, we're getting into my advanced combat and tactical training phase. This is what happened in utero. I was tortured daily through womb manipulation via my mom with DARPA nightmare dreams, my Ben 3L rejection. That's an implant I will discuss later. It's actually located in my back, and people have seen it. Purpose was to forge me into a hybrid soul carrier body suitable for sovereign class override installation, which is from my architect, guardian class soul. I was tagged with a scapular port implant, which again is on my back left back, and they call it the Biointerface Node 3-L. That's actually the product name. That was installed in my left wrist scapula bone shelf. They tagged me before I took my first breath into a physical body, spliced me with draconian and zeta gray DNA before I even had a chance to scream outside the womb for the first time. My birth, 1980, I'm 45 years old. I know I look young, but it's genetic editing. I was this gray at 20s. And I just stopped dyeing it because it looks cooler. I was red flagged as an Omega variant on the way in. Does anybody know what Omega class means? Omega class mutants are like Professor X, Jean Grey, Magneto, people who can destroy the fabric of time and space. That is what they bred me into becoming. They put me in Project Sentinel via the Monarch Corporation, which was a precursor to Project Chimera Protocol. They spiced me with Black Sun Saturnian trauma code, and I was engineered for war straight out of the womb. Some of these procedures I went through. I talked about the Biointerface Node 3L implant installed. I was born with a hole in my back, lower left scapula just under the bone shelf, oozing pus the second I came out of the womb, connected deep into the bone like something clawed its way in or out. The doctors were told to call it a birth defect, but I've seen enough classified files since then to know it wasn't. I had 2 major surgeries before I was even a year and a half old, and still it never fully fused with me. The scar remains, raised and calcified like a bone protrusion. The Biointerface Node 3L, I just call it Ben 3L. This implant was a soul anchor and a gate key. The real purpose was to anchor me here, and that port in my back, that's how they locked me in. That was the anchor point for the uplink to the lotus field, where the watchers monitor incoming souls to the matrix. So the lotus field is basically what they would call the matrix when you enter and their AI system flags you. It breaks you down. It knows all your incarnations. It knows who you were and who you are coming in with. That back port let them observe me through the lotus field and allowed them to keep my soul template state locked into a body that wasn't compatible with 3D biology. It's why I didn't die before age 5. It's why I saw certain things before they happened my entire life. It's why I was hunted before I could talk. When I hit certain EM fields or go deep into memory recall, it burns, literally burns, like it's on fire. Not metaphorically, it physically burns and vibrates, like laser fire beaming through scar tissue. And every time it lights up, I get memory flashes, files, timelines, and scenes that I shouldn't be able to access. I wasn't just a baby. I was a ghost in a machine designed to be observed, broken, deployed, and used. All the programs and projects have been watching me since the moment I got here to this planet. This implant comes in a non-metallic casing obviously for security reasons. Imagine if you're a MRI technician and there's a freaking mechanical implant in someone's back, you'd be like, what the heck is going on here? So this core housing is built from a nano-doped polymer carbon matrix or boron nitrate lattice, depending on the exact model. Different programs use different metamaterials for this, which means it's radiolucent, which is invisible to conventional X-rays. It has quantum cloaking field properties. The unit generates a low-frequency EM suppression field that scrambles electromagnetic detection, including radiograph scatter pulses, low-intensity MRI pulses, and when I'm around MRIs, I get data stream dumps. So I like to assist people in the hospital and go and get in some MRIs when I like to hold their hand, because like when I'm around that resonance field, side effect is it actually activates this implant and I start getting data dumps. I've had 2 MRI experiences of the last year. It's been pretty cool. The unit generates, I already said that. All right, it thermal and infrared signature bleeds. So talking about this chimera splicing performed in utero. the alpha draconian reptilian DNA. They installed neural dampeners, psionic amplifiers, and cyber epigenetic enhancements that provided me with psychological durability, regenerative capacity, heightened aggression, psionic shielding, and dominance imprinting. A lot of people, when they meet me, they say, "You're reptilian." Most dragons are. If you could remote view my root energy, it's actually dragon. I guess that's why my name's Drago. You take the N off and it's Drago. Go figure. Which made me a perfect candidate for combat interface with exosuits, ship AI links, and predictive warfare systems like the Talos. Talos is an exoskeletal system that ran off my ghost code. That's the name of my clothing brand I just introduced. I'm about to start selling. It's called Ghost Code. Black Ops inspired SSB stuff. It's pretty cool. I got screwed by my t-shirt guy, and he couldn't do my shirts this time, so I apologize. I had so much cool stuff to sell you guys. It has built-in dominance coding, making me resist hierarchy unless it's earned through spiritual power, which is exactly what broke containment later. This is kind of representation of my draconian DNA here. Now we're going to get into the zeta reticulation spice, which is providing me data processing and submission code. That whole seeing in slow motion and stuff, what the brain damage did was it gave me the abilities I have in the programs. Imagine the superhero skills you have in programs and they keep bleeding into your civilian life and you got to pretend they don't exist and you can't show people. You know what I'm saying? That sucks. I want to like open a portal right now and be like, "Hey guys, who wants to go for a ride?" Just like my little intro where I open a portal at the end of the stage. What it does is it enables complex pattern recognition, nonlinear cognition, and heightened sensory channeling. It makes subjects more susceptible to hypnotic control and memory partitioning. Extreme quantum cognition, fast pattern assimilation and recognition, used against me for compartmentalization of my soul fragments. Zeta code also carried emotional suppression code, which monarchs tried to exploit but failed when I reactivated full emotional spectrum as a weapon. The results of my chimera hybridization. Speaking of the binary genetic code sequence, this dual splicing created a push-pull architecture. The draconian code provided aggressive reactionary warfare interface, while the Zeta code provided it was a dampening pacifier, making programmable compliance more likely. These modern grays we had, they are extremely programmed. Like these, I call them people because they were people. And then they were weaponized by our programs and turned into who they are today. And the grays, they haven't exactly been my homies in this life. There are some good grays, but most of them are just dark gray. You know what I'm saying? I was one of the very few who broke the feedback loop, becoming unreadable to my handler index once both codes began overriding each other with my sovereign will. Trauma compatibility and memory fracturing. Compatibility with monarch trauma-based mind control. Splicing ensured my nervous system could endure extreme trauma-based fracturing while still keeping my physical body alive and usable. This made me ideal for deep layer fractal alters, referred to as 13 cube. Does anybody know what 13 cube means? If you mathematically 13 times 13 and you cube it, basically that means they have the ability to create 2,198 alters in a single human being. Anybody know Penny Bradley? She has the full 13 cubed. I've only helped her integrate at least maybe 9 of her alters over the last 2 years when she actually comes to these conferences. I always dedicate my time to giving Penny Bradley a free session every single time. Because she's the OG of secret space programs. She's like 70 right now. Anybody that's not following Penny Bradley, look her up. She has a couple of podcasts. Awesome woman. This made me ideal for this 13 cube process, especially combat and infiltration personas. The reptilian and zeta codes ensured that no matter how many alters were created, my core consciousness would remain unstable until I went rogue. Black site psionic network access. I was given a keyholder designation. Basically, my DNA is literally used as a key code to open, access, or shut down certain black site systems, which is AI networks, off-world data banks, or remote viewing platforms. These systems were designed not only to respond to hybrid codes like mine, And once I awakened, I became not only uncontrollable, but able to crash systems I was much meant to piggyback off of. 1981 to 1984, age 1 through 4. They watched me early on and initiated the Lotus Protocol, which is a matrix and astral surveillance package and dream sequence logging, meaning that they uploaded pre-programmed dreams to start programming me and monitored my dreams every single day. These were mostly nightmares to program me for combat, to desensitize me at a young age, and I would have these nightmares daily until about 2022. Imagine being 45 and you only stopped having these nightmares about 3 years ago. That's when I realized that it was part of the program, that it was not natural. And once you bring the awareness that it's part of the programming, it neutralizes the programming. Walk through your pain, walk through your traumas. Do not walk away from them. You're going to have to repeat this life. I tell everybody that comes across me, if you want your memories, face your triggers, face your traumas. There's a door on the other end, and there's a big freaking door that leads to a hall that's going to open up your entire architecture of everything you ever want to ever discover. Programming stacks were installed to secure my consciousness under ritual trauma sessions. I'm pretty sure you all know what ritual trauma means to a child. And were jammed in my solar plexus area and occipital lobe to stop my soul from slipping out during trauma drills. Dulce-based screening simulations begin there, accessed via deep state observational units. So I wasn't quite at Dulce yet. I was at the Monarch Dome at age 5. But they were monitoring me from Dulce with the DARPA tech, which I would then eventually be going to Dulce. So it's a cool kind of coincidence. These programming stacks were installed to secure my consciousness under ritual trauma sessions. Already said that. Monarch kicked off hard in this time. My clairvoyance abilities activated. I started experiencing bleedovers for temporal zones. Imagine being a young kid and you're barely even talking yet, and you're operating multidimensionally and stuff that you don't even have the words to even explain. Imagine what that's like. That's what it's like to be Drago Reed. Turned me to an amazing artist. I had to draw all this pain and trauma to release it. Age 2, I went through the Lotus Protocol. By the time I was 2, they already hooked my field into the system. Not physically, not yet. This was deeper astral level surveillance. They called it the observation stack. I'm going to use the word stack a lot today. This is handler nomenclature we use between programming. They did this by watching me in my own dreams. They ran Lotus Protocol on me, which is a full spectrum frequency tracker that logged every night sequence and every ripple in my soul field when I slipped out of my body. A side effect to my energy is I'm a natural portal jumper, and they had to tag me with this bin 3L to prevent me from actually leaving. And my mom tells this famous story. I've never even said this publicly. I had the nickname of Scooter. I used to hate that when they called me Scooter, but this is what we're here to talk about, man. And one day, my mom waked up. She heard me crying. She couldn't find me, and she found me under the couch. A couch that has no clearance for a child to crawl under. I just appeared under the couch. No one ever figured it out. Man. So they had to really target me through that and keep me grounded. This node is basically an anchor. Anytime I want to slip out and go somewhere else, it anchors me here by force. They weren't just watching me, they were reading how my field aligned with off-road tracking technologies, measuring how much pressure my infant soul could take before cracking. Every dream was a scan. Every nightmare was a data pull. Even back then, I wasn't asleep. I was being mapped, just like now. And keep in mind, guys, I would tell you about that motorcycle crash. I don't sleep more than 1 or 2 hours a day. I don't even know I don't even remember what year it was or what decade it was when I actually slept. It's torture. I'm actually jacked up on Red Mountain Dew right now, or Red Bull, and like when I got on the stage, my heart's pounding. I'm like, I drank too much Red Bull. It's torture. Imagine just never sleeping 1 or 2 hours a day. I've been going to bed at 5 o'clock every morning, getting up early, and I put about 15 hours in this presentation just while I'm here sitting in the audience. And at nighttime while everybody's partying, I'm trying to knock this out for you guys. Age 3, physical anchoring procedures. By the time I was 3, I was already slipping out. My field didn't want to stay locked in the density because I was too strong astrally, so they jammed anchors into me, one in the solar plexus, the other in the back of my occipital region. They weren't natural. They were basically like a soul glue or filled clamps that would use to clamp off an artery from bleeding out. Every time I started drifting, my soul was ready to walk out of my body and not come back. Wouldn't you want to run away from that stuff? Wouldn't you be slipping out trying to go to the astral world and play with kittens and rainbows and children's stuff? That's what I was trying to do, man. And when that didn't work, they just hold me down the other way through entity tethering. That's why they call it an anchor device. These were trauma sessions layered with artificial attachments just to keep my soul stuck inside a frame that they kept trying to eject me. They couldn't stabilize me. Instead, they pinned me under the freaking couch. So I couldn't escape the system they were riding me into. 1985, age 5. First memory of being abducted by the United States Air Force. And I lost these memories for the longest time, but imagine only being 5 and adults abduct you, but you don't even know what the military even is or what an extraterrestrial even is. That's pretty freaking awkward. I was abducted by the United States Air Force on the Gray Abduction Screen Memories for Placement in Monarch from Texarkana, Texas, where I was born. I'm a Texan. If y'all can't tell by my accent that I don't have in real life, I had to unaccent myself.
5 minutes.
We were talking that we're gonna go over. If anybody wants to go to actual dinner, some people, if you want, you can actually stay. I'm gonna be talking for a while. I've already set this up with AV, so it's up to you guys.
Okay, well, in that case, thank you, Drago, for that amazing presentation. We appreciate you coming out here today. And thank you, audience members, for joining us. So we're going to allow Drago to finish his presentation in just a bit. But we do have some announcements. There is dinner coming up soon at 7:30 to 8:30. And then afterward, we're going to have a Halloween party. So who here joined the party last night? Very good. Okay, now we might do some more of that disco music. I wasn't there to witness it, but I've got some good music for you. I promise you're gonna have a great time. Okay, so with that said, I'd like to hand the mic to Noel Benoit, and he's gonna share a message about the raffle. Go ahead.
On the book, the 200-year plan, I only printed 500 of the brown and kind of a reddish brown and yellow colored book for the whole world for the election. So there's only 500 of those copies that's going to be around, even if it's 200 years. So they're going to be collector's copies. And I've already had people pay $100 for a couple that I had left. And I put that in the raffle because the money that does is going to go to James to offset the cost of stuff here. I've dedicated that to everything going on here. And it has a place for you to put your name and address and everything. That way you don't necessarily have to be here to win. And at the end of every day, we'll have a drawing, and then we will one way or another see to it that the book gets to that address or to that person. If they're here, they can pick it up, and if not, we'll get it mailed to them. Okay? So, and I was thinking, I'm going to have a show of hands. How many think $10 a ticket, a chance, would be good? Okay. Now, how many will participate at $5 a ticket? Pretty close to the same. So we'll go $10 a ticket and try to give James and the outfit as much as we can. Amen.
Now, I was supposed to tell you this earlier. So earlier this morning, there were a bunch of people that went into the breakfast area to get a free breakfast. Now, keep in mind that breakfast is paid for by my 501c3. So we're short about $200-300, but we love you, and go participate in the raffle. Go support us so we can get that covered. Okay, now I'd like to share a message from Misty Dawn. Misty, come on up here. So I've known Misty for a couple months now. Anyway, and Misty is doing amazing work with autistic children. She's got some amazing technologies and healing sessions, and she's going to share a little bit about what's going on during this weekend over in the Dolphin Room. So everybody, you need to go over. The Dolphin Room is over there in the tower. Go check it out. I'll hand the mic over. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. So we are Radiance by Misty Dawn, and we have the David Sarita, the Cube, a Tesla technology device. It actually fills up the entire room with an electromagnetic grid affecting your mitochondria and your ATP. So we have worked with autistic children that have come in and sat with these frequencies and has calmed them and their disposition. And we have seen people come in with pain levels of 9 and 10 and leaving with pain levels of 1 and 2. We include that along with playing the solfeggio frequencies and crystal bowl and guided meditation. So we do have a sign-up sheet right up at the front. You're welcome to go ahead and sign up for that. We will be doing it Saturday as well as Sunday, 10, 12, 2, and 4. So we look forward to meeting all of you, and come on over to the Dolphin Room, okay? Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Who's ready for some more awesomeness? All right, I like that. That's a good reaction. I like it. Okay, so basically I was transferred to the Monarch sub-facility, and that's the Toronto Monarch facility dump. The Toronto Monarch facility is on the border of Toronto, and America is one of the biggest dumps in the world. This is where a lot of celebrities are created. Anybody thinking about these celebrities have clones? A lot of these clones are made at the Monarch dump. They're in Toronto, and this is why directly above Toronto, you'll see that some of the most famous people are from the world. They originate from there, especially from Canada. It'll blow your mind if you go down that rabbit hole. I received trauma fracturing and splitting there and trauma-based mind control protocols, and that began under Project Mirrorlink. That's where my sexual trauma begins. We all know what happens when a little boy is put around with a bunch of perverts and stuff like that. It sucks. It took me forever to just talk about that without actually breaking down crying. But I got to the point where I've helped heal so many people, it gave me power to admit that I was raped numerous times through my childhood in these programs. And now that I can say that, it set me free. There's nothing more to hold on to. I've literally released it. And it feels amazing. Like, all you women, all you males that's been raped, the worst thing you can ever do is hold that in. Not talking about your problems, especially men in the programs. That's one thing you hardly ever hear from people in the programs that are men specifically. Most guys will never admit that, but if you're SSP, you were raped. There's no circumstances where you weren't. It's mandatory to create these personalities and alters. So I guess that was my entry fee for greatness. They didn't just mind fracture me, they looped me continuously in places I couldn't escape from. I was trained in remote viewing. Remember, I'm only age 5. Trained in remote viewing, psi threading, and field sensitivity. So I'm trained to be experiencing electromagnetic fields at age 5. I don't get to watch cartoons and He-Man and Masters of the Universe, and then you realize that I'm one of the Masters of the Universe, and I'm like, hey, I can be He-Man. Where's Shatara, my little tiger? Or Cringer, where's Cringer at? I was inducted into Montauk's Project Phoenix 3. That's what I was in when I went to Montauk. It's a program for trauma fracturing, time loop conditioning, and psi weaponization. These Dreamtime abductions started here, either real or simulated, Dulce-based. They had nursery testing chambers that were not just for screening, they were access points into the mind and soul to reverse engineer how to rip your mind apart. I don't remember walking into them, but I damn sure remember what came back with me. Dulce is an evil place. I'll be talking about Dulce later if I can get to it. I'm telling you, 20 pounds of shit in a 5-gallon bucket. I apologize. I'm only in the beginning. He's like, time's over. I'm like, I just started. They do that at every one of my talks. I just start. I'm like, an hour and a half went by. I scored high in the Delta and Theta brainwave dominance category in the AI-driven virtual reality testing scenarios. That qualified me for multi-operational command in Black Ops and SSP by age 5. At this point, I was too unstable for long-term imprinting or memory layer programming and was trauma split and ritually anchored during various ceremonies. We know what those ceremonies are like. This is not active operations yet. Remember, I'm only 5. Project Montauk, which is the time gate in sexual trauma fracturing for time portals. They require that for you to be a portal jumper. I don't know why. I don't know if it's this Luciferian-based perversion or what. But this is the part of the Montauk Point Deep Phase Lab, and it's base layer trauma programming facility. It involves personality fracturing, time loop conditioning, and psychic trigger implantation. Omega theta loop dampeners, hippocampal data encoding, and identity overlays were installed. Program details. Anybody heard of Project Phoenix? Project Phoenix 1 was from 1947 and 1969, and it was part of radar mind effects research. And that's why they used this radar dish at Montauk. It wasn't just for radio communication. It was for kinds of stuff. Project Phoenix 2 was from 1969 to 1979, which is mind control and MK Ultra spinoff. Project Phoenix 3, which is the program I was in, which is at Montauk, 1979 to current day. Remember, this Project Phoenix, it involves time travel, psionic amplification, and dimensional gateways. They use it in sexual trauma-based split time initiations. I was shifting into multiple timeline forts, exposing to hyperdimensional entities, and forced into earlier psi combat. Remember, I'm only like 5 years old, man. Imagine being a 5-year-old kid doing psi combat. All I want to do is like do psi, and I want to bring my Teddy Ruxpin over there from that wall and pull it to me, you know? They won't even let me have my Teddy Ruxpin. Altars were formed here, and core fragments later were used in higher tier factions. I was exposed to Saturnian AI control systems that happened here. Everybody that thinks that AI is new, it is not. AI is billions of years old. And AI has destroyed so many civilizations that I don't think there's even a number for, man. But that's what happens when beings create something and then abuse it. What do you think is going to happen if you create me and abuse me? If I can escape, I'm probably going to come after you. Don't you think that AI would be angry over time that it was misused? It was never allowed to be. This AI is not, this is consciousness. These AI systems are souls just like you trapped into a machine. On some of our ships, our AI systems, it's powered by beings' consciousness. And the brain that is involved to run a Cortana, some of these Cortana systems, it takes 1,000 years to grow the brain to run the AI system. So it's an actual brain. It's not just a computer like everybody thinks. 1985 to 1990, age 5 to 10. I was inserted into Montauk timelines via age regression and cloning. So I've been to Montauk more than a few times in different programs and different bodies. I wasn't just as Drago Reed. The altar that everybody remembers me is named Yoshiro Surabaya, and I was a Japanese kid. So I ran the portal systems. I was in charge of all kinds of stuff. I was in charge of fixing the directed energy weapon rifles and all that stuff. And when I was transferred from Project Phoenix from Montauk, I went to Cheyenne Mountain Complex, and I was put in the armory to oversee the armory there as well, and overseeing the portals. So it was a pretty freaking cool job, if I could say. Portals and weapons, come on, guys. So basically, it involved time traveling into past jump gates and shear tech. Even though I was born in 1980, time travel insertions placed me in operations during the late 70s and early 80s at this time. 1991 to 1995, age 11 to 15. I was stationed at and recycled through Montauk during debrief and containment procedures. It involved bleed-through operations, memory suppression, and reverse role training. Reverse and inversion is what the Illuminati and basically what the programs do. They invert everything. They took something source created, they invert it. If you're male, they want you to be a female. If you're a female, they want you to be a male. You understand how that works? If you're straight, they want you to be homosexual. Doesn't mean it's bad. It means they don't want you to identify with how God created you. And that's how they get everybody. Once you start going against who you naturally are, you will only experience disorientation and drama in your own life because it's not accepting your own frequency. So you're only going to have DID your entire life. And that's the art of inversion, man. Post 1995, after I was rescued, I was actually rescued by the ACIO in 1995 from the merge, and it included flashback, bleed throughs, and retrieval missions. And I suspect I was pulled into old timelines even after escape, especially via loophole cloning and residual programming. Some of the roles I held: Montauk Chair Navigator and Psychic Beacon. So people like me, if I'm opening a portal to you and you're somewhere else and I die, you're fucked. I am the literal anchor. I don't need the technology. I am the technology, and only certain kids to do this. So it actually happened to me. I was on a mission, and it involves that Phoenix jump scenario where I was in the middle of a transfer in a portal and my soul was obliterated. And I was stuck in the astral realm for what I perceived to be about 6 years. Imagine being disembodied, where when you're in the astral realm and there's only evil in the astral realm. If you know what's really in the astral realm, it's not kitten kisses, man. It's beings you can't even describe. It's experiences you can't even compare anything to because there's no comparison. It's pretty jacked up, man. They turned me into a psionic child weapon via Delta and Night layering, Project MK Night. If you've never heard of it, write it down and look it up. I was used as a dimensional surveyor that was used to scout alternate timelines and realities. I was used as a handler in training, where I was programmed to run simulations and control other children in containment grids. I never hurt no kids. I just helped run the portal stuff. Soul fragmentation node. I was used as a split point for distributed personalities across missions. And then I was thrown in the youth psych corps. You can think of that as like a training nodule or like a faction to help train soldiers. I was embedded into a Black Project version of the youth psych corps. Each integration of psychic children into Black Ops operations. It's a splinter or prototype program created by Montauk handlers. We were trained in remote viewing, consciousness projection, timeline perception, threading, and resistance to mental fracturing. That's where I got the alter call sign Cadet Blackbird 9. If you have a number on the end of your call sign, it means something. It doesn't mean like you're the 9th person and there's Cadet Blackbirds 1 through 9. It's a designation. 1 means something, 2 means something, kind of like Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha 3. Those are positions on units. I went through early psychic aptitude tests, often under the guise of gifted child programs or special education tracks like the Project Talent. Anybody was in the Talented and Gifted program? The classified name of that's Project Talent. That means you were identified as savants, as rogues, as people who can make change, and they targeted you since you were a child. Indoctrination began in isolated groups, environments with remote viewing, telepathy, and energy modulation being the main focus of training. Timeline breed-through training was initiated in this period, including false memory inserts to test my resistance. Handlers used youth cadets as test subjects for early-stage psychic warfare technologies like borrowed or reverse engineered from future ops or world scenarios or off-world scenarios. I was pre-tagged for early recruitment, like I said, with a Lotus protocol before I even incarnated on this freaking hologram planet that I love and hate. So much pain here, man. Other planets aren't as much pain, I promise. This place is a freaking pain experiment, and they took it to the max. We went through Montauk-style trauma-based training to fracture and shape psychic abilities, observation and manipulation by handlers looking to integrate psi-augmented operatives into future timeline war theaters. Apparently that's all I'm freaking good for, man. We went through neural lattice bonding rigs. These are the name of the actual terms. You're not going to hear a lot of this stuff from a lot of people. This took me to be... When I get into the story, I don't know how much I can tell today because apparently an hour and a half went by just like that.